And welcome everyone to the first EU held Clarion Corp trials. So style similar to NA's OSAS, and even though I'm an NA caster, we have an actual EU caster. My go Ata with me. How are you doing today?
Hello, Kirikin. I'm doing good. Doing good. Hope our viewers are as well. And I hope
Yeah,
you're doing good.
I am indeed doing good. I mean, I woke up early for this, and I hopefully woke up early to see great things. We're loading up on our first game here, CPD Sigmas versus Kebab Strikers. Since this is somewhat low, I mean, it's low elo tourney, but do you know any of these players? I mean, rank reset happened like a few moments ago, so surely you've seen these people around, maybe.
I feel like I've seen at least I've seen Hades. Now there's another Hades running around with a very similar name for kebab strikers. So I could be confusing them, but I believe I've seen them around. I think I've seen these names a couple times at least. I have looked into kind of what characters they play. So I think we might have an interesting match here.
Interesting. That's kind of cool, actually. That I that you as a high elo player have seen these people around. I've only seen one person. I've only been seeing Dodson. That's because I've been following them for their like their qualification into EUSL, and unfortunately they didn't make it. But I followed them for like a little bit. I just know who they are,
Oh.
which kind of cool. And first off, I wanted to talk about the drafting pool, as in like the map pool. We have On City, Atlas Lab, Demon Days, Keys Obscura, Night Market, Taiko, and Oni. Do you have like any preferences to this map pool?
I mean, we are like EU, right? So you would think Taiko Temple and Atlas Lab would be like high priority, but it's maybe not as clear in this kind of environment. I know that a lot of the more on like the lower elo end prefer the open maps like Athens City and Inkies. We don't have Inkies here, of course, but uh, maybe we don't see the amount of Athens hate that we do in the USL, for example. Uh,
Yeah,
Demon Dice could be very interesting to see as well. I'm not sure if it'll get through draft, but that would be very exciting, I think.
yeah.
I
I mean,
do think Kebab Strikers probably wants to look for a map where you can utilize Aimi Goalie, for example. They seem to like to play that character. And on the opposite end, you have more of the melee goalies. So it could be like a night market or Taiko Temple are definitely possible, I think. An Atlab, I think, is probably gonna appear. We'll have to see though.
yeah. I mean, they just went through drafting, and Demon Days did not unfortunately make it through the draft, and so did Taiko
No.
Temple actually. So we're going to the At Lab first of all. Um, That's actually pretty interesting. The fact that you just said two maps and it's cool. Well, you said three maps actually, and they coincidentally lined up with whatever they picked and banned, which is interesting to me. I mean, he has. I mean, you have telepathic powers. What can I say?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think it's common knowledge that not a lot of people like playing Demon Dice, so it doesn't surprise me like it got banned. Uh, it would have been interesting to see though, but the Atlab, of course, just classic map, well-rounded. Pretty much everyone likes it. Not surprised to see it here. It also opens up for that Aimi goalie as well. Just a strong pick there.
Yeah, yeah, and Night Market Game 2 as well. I mean, these are all kind of classic maps. You haven't seen any like wild picks out the blue. I mean, On City is still up on the board, which is kind of funny to me. You already said earlier that they might like Yacht City, the open map, rather than actually hating it like every other player does, especially in the US. I mean, in NA, I think we do have a preference. We definitely hate Ogden City. We definitely hate Inkies. I mean, I'm an Inkies enjoyer, but the entirety of NA, so I can say otherwise, except for Cosmic Calamities.
I mean, it is much the same case, I think, for the high end of play, like EUSL, where people aren't big fans of the open maps in general. But I do think like it is a bit reversed the lower you go in the ranks. So
Yeah, I definitely kind of agree. And they did ban on, and they're going to the only villager their last game. I can't wait to see 40 minutes worth of pure cinema, I'd say.
oh, that could be a banger. If we get a game 3, we might be in for a long one.
Oh my god, this brings back memories from TMCT, Fierce Fury, Game 3. What can I say? That was also peak.
I mean, we do say often that like Taiko is an Atlaber like the EU maps, but low key like Oni Village is the true classic, and everyone who's been there for a long time knows that we do end up picking that Oni Village and getting long games a lot of the time. And I think especially with the goalie pool for Skivity Sigmas, they might have an advantage on that map. So it'll be interesting to see.
Definitely can agree. And first off, I should mention that we're still going through drafting sorta, and Skivity Sigmas are Team A, like through draft, so they get first pick on what they get first pick on the Atlab at least. So I think they are going blue side, which is interesting to me because I mean, you said earlier that that you've researched their picks, right?
Yeah, to some extent. It's not super easy to tell always because a lot of these players probably spend more time in normal games. They don't have that many games played in ranked, but from the character affinities, you can tell a bit. Nota on Kebab Strikers seem to really like that Aini. And they also do have like a Kai midfield, I would think, from Hades. It depends what we're gonna see. And they have kind of a Juliet one trick in Sergio Serhat. And if you look at the other side, we're looking at the Atlas and Kai and kind of Dubu in the goal. With more of a varied selection for the midfield and brawler. I'm honestly not sure who's gonna end up in which role. Maybe you know for Donson if you're familiar with them.
I remember Donson in the EUSO qualifiers playing forward for Plink. Well, would it be? It's not Plink Plonk because there are two Plink Plonks I remember, but the one that didn't do so well, I think, which was
no plonks.
Well, okay, yeah, a lot of plonks in there. I think the team was Subi, Jazz, Salt, and Donson. Donson was on Brawler, I think. Unsure about that one. Might have to recheck myself once I get the chance to. But it's either Donson. I think Donson's playing forward, while Go75 is playing midfield.
I do think that would make more sense from what I'm seeing. But Ghost is showing like an interesting character pool from their affinity ratings at least, so it could get some mix up there. But Donson does seem to favor those more hard forward characters like X, Rasmus, and Julie.
Yeah. And speaking of bans, Skibidi Sigma's on the blue side banned the Aimi, as you said earlier. Noda likes to play that Aimi. And Kebab Strikers banning the Zubu out, I think. Just two goalie bans in general. Kind of classic.
Classic, and it's worth noting as we get into character drafts here, that both the goalie and what probably is the midfield Ghosts play Dubu for the other side. So banning that out could make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Atlas Lab. Dubu midfield would maybe seem a little unviable, but who knows? Maxwell's might be the option. As we're loading in here, we do have access to see what's going on. So they're looking like a Rasmus midfield actually, with the Julie Brawler following up with the Atlas. Very interesting draft. I mean, Rasmus midfield, great. I mean, I wouldn't say it's the greatest, but it can work in some scenarios.
I mean, I think that was like when release happened, Rasmus was like, maybe this is a midfield character, can kind of work. It's not been played like that, but it has some tools for it. So we do see Juliet locked in.
Truly locked in, as well as Donson actually hovering Era. I mean,
Yeah. Now the Juliet here, interestingly, is kind of probably a pick away from Sergio Serhat, who is a Julie enjoyer. So they kind of get to deny that pick. As we do see Asher and Era. I wonder if this will be like an Asher goalie or if this is a brawler Asher.
being Asher Gullo, they're taking a bit of time to actually draft here. Currently, it's Julie probably on the brawler or Rasmus on the midfield.
Yeah, they do end up going for that Rasmus. That's interesting.
Yeah, and X comes out as well, so this is an Asher goalie heading to this first game. Remember, this is Skippy Sigmas versus Kebab Strikers here on the Atlas Lab, both Awakenings being built different and Siege Machine. Everyone
It
actually
does appear to be Era goalie, actually, interestingly enough.
That's actually wild, actually. Holy crap.
So double brawler on each side. That's something you don't usually see on this map. Well, instantly a KO there from Ghost.
Yeah, KO right there. Sets up the power play, and Noda, not really being the greatest, will lose that double barrier there. Great attack by Ghost and Donson, who are now look to capitalize. Now Hades coming back online. Doesn't really make us matter as Noda gets out of position slightly, and Donson's able to slip it in for the quick score.
Yeah. The side of Kebab Strikers need to be a bit careful in those corners when that Julie is nearby. It can be very threatening, and kind of what led to that quick goal there, I think, was the Julie getting a KO.
KO is very strong. I mean, Julie being that heavy hitter once you do get in the right position, and so will Ghost as she finds the dash punch there. I mean, Era is not really a great matchup against Julie because there's no real hit stun, and it clearly shows.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough matchup to play. Like, perhaps the Asher could have been like a better option into that matchup specifically, but then again, it depends on what these players find more comfort on. And the Era is like not unfamiliar to the goal box, especially in EU.
Yeah, Asher trying to, well, not Asher, but the Era trying to work their magic right now. Surely not really happening as the points seem to go really quickly, and so do the barriers, and so did Hades' health as he's staggered leveled currently, looking to be KO'd, but does pick up the orb, but still is stagger level as Ghost finds the second KO. That puts them into basically having a core flip ready, but actually I just realized Rasmus did die in that interaction, leaving it 2v2, and a miss flip means that this play stalled for a little bit while. New is simple, having to flip it out himself for the defense. And now it looks like Kebab Strikers might have a chance coming into this with a flip up and also a lot of damage coming online, but seems to stall out a little bit.
Seems like we might have a disconnect from Ghost, maybe? They haven't been moving for a bit.
They got called to do the chores, like how Eno says Ape got called to do chores.
I'll see if play picks up again soon. Hopefully it does. Oh, some movement from Ghost.
He's so back. Let's go.
All right, everyone appears to be here.
And I want to talk a little bit with the actual picks that went on. I just realized double mag souls, and then I mean this is like average behavior, and also that average behavior from Sergio's hat just sinking right in. And speaking of that, they're running slick hooks on Asher, and Hades running the mag souls. And pretty interesting as the meta right now is only mag souls and mag souls.
Yeah, I do think the double mag souls could be advantageous here, especially if you have the Era goalie, because they can so quickly get to the face of the Era. And Era doesn't really have the tools to deal with two brawlers in her face.
And it's clearly evidently shown as Noda is really put in a tough spot. Good clear out, but so far the three-man defense is trying to hold on for the time being. Goes looking pretty low as he's getting hit by Sergio's hat, and one barrier does fall for the Kebab Strikers, looking to capitalize off of missed timing, but again it's Ghost against Donson. well, not Ghost against Dawson, but Ghost with Dawson to security against Noda. I mean, this double brawler comp against the Era is so strong. I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, it does seem a bit rough to play for Kebab Strikers. Maybe they can get some good awakenings though. Looking here, we maybe have the cost to lust for the Era. Also the twin drive threat from the Atlas, so they may want to deny that, which they do. You just get size on Julie with that demo, which is always useful. And Might of the Colossus for X, who does have that built different, so that's gonna be a lot of damage.
Yeah, that Asher being last pick isn't something that would really fit them, as they do miss out a lot of drafting opportunities. And again, reminder that Ghost is currently basically at plus 45% size, which is pretty massive in itself. It just makes the strike cores more easier to win. It also makes the KOs more easy to be found. Noda falling off the map, 2v3 power play now, but it's all for the time being as both barriers do fall. And currently Hades has to fight against Ghost, who has basically all the control in the world, as well as Dawson backing him up. Noda finally coming back online, and 3v3 comes to a stall as both barriers do seem to fall, but again, it's being stalled out very quickly. Both teams are finding the right strikes, and it's getting really close, but again, it's just holding down so well.
Yeah, I think if Skibbity Sigmas can like try and find the pass play here, they might be able to score, but Kebab Strikers are doing a good job at denying those pass lanes, playing well as a three-man squad in defense here. Sergio pushing up. Not getting anything though, and gets KO'd.
That's not the greatest thing, as they basically had flip all line, and now Ghost pushing up, has the Julie, has the speed, and an unfortunate dribble, and as well as the Kai shrug does lead to that goal. I think that unfortunate Asher KO wasn't the greatest, and if Syracuse did keep control and did manage to keep their life, we might have seen the end of that first point really quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Noda kind of missing the corner clear. You could try and go for the dribble there, but Julie is fast enough with those mags that it becomes kind of scary to do. Oh, and we get another KO.
Another KO and trade for the barrier as the flip comes out. An even better flip from Noda, countering the Julie dash punch, and even countering Nuich's Simple's flip too. Now 2v3 power play now stalled out with Dawson coming back online, but they had such a great offense coming in, so almost dying again. But the Atlas Res does come out in time. We need the Atlas Res, but it was a good precaution to have, as Noda's taking a lot of damage here with no energy to defend against Ghost, who might have a DP up. Did use DP earlier, has to wait a little bit of time before that comes back up, but the defense is still holding strong from New Simple, keeping everything in check. And again, the core is in Hades' possession. Well, not even Hades, but Ghost's possession, as he finds another dash punch into the goal box.
Yeah, Noda trying to push up and stop the plays from happening, but it just wasn't enough there. The core got too close, and you have that dash punch. Not much you can do as the Era.
And that Era is definitely having a lot of trouble, losing striker after striker, as another one is lost and another barrier is found for Ghost. He's been doing so well finding those barriers and also finding those KOs. I think he has 3 so far, but but they have to work through again a double brawler offense, which is X and Asher, who does get the flip off. Both barriers do fall now, and Syracuse with a lot of momentum coming into this smooth but having to flip it out to keep it alive. And again, the defense is so strong, but it's only a matter of time before that Asher finds out, but not before the Julie gets through. And the Julie finding another dash punch to stun Noda to bring Skibbity Sigmas up 2 sets.
Kebab Strikers, they're having a lot of good pass plays, trying to get through the defense, but it just wasn't quite enough to get the core into the goal, unfortunately. And so Skibbity Sigmas take this set too, and have a pretty convincing lead here. Getting 1-2 punch on Juliet, along with that size, that's going to be pretty scary. We see specialized training for Asher. Not quite sure what that's going to do. Maybe you can get some cheesy knockouts on the edge with it, but overall you do get that rapid fire for Era, and Spark on X is always fine. I'd say kind of an even draft, maybe slightly favored to the Skibbity Sigmas.
Yeah, that Asher specialized training is something I do want to look into. Rapid fire was up even, but really I think they were saving it for Era, who didn't really have much to grab after that draft. But Again, another thing to worry about is how this draft has gone. Really, I think this has gone pretty convincingly for Skibidi Sigmas, as they do have the Julia dash punch, and another one is Foul that's getting a lot of value, and also
Yeah.
Donson with the heavy impact as well will be hitting a lot harder, and will be still procuring the rock to Ghost. Doesn't even matter as they find another goal past the era.
Ghost making good use of that 1-2 punch pickup, instantly getting a KO and leading to another goal for them. This Juliet seems to be so far pretty pivotal in how they find these goals.
So far, it's what they need, but Cabal Strikers looking for a comeback, finding the first KO onto Donson. Might even get KO'd again as Hades is almost knocked off the map. Well, not even Hades off the map, but again, it's pretty close and convincingly as Ghost finds another KO. That's 5 for the record books, I'm pretty sure, and Hades looking low himself as well. Might be even coming under scrutiny as he finds one bird to keep the pressure alive. And Asher coming back online could be a sign of good hope, but Donson finding the second barrier might put that to a close as they're looking to set up another great convincing score if they're able to. Another dash punch goes wide, but again, it's the Rasmus, the double brawler comp, effectively shoving out Noda, and that's match point for game 1.
Donson doing what a Rasmus player should do, get in the corner there, use your abilities. Works especially well against something like the Era. It's not a lot you can do at that point, unfortunately for Noda.
Ares getting pushed out really quickly, and so is the X. Again, another KO found, almost another one found on Noda too. But again, the power play is so strong. First spear goes down, and Dawson and Ghost have a chance to capitalize it. Not Noda simple, trying to push it up again, and even the Atlas expands coming out. Well, not the Atlas expand, the Atlas res coming out as well to keep it alive for the time being. And now Noda on their back foot has to try to defend against this double brawler comp, and with Ghost as well. The dash coming in and also stunning Noda too. That's unfortunate as the goal goes in, and that's Skibidi Sigma's taking game 1.
Yeah, Juliet there for Ghost with so much size, barely able to land that stun, locking in the final goal. I do feel like Skibidi Sigma's had a bit of an advantage here with having that stronger defensive goalie, as Kebab Strikers wasn't truly able to make the most out of that support that the Era gives, and so they just have the harder time defending, which ended up costing them a bit here, I think.
Those KOs and Ghost looking so flashy. Even I wasn't able to keep count. Actually, there were 8 KOs on Ghost, not to put them under any disrespect. 8 KOs being found for Ghost. A lot of them being found on the Brawlers, just mispositioning. But we can't outweigh the fact that they completely almost ran over that game. Donson basically gapping the entire lobby with 101 redirects, barely squeaking past 100.
Yeah, maybe that Rasmus midfield might be more viable than we think. Especially if you're going up against 2 other brawlers, you actually do have a good amount of core control compared to the other team with that pick. It seemed to work out pretty well for them.
Yeah, that Asher, well, that not even the Asher goal, the Era goal, and not really working out for Noda. We're kind of unfortunate there as they've kept getting stunned over and over and getting checkmated over and over too.
Yeah, we'll see if things change now going into night market for our next game. I wonder how this Juliet is gonna play out in the character draft here, because it did seem to be pretty powerful for the Skibidi Sigmas, but Kebab Strikers really want that character, I would imagine. It seems to be a huge comfort pick for Sergio Serhat. Although did play pretty decently on that Asher, it is still, if you can get your best character, of course, you want to try and go for that.
Yeah, I definitely kind of agree, and even the night market Julia is very, very strong, especially since most of the lanes are easily cut off by just a simple Julie dash punch, and this map might be looking good for it, as both goalies also seem to collapse under the pressure of just having Julie and Julie 2.0 being Asher, just basically just shoving it right in their face and taking barriers for fun over and over again. So we might see another Asher / Julie pick coming out for either team, but only time can tell.
Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna see more priority on that Aimi or the Juliet for kebab strikers. I could see the Juliet being the more valuable pick, especially because we're going on to night market. But of course, the Aimi can do a lot there as well with her firewall sentry.
Definitely can agree. And Awakenings coming out for seconds will be the heavy impact in the missile propulsion in 2 Awakenings that would really be available. And the first one, well, the only being readily available for the Atlas would be probably the missile prop, but if you're the character, you might be going heavy impact in this scenario. And again, we didn't really see a melee goalie come out for Dota, so we might look for something along the lines of maybe not even an Ivy goalie substitute, maybe just playing a different character in general. But you said earlier that they really found comfort in that Ivy, so wouldn't be too sure.
Yeah, it is their most played character by far. So I would imagine that's what Noda would be most comfortable on. Of course, you see that heavy impact. That's also, you're very happy to get that if you're playing Aimi. So maybe they lean more into that. Then as you said, like the Atlas here, probably the only thing that would look at the missile prop, but heavy impacts, not that bad for Atlas either. It is an option there. I do think a missile prop is better though, but we'll see if they even end up going for that pick or not.
Yeah, and Jubu and Julia actually being banned out for kebab strikers and Skip Seekers respectively. It seems that kebab strikers are really hell-bent on banning the Dubu out. I think you mentioned earlier that Go75 does like to play the Julia. Well, not the Julia, but the
Dubu,
right? Yeah.
Yes. They've played it's their most played character, according to the character mastery. So, and with that missile prop start, it could be pretty scary. So I would say here especially, it's also night market. It's a bit more effective on this map outside of the goal box. So I think it makes a lot of sense to ban that here, if you're scared of that.
Yeah, and that also does remind me that Noda does get their Imi actually. Sergioser is going to have to play around it, but they do actually. I even guessed right that they were going to prioritize the goalie pick, since Noda was struggling a little bit on the Era, which isn't really a great defensive mechanism, but still, I mean, the Imi could be very dangerous on this map specifically.
Yeah, although if there is a map where you would consider playing that Era goalie, Night Market is one of the classics for that. But I do think the IME with a heavy impact start is going to bring more value overall. So we do see the IME locked in, and Asher Atlas. This seems familiar somehow.
looks very, very familiar. I mean, I was gonna flash back to Grand Finals Game 1, Sloth picking up the Era, Smile. And looks like, I mean, this is an interesting comp again. The Era actually going over. I think this is going to be Dawn's and Era. And Zergio's had on the X actually. This looks very, very reminiscent. And I did guess right. Everyone, well, mainly half the roster going heavy impact, X, Asher, and Era, while everyone else goes missile propulsion in this case. Again, it's looking like a really heated matchup as both teams sort of do have their comfort. New Simple back on the Atlas yet again.
Yeah, and we do see that IME for Noda going for missile propulsion, interestingly enough. The heavy impact offers you cooldown reduction on your abilities and some more damage, which can be very useful. But the missile prop allows you to help a bit more on the offense at a longer range. We do see a KO going out there, Ghost catching Hades out with that Asher primary, and getting a double barrier as well. Really well placed strike there.
Trying to make double those Ghosts as they're looking to set up another play. IME into Asher again, another sort of notable matchup sorta, as it's not really the greatest you want to look at if you're trying to push yourself into the corner, but the defense is all up for the time being as Sergioser does try to retain their composure, and a lot of abilities going out for the Atlas. That IME glitch pop not really being held at the right moment will mean that they won't have a lot of cooldowns available, but so far Hades and Ghost are playing this really well as the glitch pop goes wide, and again, it's another unfortunate goal for Noda as they're sort of struggling against this Asher.
Yeah, the Asher matchup is quite rough. If the Asher gets the core close to you, then there's nothing you can really do as the IME. But you do have those abilities that you can use to try and keep the core away from them. Get a flip in here to try and hold the barrier, and it works out for Noda. And another flip from you, Simple, trying to gain some momentum back.
Momentum definitely coming on the side of the Wild Strikers as they do find the first barrier there. Sergios have a great flip, and they just need to keep it away from the Asher, who does have a flip, and is coming back a lot of the times. They can just layer their strike simply and get it past, but it does seem to be a difficult challenge as the corner offense is working so well. And the corner defense as well, as Donson and New Simple are backing each other up really perfectly, and just letting Ghost like walk up isn't it's gonna be it's gonna be very hard to come by because they're just letting him get into the corner, and that could be very dangerous.
Yeah, and your Simple is playing the defense pretty well, making sure they position out of the range of the X strikes so they can respond and not get stunned. And we do see also just some solid team play overall, trying to get passes up and trying to bait out abilities with some dribbling. Flip coming out.
Definitely one barrier piece so far as I basically just cast a curse it there. That Atlas expands, getting that second barrier, and also the flip coming from Donson trying to keep up the offensive pressure, but it's still solid for the time being as a great couple of strikes come out. But again, the IME is just so powerless against the Asher, who basically just can just stuff their way through everything, and even finding that open goal barrier isn't something that you really want to see.
Yeah, Noda doing a good job when they have the core in their control to keep it away from that Asher, but when it comes in that kind of way, it's not really much you can do. It's the IME, unfortunately.
So
and a great play from Sergio Serhat. Finding both barriers and flip for the goal.
Yeah, and even just a lot of damage coming out for Sergio Serhat as he basically just finds the open position and gets both barriers in the process too, and even flips at the right time to just keep it in game. And this could be the bounce back for Kabab Strikers as they find one barrier yet again. These barriers are going down really quickly as an Atlas.
Yeah, slowing down a bit here now, as we are still in this offense, and they do end up getting that barrier. Sergio with that X Maximus, using it as it's used best to get a strike reset.
Strike reset does come through though, and now Simple left in the goal box, nothing to defend against. Noda also pushing up too, releases the flip early, and that could have been used as a great timing to get the demon angle. Unfortunately, doesn't come out, but Ghost looking really low, does keep the play a little bit stalled out for Skibidi Sigmas as they're looking to re-wrap and come back from it, but pushing into Ghost. Does find one KO, but it's doubled out by Sergio Hat with the flip as well. Oh my goodness, what a great play, and even getting it out of the timing of the Atlas astral projection too. That was perfect, and it looks like it's 0.5.
Yeah, you see the value of that damage from Sergio mainly. Just punching down the opposition bit by bit, making sure they're staggered. In that situation, what can you do when one of you get dash punched off the edge and the other is staggered? It's quite rough. So they're using these X abilities pretty well to keep pressure on the opposition.
And a lot of great timing from Hades, who is handling against the Asher pretty well, and also used the error really well as they've been finding the correct strikes to just procure the rock to the brawler. But you still have to remember that there's an Asher in your face ready to just commit onto anything, and that's what Ghost did. Get the first barrier. Now one barrier piece in this crucial in this crucial 0.5 to keep this working as they're looking to find every barrier they can find. As Noah Simple gets the goal, gets their barrier ticket, but also loses. He's in the process with the flip coming out as well as Noda hits it right back into Dawson, and that's not what you want to do. As Dawson just finds another goal there, and that's another set.
Yeah, Noda having the opportunity there. A small window where both of the enemies had struck and missed the core where they could have struck, but they realized it a bit too late, unfortunately, and Ghost got the strike cooldown off again and was able to just strike it in. You get Timeless Creator here for the Atlas, a solid choice overall. Larger expanse and is there for longer, as well as providing a bit more healing for a longer time, which could be useful here. You get Rapid Fire for Aimi, which is also scary. X gets big, and kind of maybe a deny here with that specialized training, making sure that doesn't go to the Kai, which can be really scary on the edge.
Another Asher specialized training on the board, but we still have to remember that that Atlas res will be feeling pretty dangerous as they have found the right timings for it as well, and also just Atlas in general with Timeless Creator it's a really hard matchup to play against, especially if you're in next, because it just makes your life miserable with the fact that you can't really do much if you don't have the ability to just shove it right through. But it's not really needed as Donson finding both barriers there for their team, as Sergio's Had and Hades are struggling to get an offense going. For the most part, as another KO is found for Ghost, putting it right through Noda, who seems to be putting out of position a little bit.
Yeah, you kind of ended just up in a rough position there in the corner. Maybe there was an angle to clear it down, but it wasn't found, and then you have that Asher in your face. It becomes quite difficult to deal with.
Yeah, Noda not finding the correct timing there. It did lead to another one being, well, but another berry being found. Also, their Ivy, well, I wouldn't want to speak too hard on it, but the Ivy glitch pop seems to not be working in their favor for the most part. It just seems to completely go wide, and it makes it a little bit harder if you want to actually time it correctly, as you also have to focus on the fact that this is an Asher interface as well as the timing for it, as there's not really much you can do with the corner offense being pushed into your face almost all the time. Donson with another great flip to just catch them off guard, and these, even though the levels look very balanced, it just feels like the game is not.
Yeah, there was some good pass play in the defense there from Kebab Strikers, but Donson ending up using that Era Tornado to really buy the exact amount of space they need, force the enemy to move away, and then just shooting it in with the flip.
But we've seen this story before. We've seen Kebab Strikers have a revitalization, but with both barriers gone, this might not be the case, as Hades and Sergio's haven't been on the offense too much. They've been on the defense for the most part, as they've been struggling against the Asher and Era forward, as almost another goal comes out. Ghost with flip. Well, basically, with flip about to have it if they can just get one more dribble off and another strike, as the offensive does come up again. New Simple with the offensive flip, going to just put it in for the time being, but it might be stalled out as the error falls down, and Ghost having to come back to the line with Sogyosa and Hades both with flip as well. They can just time the strike correctly to just get it through, but that error is coming back soon, only 2 seconds before they come back on. It comes back on now, and Ghost almost with flip up. They just need to get one strike, and they just need to get the rock procured to them, but Sogyosa having so much pressure has the flip up and just sends it right through.
A solid defense there from New Simple and the Skibidi Sigmas. They held on for quite a while, but with those 2 flips, it's just a bit too much for them to handle, unfortunately.
And good thing they do have flips being burnt out, as it gives Ghost another chance to just find another KO, and this is a reversal now, 2v3 power play for the Skibidi Sigmas. If they can get this, they'll be on to set match, as Newish Simple and Donson and Ghost are looking to just convert, but Hades being the disruptor, playing it really well, as Sergio does come back online. The Atlas res for Donson to get healed up yet again, as the Atlas is just being so hard to push into, as cooldowns are being traded all over the map, especially in the midfield line, to just get it into their possession once, but it leaves the goalies a lot of time to keep it going, and it looks like it's the case, as Newish Simple's been finding a lot of these good clears.
Yeah, we're at a bit of a stalemate here in the midfield. Everyone trying to use their cooldown to get the core past the others, ending up with the core not going anywhere. But Hades goes somewhere, he goes off the map. This might just be the advantage that Skibidi Sigmas need to get this point.
And so far it's looking so good. Hades now finally come back online with a lot of stagger and a lot of health as well. Now the Atlas Rush just being at a perfect time, but the Astral projection not, as the worst barrier is found. And now Sergey also had trying to look for something, but he gets too cocky there. Goes up with another KO, another power play, and even a lot of energy being expended for the Skibbity Sigmas now. Ghost has to find someone to get it through, but it's not being worked out so far. The Aimi putting in a lot of pressure versus it. But again, another strike comes out. Ghost with flip, just dribbling across the line. Gets stalled out by Hades' barrage, but still nothing to work with. Circular Hack now coming back online. And now it's up to Ghost and Dawson to score it in and keep it alive for the time being, but it's just so hard.
Hades was doing a lot of good work there to make sure that they didn't get scored on there, trying their best to interrupt any sort of play between Donson and Ghost. But we'll see if they can keep that up or if Ghost and Donson will be able to break through here.
They were simple as well, playing the heavy horse right now, just being able to just push up on the line when Sergio isn't, and he's just been able to get so many good clears out, but it's only a matter of time before that code goes haywire. Now overtime. Well, overtime has been kicking for a little bit and just makes the core a lot more harder to track as Hades finds a second barrier as well. This could be what Kebab Strikers needs to get it done with and put into another 0.5, but it's only a matter of time before the barrier goes wide. And now Sergio also had almost would flip, but they just need to get the rock procured to them a little bit more if they can get some simple strikes in. But they're missing everything, and Newer Simple has been able to find the great clears into it. But again, it's only a matter of time, as I said earlier. Sergio's a hat finding the top corner.
Yeah, I think they're doing a good job here trying to claw back this game, playing for any pass they can get to Sergio when they're in a good position in order to get those goals. And it seemed to work out on that point. Hopefully they can bring it to a set win for them as well.
Good thing for co-op strikers. Sergio does still have the flip online, but so does Newer Simple as they're looking to flip it right now. Does get the flip off. Hits it back to Donson. Another Asher moment coming through as they do find the first barrier with the path splitter. And now it's Noda and Sergio looking to form an offensive turnaround as they basically do have flip online. Does come up with the flip, but so does Donson and Ghost too. This is not what you want to see, and again, they might as well just use the flip to kill Donson if available, as it basically resets their power play as Donson has the goal, flipped out by Noda. Again, what a counter flip, and Sergio still has flip up, not finding any value, but so does he has the flip as well, and Ghost helping to save the flip, also wastes their flip as well as Hades finds the second barrier, and now Newer Simple, looking like a fool of the Atlas, has to just watch as the core goes right through him as Hades finds the barrage, and that's Kebab Strikers with their first set of the day.
Crucially there, Sergio flipping as they were about to get taken out by Ghost's flip, and getting the core there, getting it up and avoiding death, because Ghost also being staggered, but having that Atlas support makes it quite an uneven matchup for the damage. We do see another creation awakening here for the Atlas with the Monumentalist. That secondary is now going to take up a lot of space. Interestingly, no one picking up the hotshot. Also the Deadeye being neglected here. But we do get that extended dash range for Noda, which might work out in their favor. And 2 sparks now on the Kai.
That Kai is looking really scary, as that you said double spark looking very strong. They could even scale it a lot harder if they're able to. And currently it is up for grabs as both teams do have a barrier traded apiece, and Sergio and Hades have been just playing the corner so well. They've been finding every moment, and a good couple of layer strikes does mean the core is clear for the time being, but it's only a matter of time before Hades gets the core right back into possession of Sergio and Donson's having a little hard time having to flip it out on the defense. That's something that you want to be on the offensive. And Noda is being notably very, very wary at the fact that the Asher's not in the face to push up and have the right timings for it.
Now we're stuck in the corner here. Noda recognizing that's a bad spot to be in with that Asher in your face. Flips it out immediately to avoid losing that barrier. Probably the right play that you should make when you have that Asher there. Oh, and another flip going out and use Simple trying to catch the core. Does not land it though. Now you have Sergio here with that flip as well on the front lines. Not able to get the core though.
just a lot of time on his hands. The Night Market Egg confusing Noda a little bit as both barriers are found in Sergio's hat. Might have a little bit of chance versus the Atlas. The Atlas expanse did come out a moment ago, but now it's overtime, and now we have to see the core going really quickly. And Imi and Atlas aren't really the greatest when defeating this core possibility, but Atlas might be a little bit better against this X matchup compared to the Imi Asher. And Imi Asher is what we're going to be seeing, as it's just a ghost show right there. I mean, what can I say?
Yeah, that was rough to play with that flip support from Donson there. Flaring it up from Noda. Unfortunately, Donson was there with the flip, getting the core back instantly. Ghost in position. Not a lot you can do at that point.
It's only good when Hades is procuring the Rock to Sergius, not the other way around. As Ghost finds the double bear and also has the flip up for grabs too. Might find the double KO with the goal as well. What a great... I mean, oh my god, I have no words for that.
That was a very beautiful core flip for a double KO. Not every day you see those. But Ghost able to find it and instantly winning the point off of that.
Yeah, that point a little heartbreaking to see, but let's see it. But again, we've seen this story before. I don't know how many times I've said it, but it seems like this is just a lot of surprises coming out for both teams as they've been fighting tooth and nail for it. They can come up with their earlier points, but the Bob Strikers just somehow find a way to team it back up as the flip does go wide. Newer Simples Cosmic Expanse does get it away for the time being, and Sergio's hat just putting on the pressure, even wins the strike war. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, great glitch pop there from Noda with that insane range from the missile prop and aerials. Able to catch that barrier, getting it to Sergio, who just wins that strike war beautifully. Very well played.
Brawlers do indeed get it done, as the title suggests, but now it's Sergio's hat looking to bounce back again, but instead Ghost finds the KO, sets up the 2v3 power play now for the Skibbity Sigmas. They've been having such an early lead into this. This is where they finally break the curse, but so far it's getting stalled out with the X coming back online, but barrier is found now. Donson and Ghost basically almost with core flip, but they just need to get a couple more strikes and a couple more abilities landed to get it. Donson now with flip. Up for grabs currently. Could use it now. Does use it. I just look to use it. Now Ghost has position at the core. Almost has it in, but currently they just fight the 3 people at once. Papsword coming out wide. And now Ghost looking to just find something. You just need to procure the rock to the Asher to shove it into the Imi, but it's looking so difficult as the Imi has just so much range, and so does the Kai and the X, as they've been finding second barrier as well. Now Ghost trying to push it through. Doesn't have flip still. Is looking really dangerous as Sergioser does have the flip as well. But Newish simple flips again. But Sergioser, he's just so strong.
Yeah, another great play. And you can now see this comp kind of working out for Kebab Strikers. They have the Imi and the Kai, just getting the core up to the X for Sergio, who has done a great job at getting these goals.
So far, it's just a Ghost show over and over again. Now he does have flip, and now it's back to another 0.5 as both teams are looking to claw their way back to have a lead. And it's looking very tragic right now as Ghost does find the second barrier as well. It puts Noda in the timeout corner for a little bit, but Donson looking low too. Might be getting killed off the map, but instead it's the other midfielder, Hades, going down, and Noda also burned the flip too. It's Asher in a 1v1 and she just simply wins. Now the Skibbity Sigma's up another set, and this is set match and potentially the series.
Kebab Strikers doing a good job at stacking damage on the era, but unfortunately they got taken out first. And then you can't really capitalize or even secure that KO at that point. As we do see Twin Drive now for this Atlas. This is some crazy secondaries we're gonna see. And we get Demo for X, solid pick, especially on this map with 2 barriers. And we get another Spark. Maybe this is the key for Kebab Strikers. A 3rd Spark now on the Kai. Both the cooldown Spark and the movement speed Spark. Surely this could give them the advantage they need here to lock it in.
Yeah, it's a very big scaling difference. I'm actually very surprised the Asher didn't go for the fighter flight. Firefly might have looking really strong as they've been basically needing Donson to come back up, but now it might not be the case. But again, the fight if I didn't, the fight if I did pick up by the Yami, not really something you really want to pick, as you basically got denied of everything. And again, the offense looking very strong for Sergiozer, had just being able to force it through over and over, gain the evade out as well, but the second barrier isn't found against the twin drive, timeless, monumentalist Atlas, just the Abyss build right there, as well as missile prop. I just realized, oh my goodness, this X is gonna have a really difficult time.
Yeah, and also with Era picking up that stagger swagger, you can't really threaten the Era with damage as much anymore. So it becomes pretty rough for Sergio to play, but as I say that, he just gets the core in position from his teammates, has that X Maximus, and just smacks it in.
A complete turnaround from what we saw the last 3 sets now, with Kebab Strikers currently in the lead in terms of points, but can they use it to can they use his advantage to bring it back? Now Ghost almost dying there to the bell ringer from the X. Has a chance to keep it up, and so far it's looking so good as the core is moving back and forth very prominently, but the KO is almost found by Sergiozer. Good timing, does bait out the evade, and now Sergiozer doesn't have flip for this moment, but it doesn't matter as they've been fighting the great offensive moments as Dawson does flip it out on the defense. Now Hades looking to keep it in, has been going strong with the speed, with the cooldowns, and also with the stagger, fighting the second barrier too. And it's not really like Newish Simple to have no barriers and nothing to defend against, but now it's Kebab Strikers on the offensive here, looking to turn this game around from what seemed to be a lost cause a set ago.
Yeah, Hades denying the clear from Newish Simple, and also Newish Simple slightly misstepping down here. Sergio just gets the core past. It's a bit unfortunate, but Kebab Strikers will take what they can get.
Good thing to do, take what you get now. Up 2 points, that scaling looking really strong as Dawson has flip again. It's something that we've been seeing a very dominant amount of times where Dawson just has flip ready to go, as Noda instead flips instead, and now Newish Simple and Dawson do have the energy advantage coming into this point, but the strike shot not being able to be found, the flip being blocked out as well. Thankfully that second flip does go back onto the offensive pressure, but again it's Hades with just the speed and the sparks just to keep it up over and over as Sergiozer is winning the strike war, is winning everything in his possession as the core is still on the Skibidi Sigma's side. This night market looking very, very strong for them as they've been fighting over and over again as Dawson getting completely beat up by Sergiozer. Had now the Atlas Res coming online to keep it alive for the time being, but they just need to find a good moment where they can just shove it through. But this Twin Drive Atlas just being the complete stall round for the time being. They need to get simple strikes in with Sergiozer had finding the flip as well. He has the flip in and it goes in. It's set 5.
Yeah, you see Newish Simple has so many tools for this defense and is holding on for so long, but you have the Kai and the Aimi. They just keep the core up forever and ever, and Sergio just needs to try enough times to eventually get it past all the cooldowns from the Atlas. So we do see Siege Machine, so we're really going into these secondaries. Also, you get a bit of range as well. But these secondaries now are gonna be even more obnoxious.
This is big actually. X going 3 size awakening instead of the perfect form. Maybe that might be the strategy. He is completely massive now, if I count correctly. That's currently plus like 70% size for the X, who has been catching a lot of people off guard for the time being. And so will Ghost, and so will Dawson as he gets double barrier too. And this is a complete turnaround. Sergiozer had fighting both barriers and basically has everything in his palm of his hands now. A good clear by Newish Simple can keep it out for so long, but the core is just in possession the entire time now. Sergiozer almost has flipped, and it looks like very dire if Ghost can't find the great show that he needs to put on. It's a complete turnaround, and now Sergiozer had not really find the correct moment to be alive, and another flip sought out by Dawson, another flip going wide for Sergiozer, and now it's back to almost stalemate with Newish Simple almost having flip up.
Yeah, we do see some damage stacking up though, and that Atlas ult was burned earlier, so maybe the Kebab Strikers can find a damage angle to win this point. As we do see the Atlas ult come out again, nullifying all that damage, but now on cooldown again.
Yeah, Newish Simple having great use of his cooldown. He just has so much to work with. He's making X's life a miserable, solid game, as he just needs to just keep it away for the time being. He doesn't even need to have a lot of pressure as the flip comes out wide, and so does Noda with the flip too. Keep it alive, but instead the Atlas falling, and now 2v3 power play against an Era. What can you do? Flips comes out, flip burn as well, Dawson with the flip, and now it looks like they've taken a lead. Kebab Strikers with the first lead of the series.
Great patience there on the flip from Hades, waiting out a response from Donson and Ghost, and that response being the flip. Hades takes that as the moment to shoot, and it goes straight past.
And it's just a great moment there, and now it's just a lot of clears out in general. Sergios are a bit under 50% HP as they've been getting debuffed over and over for the time being. And now ZX Max was trying to kill, but instead it gets an own barrier in the process now. Open barrier for Ghost and Dawson, something they haven't seen in a while, as they just need to fight through this point. But again, the X, he's just so strong, and so will he get that speed as he's looking to capitalize, but the positioning looks a little bit off now as Newish Simple just has so many cooldowns to expend. One day you're going down and possibly a second as the offense just crashes down, and again the net, well, the core in the net right now, and so will Dawson as he's getting beat up to a crisp right now. 25% HP. The Atlas Res does come out yet again, and so does the flip being held on for both teams as one flip comes out burned wide by I think just the Masher primary. And so far looking so good for Challenge Noda, being able to sit pretty in the goal box for the time being, just throwing Imi Blink after, well, not Imi Blink, but Imi after Imi thing, and Syracuse had finding another point there. Unfortunate misstrike by the Atlas will put Kebab Strikers up to match point.
Yeah, and even in an open goal situation, Kebab Strikers just keep the core up permanently. They aren't really at threat of being scored on at all, because they just can't have the core up there. And so Sergio just gets to try and find another barrier.
Another barrier for their hard work, something that they haven't been being able to see for a long time. This Atlas having a lot of creation sites might not be looking great for them, as Ghost and Dawson just need to find the pressure to keep it going, but this might be what they need. Just a few misplays by Noda to keep it alive, and now another chance for Skippy Sigmas to score a complete turnaround in the beginning, but now it's up to them to win as Ghost. I mean, the primary, Asher's just a broken character in general, but the primary finding enough value to shove Noda back into their own goal box to put up another point, and they hang on.
Noda trying to play it correctly against the Asher primary, stepping away, not being in the face of it, but ends up being their downfall as they end up too close to the edge and get taken out. As we have two flips going out for a quick 2 barriers. Now no energy on the side of Skibbly Sigmas, and they lose one member. Maybe they invested too much here.
Invested too much as they has as Sergio has another flip up, and that's the game right there. A complete turnaround. They found both barriers, but they also lost a player, and now both barriers for them fall. And a complete turnaround for Noda, Hades, and Sergioser as they take the second game on the night market. And now this is going to a set 3 heater. Again, another repeat of the Oni Village. Let's see who wins this.
Yeah, I feel like that game was a good showing of how X is the scaling character in the game. X scaled up, and along with that, Spark scaling as well for the Kai, and just getting more tools, more resources on the Imi. Eventually was enough. Even though it looked a bit rough at the start, they managed to take the game in the end.
Brawlers get it done right there, even though the midfielder Hades should be the one being complimented. 337 redirects for him. But the Brawlers too, they've put in so much work. A combined total for the Brawlers in particular, 17 KOs. 4 for Sergios and 13 for Ghost. Looking like a really KOable angle. But again, it's the Kebab Strikers who find it out. It is very close set 5 game. And really, it felt different when the Imi. I think that if Skibbity Sigmas want to turn this around and have an easy game, they should just bet out the Imi and have a better time, because that Imi is very strong on Noda. They've been piloting that Imi really well.
Yeah, but we should keep in mind that we are heading into Oni Village, where that Imi goalie isn't the strongest. It's one of the weaker maps for it. It definitely could still provide some value, but you're very weak in the defense there. But they could consider removing that if they were scared of it. because it did prove to be a solid part of the plays they were making, constantly keeping the core up, and doing also just a good job of keeping it away from that Asher.
A challenge for them indeed as they head on to the last map, Oni Village. Not really a particularly fun map for the brawlers, as the core just gets to be sent around for fun. This will be a test on how you can have the better performance as a team, and so far, I mean, who do you think has the advantage coming into this? We both know that Oni Village is a very difficult map to play on.
Yeah, I would say I would favor newish Simple's character pool here a bit. I think that buys you like a lot of points on this map, being able to play those more melee defense goalies can hold on for longer. So even if the enemy team would be playing better as a team, they have a tougher time breaking through the goalie. But as we saw from the Kebab Strikers, they did have some decent team play in that night market game, where they had a game plan which they executed pretty well together, getting that core up to Sergio mainly. So if they can do similar stuff on Oni Village, they might have the advantage.
Catalyst, Spark of Strength being the last awakenings of the series. Catalyst in particular could be really useful, as you're able to send the core really quickly on this really quick map if they're not accustomed to it. And again, just a defensive hold from both goalies we saw earlier with, I think, Newer Simple and Noda just being able to put it out. And there goes the Aimee ban again. Aimee ban, very, very prominent, as it's been the downfall of Game 2, but also the turning point at Game 1, as Noda wasn't able to find a good chance. But maybe this is the time for a comfort pick. Maybe not even the era, but maybe it's time to put on a pocket pick with like maybe a defensive character.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they bring out here. And I also do wonder if we'll see that Juliet first pick again, if it's not banned away. You do see a Rasmus ban, so that Juliet is open. I wonder if that will be a priority first pick here to deny that away. It can work decently all right on this map to get the KOs in the speed lanes. So it could very much be a threatening pick, and also, again, a deny pick from Sergio, but we saw Sergio pilot that X pretty well. Now, X, of course, not maybe the brawler you want on Oni Village. And with the Rasmus out, I wonder what we'll see them go for if they don't get that Juliet.
Definitely kind of agree. I think I'm as certain as you that Julia will be taken in the process. A lot of pressure on the Kebab Strikers currently to find their groove in this game. I mean, I don't know whether or not some characters will come out, as we might not even see some optimal picks, as we saw earlier with the game 1 on Atlas. We saw a double brawler for Rep teams, and now the Rasmus being banned out as well. A really quick, stable, and only village to keep it out. As Donson and Ghost are swapping, looks like that Julia will be coming into handy yet again, as another interesting game will be falling and taking place on this map.
Yeah, I do think picking away the Juliet is the way to go here. I wonder what we'll see for the midfield pool, though, as we've seen. Well, in game 1, no midfielders at all, just brawlers. And with the Rasmus being gone here, I'm interested to see what we'll end up with. Donson hovering that Feeny, though, which could be interesting to see. It does offer some solid core control if you try and play it for that. But it's not a conventional pick, especially in Oni Village.
And Newer Simple actually swapping off the Alice and now onto the Kai. Not really a melee goal, if I did say so myself, but the Zentara Kai does go wide. Now Newer Simple forced onto the Atlas yet again, and Dawson on the Era, even trying to completely pick out Noda. Might not even go for it. Currently hovering between the two, but I wonder what Noda will pick now.
I mean, this could be the Kai goalie. It's definitely a possibility. It's a solid goalie pick on this map, but we haven't seen it from them. So who knows? We might get some interesting stuff here. We do get Dubu, so that's probably the Dubu in the net. Dubu not being banned, so now you can fall back onto it yourself as a last pick here.
I want to see if this pocket pick does come into handy here, almost being banned out completely, but now it's up to Noda. We've seen Noda have their great moments and also their downfalls. I wonder how this game will go, and I think both teams can get the memo that they should be playing one barrier apiece so far, as both teams do come out to a very quick start. Hades find the first barrier and also almost find the KO as well. Noda actually playing, I think, both barriers. I think he's just looking to defend both, but maybe putting your eggs in two baskets might not be the great option.
Yeah, we'll see how that turns out for Noda if they end up losing more barriers than they should from trying to hold two, which is usually more challenging than just holding one and more risky. But it can pay off if you can hold them. Dubu, though, not the best character to do that. We'll have to see. So we do get a dash in there from Sergio, not being able to find it, but Hades finds the strike.
And thankfully, Hades find a second barrier too, adding to the pressure that they must mount to. But no simple whip flip up. He did take the catalyst, might be a little bit better. Sergioser does almost have the chance to take it out, but goes also with flip too. I think everyone took catalyst if we look at the awakenings here. No, Sergioser had actually opting for the spark, and there goes the second barrier to that. Julia doing so much work as it put Noda in a really bad spot, and now 70 Sigma's up another point, another time to show off their greatness.
Yeah, as a Catalyst hater, I unfortunately have to admit that Catalyst showing some value here in building out those flips pretty fast, being able to secure that goal.
Flip going quickly for Hades, immediately popping it after finding the first barrier, but now Noda trying to defend both barriers too. It just feels so difficult, so not accustomed to what we've seen, but that's been working out so far. So I guess I had Hades combo up to checkmate. Louis Simple yet again. Dawson with flip up is blocked up by Sergioser, and now Sergioser has a chance. Where will we send it? Sends it to the bottom side, deflected by Newish Simple. Again, pressure is going up for Noda. Noda has to burn the flip here, has to wait. Sends it to Sergioser. Sergioser trying to buy time currently just for Noda and Hades to come back into position, but it seems so difficult. This map can easily turn into one of not your favorites. But again, Sergioser has to find the correct angle to put it against the Atlas, and the Atlas just has so much pressure. He's able to just strike shot away so quickly. And also, it's another flip for the defensive precautionary caution. And again, I don't even know. It just feels so wrong. Donson finding another goal.
Yeah, it's tough to get into a proper position to be able to score. Donson's doing a good job of trying to interrupt any play from the Kebab strikers, and it's making it hard for them to get through this Atlas.
This Atlas easily giving up two barriers though in the process, and again the sorry ping coming out definitely deserves it, as Newish Simple does find the flip too. Sergioser not being able to deflect it right in time. We saw earlier that he was playing so well, and there he goes, finding another goal.
Yeah, just good play, passing the core, finding the open angle in the net, not covered completely by both players for Skibidi Sigmas, and Sergio just knocks it in.
And admittedly, both barriers for Newish Simple have been falling relatively quickly, but it's up to Sergioser and Hades to capitalize off of it. I mean, if they could just play core speed, they're able to get it out over time, but it's up to them to find this next barrier as Noda's trying to push up. I just realized that they're running the momentum boots instead of the strike shot, trying to look for an opportunity to keep it going for the time being, but it does put him at a bit of a disadvantage from keeping the core away from Goose. He does have a lot of the upper hand in this situation, but again, Hades with the first flip, coming out with the barrier as well. As another flip comes out, oh my god, the sword angle goes wide! Good sword angle by Newish to keep it alive. The third flip comes alive, and now Ghost with a lot of pressure coming in, blowing up a flip as well as Donson also getting the orb as well, has a flip opportunity. And now there's no simple against the goal box. Donson having to flip it out, and now it looks about even, but Ghost has a lot of pressure just in the corner. Good save by Noda, and now it's back to even almost as DP goes wide yet again. Now Sergioser and Hades has to find something along the brawler and midfield momentum. Is trying to push up, but again, the strike right back to Donson leads up to the era, being able to just put it right back in to find a quick first set for the Skibidi Sigmas.
Yeah, once these barriers go down on both sides of the field, it appears that both teams are having a bit of a rough time getting their setup going for a scoring attempt. But Donson there, just finding that beam, knocking it in. Plain and simple. We do get the twin drive on Atlas on Oni Village. That's quite scary to see. Rapid fire, though, in exchange for Kai, which he will be happy about. Missile prop, partly a deny, probably, from the Dubu here, who gets the hot shot. 1-2 punch for Centauro, and some speed with the glass cannon for Ghost.
And in particular, that deny from Donson, I mean, there were definitely better matters at hand, I feel like. Maybe could have just taken the rapid fire and called it a day, but instead the deny onto Dubu will be going over. I don't know how this will affect the game because, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the missile prop isn't the greatest choice. You could have just played to your strengths there if you were up instead of having to deal with the chaos of Dubu Wall, which does win a lot of interactions, but it's up to New Simple to keep it alive for the time being. We'll give up that second barrier as well as almost the goal. It's a good strike by Sergioser, a winning couple of strike words there. Puts it in for Kebab Strikers.
Sergio with a nice little fake out, pretending to shoot it one way, shooting it the other way, making New Simple slightly mispositioned. That's sometimes all you need to get a goal in.
That goal could come at a quicker time, but instead that KO coming at an even quicker time as well. That glass cannon also having value, not being able to be hit for a time being. And now Ghost with the offensive could be using it to their advantage. Noda pops up the Dubu wall, lets Hades come back online as the play stalls for a little bit. Now Donson with flip does miss a strike though. That's not what you want to see, but Kebab Strikers do almost have the advantage if they can get a couple of strikes off as Newish Simple does put the core back into Noda's hands. Another flip coming out for Donson, deflected by Sergioser. And now Ghost having to fight against this. We'll almost have to flip up. Noda does flip it right back into Ghost though. The strike reset happening, but another flip is burned. But another KO is found for Ghost. Now Sergioser in a 2v3 now. Has to do something. Has to keep core position, but it's not going wide. And Noda trying to force it right back into Ghost. It might be the downfall. But again, Sergioser has to flip up, finds the goal. But finds the barrier at least, as Hades does come back online now. Open barrier for both teams. The core is going wide into this overtime point now. And now Sergioser and Hades have to come back and try to find something good to keep it alive. But now Ghost and Dawson have set up in this little bit of a crossfire. Does get caught up, but no for a good clear. But again, he keeps striking it back into Dawson, and Dawson's been able to just follow up with another error primary.
Yeah, this defensive goalie pick in the Dubu is doing quite a lot of work, but sometimes it's proves to just not be quite enough for Noda. Holding as best as they can, but the Skibidi Sigmas just get past anyway.
And now it's up to Sergioser to keep it through. Core does go a little wide. The good push-up by Newest Symbol does secure that first goal. And now they, well, not the first goal, but the first barrier. And now they do have flip up for grabs now. Could be using it on the defense, but I think it's what they need to do as they've been getting caught up by Sergioser a little bit sometimes with the trick they've been pulling up. And now using that Atlas Expanse means that they don't have a cooldown for a time being, as they just need to keep it away. But again, with flip up, basically, oh my god, the Cloud's having so much value as well. Just having almost every flip up, but another barrier goes by, not even electing to use a flip on that. And now Dawson has a good chance, blocked up by Sergioser and Hades on the triple defense. But now it's up to Ghost to find another KO, but instead it's Sergioser. I don't even care if that guy falls. Sergioser finding another point there to set it up again for the Kebab Strikers.
Yeah, it's kind of a repeat from what we saw in Night Markets. Hades able to get the core to Sergio a lot of the time, and Sergio just in position to just knock it in right past the enemy.
Definitely can agree. There is a lot of flips being burnt out, by Newer Simple to keep the core alive. And Ghost having a flip there, unfortunately missing the barrier, and now they have no flips online. Sergioser are winning the strike against Newer Simple. The slice and dice having so much value, and now Noda looking really cool in the net now with nothing to defend against, as they've been throwing ability after ability, just keeping Ghost away from the core. And now Sergioser and Hades have a chance to score it in right here, take another set off, but that barrier going wide isn't the greatest thing ever. But Noda just having a lot of defense too, even gets the orb, has flipped up, and now it's Sergius and Hades on the offensive. Newish Simple burning their Atlas Expanse, and now Celestial Intervention could be coming online right now. It could be useful as they might be looking for a KO, but maybe that might not be the case, as another KO is found for Ghost here, 4 KO streak currently, and now Sergios in a 2v3, we've seen it before, we've seen him do it once again, can he do it again? But again, the Dubu wall coming out, not really the greatest, as Hades will come back online for the time being. This power play is stalled out, which is not really what you want to see, as Noda does have the flip out, does lose to the Julia, and now Dawson with the unfortunate flip will mean that barrier is stalled for a time B, as Ghost tries to DP. Newer Simple now with the flip. Ghost still with flip actually. Now has flip. Will send it through. Another block by Hades. And now this defense is going crazy. They just need to score right now. But they keep hitting it right back into the goalies. It's not what you want to see. And Noda basically almost with no time left. Another simple DP could use another DP going on to Hades. The core going really wide. And now Newer Simple just has so much offensive pressure. He's not even getting hit by Sergio. A good strike means that it's so hard to clear against, and Ghost and Sergio just have to find the right time. They just need to be set up by their midfield, and the midfields have been doing a good job so far, but so far the passes aren't coming through, and now Noda just has so much time in the world, but one mistake can simply just bring it all up to a close.
Yeah, and this is allowing for Kebab Strikers to build up more energy using that catalyst, which will, even if they lose this point, they will have the energy advantage going into the next one. So it's looking rough, as they just end up finishing it here with a clean shot past Newer Simple.
Newer Simple not being ready enough for brings that set to a close, and Sugiosa and Zentaro doing so much work will be paid in full time. Double Spark coming online. This is a great time to be alive, as he has a lot to choose from. He might even go for the Spark of Focus to keep it away. But we'll wait for the time being. Not sure whether to take Fighter Flight or not. We'll take the Fighter Flight actually. I even called it myself, not going for the Sparks. And now the speed game, it's very strong.
Yeah, a lot of speed here for Kebab Strikers. They're getting both that Fighter Flight and the stacks. Really good for them. Like, you could opt for the Spark of Focus there for Sergio, but the Fighter Flight is also just a solid pickup. Now you have kind of that double slick kicks effect, which could very well allow him to just run away with the game here.
Barrage taking that second barrier too. We've seen this before. Newer Simple being put in the go box, but they have been doing really good with the clears. Dawson now in the back line, and again Sergio is just finding the right timing, trying to strike in and out, weaving past the Newer Simple Atlas, and it's been a really rough game for Newer Simple.
Yeah, like this Sergio is playing just well around this Atlas, making sure that he can try and get an angle past instead of going through, and that kind of makes the Atlas not as strong in that defense.
Definitely can agree, and Noda in particular very notable with the Dubu. Haven't seen it in a while. I don't think you've seen that on the character spreadsheet. Again, just trying to defend both bears isn't a great thing. But again, Dawson and Ghost setting up yet again. They basically do have flip online. Almost all three members of Skibidi Sigmas do have flip online, as they're looking to just capitalize on this barrier take. But let's see if Hayes and Sergius can get it done before that. Another goal for at this moment will be very, very powerful, actually. If they can get it through, but Ghost with flip, when he just needs to win a couple of strike boards to get it through. They're not even bursting for Barry, which isn't a great thing. Dawson now with possession, and Ghost trying to shut it up. First goes wide, Noda being able to defend it, and Dawson still has flip online too, but they're just out of position at basically the wrong time. Now flip coming out wide is deflected, but now Ghost winning the strike board too. That's good news if you are a Skibidi Sigmas fan. And now Newer Simple with flip up, trying to push it past Noda. Noda does fall though. Unfortunately, the timing isn't right there, as Ghost and Hades are in a 1v1 locked, but again, it's the arrow pushing it right through again.
Yeah, beautiful little tornado there. Bouncing it off into the corner, just knocking it in. And you do see this triple catalyst pulling some weight as well with the amount of flips going out. Sergio not able to provide as many flips as Ghost is. Respectively as the other brawler.
And it was a great flip for them, as basically energy has come to a standstill so far. Dawson actually basically almost has flipped up again. Very interesting, as is looking to keep it going. But Newer Simple giving up the second barrier too. That actual space coming a bit late for the time being, as now Dawson coming out with flip almost, and now Ghost has to defend against Noda. Does KO in the process, but does find the barrier. Now 2v3 power play for the Kebab Strikers as they look to capitalize off of a kill, as they have been, as that kill does go wide. That's unfortunate, as Sigios does find the Oni's blade into it. And now, Kebab Strikers with another lead coming into this third set.
Yeah, tough for New Simple to do much there. They unfortunately missed their strike window as Sergio is just putting the pedal to the metal here. Getting 2 barriers instantly. Really putting Skibidi Sigmas in a rough spot here.
Yeah, and that defense hasn't been holding so well. The Atlas just having just almost the wrong timings, but just Sergio instead. Even though if they have the right timing, Sergio's just been finding just the greatest moments to put it right in it. Noda's been playing notably well. I've said it a lot of times. I might be glazing them for the time being, but off of the Era pick and off the Ivy pick, they've been playing good with another pick we haven't seen for a while. And now a newish Simple having a flip left for grabs. Can be using it in a good spot here. They have another defensive stop again, but now it's up to Hayes and Sargioser, who have been playing out of their minds recently. They have been keeping it up since game 1, and now Ghost with flip might use it now, but it's just a complete hit right back to Noda, who's able to just clear it away. And again, the Dubu looking so strong, does get the clear, but does fall! Unfortunate timing for Ghost, and now Ghost has a lot of chance, has a lot of pressure, but Hayes with a lot of speed. He's able to just clear it out right in time as Ghost is just dribbling over and over, wins another strike war. And now Dawson has a lot of chance, get it back now, Noda back online, almost with flip up, and Ghost has the flame forward and also finishes it off. That's another 0.5 for you right here.
Another 0.5 wouldn't be an Oni game without having some 0.5s. A beautiful play there from Ghost and Donson in the offense. Hades and Sergio trying to hold it, but it just was not enough without Nota being there.
Yeah, Noda getting a little bit precautionary with another kill found for Ghost. As Ghost finds another kill, well, not another kill, but another DP. Great evade by Hayes to keep it alive, but now Noda letting the second barrier fall too. This is not what you want to see, as Ghost almost has flip up, basically almost has that DP up as well. Might even use it for the time being, as they having a lot of great strikes, and now Donson just has to set up Ghost once. Basically almost has flip online, almost finds the kill too, but that flip, it's so dangerous. Almost could have used it right there. And now Newish Simple still having flip online could cause another rough start to happen as he flips it back out. Good deflect by Hades, and now has flip, but now it's just Noda into the barrier, and Noda unfortunately guesses wrong, and that's another set for the Skibidi Sigmas now on set match.
Yeah, Ghost just being patient there with the flip, waiting to see if Noda will do anything. Noda rolls. You have a free shot, takes it, and gets the point for the set. We'll see if they get any rewards here in the Awakening draft. Opting for Explosive Entrance, interestingly enough. Maybe a deny from the Centauro, who does end up picking up Perfect Form, which they will probably be pretty happy with, as Hades gets that Stagger Swagger, which they will also enjoy quite a lot with now even more speed for them.
I am very surprised how this draft turned out. I mean, Perfect Form going to Centauro, extra special for Dubu, Hades,
yeah,
the Arizona. What a draft! I mean,
the extra special I think will be very valuable here. That big fish, I have a bit of a question mark on. I guess we're really big. Atlas now allows us to win those strike wars more easily, so it could come in handy. But you could have maybe opted for that siege machine instead. Get a bit more range and longer lasting creations.
That size did come in handy for that clear right there. So Gyoster almost had it, and now Cal has a lot of pressure on. Newish Simple basically has flip up yet again. Might use it if it gets a little bit too spicy. Does opt to use it actually. And now Sergioser and Hades are looking for an offensive push right now. Goes having to flip it right back into Noda. Again, these flips have been just sent back right into the goalie. Not what you really want to see. You might want to use that flip primarily to keep the stun off guard. And now Hades and Sergio are putting on the pressure, keeping it away for the time being. Perfect Form Centauro just has so much value coming into it as the core goes wide, almost finds the value, but unfortunately Gumi angle does find it right through. And now Sergio and Hades are looking to put it in the net once more, but unfortunate clear, but the clear is almost saved again. Donson flipping it through, Noda with a great strike to keep it alive, and Sergio just has so much time in the world. It's just a 1v1 versus the Yalas, and you just mix it up somehow, but they're not doing it just yet.
Great special there from Ghost, just taking advantage of that flip. Not really any chance for Noda to shoot it out. And I do notice this size actually countering the counterplay of Sergio a bit, which was to just play around this Atlas. Now not as possible, but we do see an unfortunate little pass up to Ghost in the defense here. Just gets the goal in, finds the open angle, and shoots. A bit of a oopsie in the defense here from Kebab Strikers.
Yeah, the ping pong back and forth is something special right here. As both teams have been ping ponging right back into the goalie and right back into the forwards as well. Something that isn't really particular with how most teams would usually play with the passing lanes. But again, it's very simple actually. I think that if they can just get one simple strike off, it'd be really nice. But surely they can find something done as they do bait out the flip from Newish Simple, and now Hades and Sergio have another chance to score actually. They've been fighting it so well as a KO does come out now. Now 2v3 power play, it's all but done for Sergio as he uses the speed lane to secure that point.
Yeah, nice comeback point there. Sergio finding just the perfect dash to knock that in. As it evens out, maybe they can take another set here, get us to a set 5 Oni Village Classic.
Set 5 Village Classic indeed, as another barrier is found. Newish Simple's size might not be enough to save it as Hades is pushing up yet again, the barrage coming wide, and now it's Syracuse with the core. Will be taking a lot of damage to almost stagger level as he's looking to capitalize off the cooldowns he once has, and now just trying to fight a pressure on for Hades and Newish Simple, who look to be battling it out in the matter of barrage versus strike. And now Noda losing that barrier right there. Not really something that you should be worried about. But it's up to Sergio and Hayes to just finish it off right there. Another kill found for Sergio. Almost missing it. It's usually to win a simple strike where to win. His error is not the greatest at defending. But now Donaldson and Ghost have been holding on so well. They just get it right through and Hades does secure it. And now point 3 does go to the Kebab Strikers. They could be looking for a turnaround here.
Yeah, and use Simple getting that double-edged blade off the size. Just ending up being too close to the edge for Sergio to pick up that KO. It's definitely a risk you take while grabbing that size on the goalie. So we do see that just going past the expanse there, getting the first barrier. Now one barrier left on either side. Goalie's probably fine with that though. It is the preferred state of play for most players.
Good clear so far from Noda. Even elects to use the flip there to keep it away from Ghost to mess up the timing. And now Hades having the speed, it will have enough time, and now Sergioser also with flip 2. Hades with flip 2. This could be looking dangerous. The first flip goes wide, gets sent right back into Newish Simple now. Also flip, Dawson has to burn the flip himself, and now it's Newish Simple versus Hades with the flip. So to the bottom side, it's secure. Newish Simple not in time, and it's a set 5.
Very beautiful angle from Hades there, just like the only angle that he could have scored on, and he finds it. Gets the goal and evens out the set score. Should be very happy with that as we do get that set 5 Oni Village.
Complete cinema right here as Hades picks up the Among Titans too. He just hit the one strikers. He's been so good at it. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's been using his speed very well, and that Among Titans just adds even more speed to the table. And we see the Timeless Creator for a bit bigger secondaries for the Atlas could pay off here, because those secondaries sometimes have just been a little bit too small to do what they want. But we do get heavy impact on Sergio's hat on the Centauro. Heavy impact, 1-2 punch, perfect form. That is quite scary to see.
Perfect Centauro build right here, but let's see if he can keep alive for the time being. We'll have to dash for the orb. Does get in the process, but a barrier does fall for Noda. And clearly Noda has been playing out of their notable minds right now as they've been finding the correct clears over and over, but instead a KO found on Hades, something you not want to see. And now Newish Simple goes having to set it up, 1 strike for 1, and now it's up to them to put it in. This could be a very dangerous point now as a kill is found, but instead it's Ghost who just simply sends it right in. Absolute cinema right there as teammates are traded out, but it's up to Skippy Sigmas to actually find the point. Oh my god, what a tongue twister.
Yeah, Hades not the only person with speed here. Ghost using that peak performance and that glass cannon speed to just catch Noda off guard and get the point in there.
Definitely so, and now Sergios are playing the midfield role for the time being with Hades pushed up. And now And now we've seen greatness from Sergio. They've been mixing up newish simple over and over again. But again, it's up to Hades to cleanse it out. I think with the pressure with Hades being able to just have a lot of speed coming into it, we'll find another barrier there. And now Donson put in a tough spot. So much newish simple now as they lose another barrier in the process. The Atlas Res does come out, and now Noda just winning a lot of interactions against Ghost there, as the barrier as it does get solved for a time being. Overtime now in 9 seconds could possibly potentially be going wide, as Noda does have flip online. Will opt to use something, but instead she's found dead, somehow getting caught by the arrow Maelstrom, something you not want to see. And now Hades has to defend, and unfortunately that barrier does go wide. But Sergioser has a lot of chance, a lot of opportunity as it strikes overtime right now. Hades with flip as well. Just needs to find one passing you into Sergio. Might even use the flip in the process, but he needs to get wide for it. Does use the flip too. He expends the Giga as well. But a great strike by Sergio sends it right through. Point 3 is coming out, and it's looking like a wild one so far. Anything can happen.
Yeah, Hades not able to find the goal there, but Core goes out to Ghost and Sergio just wins that strike war beautifully and ends up taking another point, evening it out. So we do see energy advantage now for Skibidi Sigmas. Can they make use of that? We'll have to see. As one of the flip goes out, so that's one off the table. Another flip is gone as Sergio uses their flip to get the core and a KO. And the barrier goes down as well. This is looking rough.
And so it does. A Sergio with the flick out to Newer Simple, catching him off guard, not even using you flip here. And now Kebab Strikers have a chance to set it up for the reverse sweep right now. It's very dangerous. I mean, no one has swoop online except for Newer Simple, as one barrier is found. And now Hades just playing the speed game. He has so much speed into this. I didn't even get to check how much speed he has. But it doesn't even matter, as Sergio does fall in time being. Not something you really want to see if you're a Kebab Strikers fan. But it doesn't matter! Hades with a strike! And now, it's Newer Simple with nothing left to his name. On the back foot now. Sergio coming back online. The perfect form Centauro being so much value. And now Sergio has a chance to close it out. Hades just needs to procure the rock to him once, because there's no cooldowns left for grabs. And now, a simple slice and dice could have done it, but instead it's cleared up by Newer Simple and Donson. Donson being able to just clear it out right in time, as his point is going really heavy, but now it could turn into a set 5 really soon. Not even set 5.5 really soon. If they get one chance up, but Newer Simple's falling down so far. Syracuse has a chance, loses the strike work against Newer Simple. It's going good so far, and now Noda just has a chance. I don't even know if this is possible, but Donson catches the first flip off guard. Syracuse having to use the Oni's Blaze expense. Now Hayes with flip does actually use it, and now Syracuse just has a free strike, and that's game.
What a series. Starting off looking so good for the Skibidi Sigmas into two very close games, and Kebab Strikers end up taking it. Very impressive play, especially I think the team play between Hades and Sergio did a lot of work for them here.
And Zubu, I mean, the star of the game, really. I think that the amount of saves that they had was was pretty cool. And the fact that they were able to just defend so well against Ghost, had so much speed into it so well. But let's not count the fact that Hades, 309 redirect, second 300 redirect game of the series, looking really strong. I mean, size Kai, I mean, not even size, speed Kai is what you need on this map, and they played it so notably well.
Yeah, the Kai definitely seemed like a core piece to how this team played. It worked out really well for them, being able to just keep control of the core super well. Both goalies, though, doing a very good job. Newish Simple as well, with a lot of saves and a lot of redirects. I do think the Juliet, unfortunately, didn't work out quite as well this time. Couldn't get as those crucial KOs at the right time, unfortunately. Even though ending up with 8 was just not enough to bring out the full value of that character.
Definitely can agree. And speaking of KO, I mean, I want to speak on the KOs a little bit. 9 KOs found for Ghost and Donson, only 6 found. Maybe chaos is not what you need to win the game, but in the end, it is the Kebab Strikers playing out in this very, very close series. And this is what you can expect from some of the other games we'll watch. But now, Kebab Strikers will be moving on to the winners finals, as Skippy Sigmas will be relegated to the lower bracket. But in that case, our next game will be the winners finals. We'll catch you guys there after a quick intermission. and welcome back to the winners finals of Clarion Corp Trials final selection. And even though this is sort of a pre-run, we've seen crazy games so far, one being the notable one we just covered earlier, but now we're on to the 1-0 winners finals. We're playing Les Cosplays and Madame versus Kebab Strikers, and we've seen the Kebab Strikers before, but have you seen the cosplayers?
I've seen a bit from some of these players. Definitely Eudamus I've had in my ranked games a couple times. I've seen them play that Juliet a bit. They do like playing that Aimee as well. It's a bit of a mixed bag of roles there. The other ones I haven't seen that much. I believe I've seen Miyoshi on that rune a couple times, so that could be an interesting character. It's a strong character right now, but you need to be able to pilot it to bring out that value. So maybe we'll get to see some rune gameplay this time. That would be cool, I think.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen a lot of Rune in NA as well. I mean, Rune is just a great character. Probably one of the most annoying ones to deal with, especially if you are a Rune hater like myself. I hate playing against Rune in particular, but in a very interesting game as we're heading on to the Gates Obscure as our first map, actually. Gates being a very, very troublesome map to come by, as obviously you have to deal with the portals and the triangle barriers and the hypotenuse and all just some dumb trigonometry stuff, you know. I mean, math doesn't figure out their way into the game, but somehow it will.
Yeah, it's definitely a map that can be pretty hard to play as a team if you're not super coordinated. But we do see, I think, that cast to last starter here. I think the rune could be a pickup for Miyoshi. So we will head into character drafts with the rune ban and Aimee ban. So we're not seeing a rune, unfortunately.
No.
Or fortunately, depending on who you ask.
Not a rune enjoyer, but Adrenaline Rush cast last as they're starting Awakenings now. 2 Awakenings that can very much change the tides of every game. If we see an Octi pick, that'd be kind of fun, but also you have to be worried about the KOs we've seen. We've seen a lot of KOs come out from both teams on the first game, but let's see if any KOs that come out this game.
Oh, we do see that Juliet hover, and it is Sergio's preferred character, I think. So that could be very scary with an Adrenaline Rush start. It's prone to taking over games, the Juliet, with that Awakening.
Indeed so, as Noda's Aimee will be banned out again. I think they kind of took notes from that stream game where they didn't like the Aimee, but now Noda does have the Dubu up for grabs. The area didn't work out last time, but if the Dubu gets picked now, what will Noda go? It actually doesn't go that way, actually. What the heck? Noda gets the Dubu, but Octavia's on the board.
We see an Octavia on Castellas start. That is going to be interesting to see. I'm not sure who's going to pilot this. But it could be very exciting. It's of course at the risk of that Juliet. Easy to knock out as long as they don't get to stack their speed up too much. We do see the Dubu and Kai, both characters worked really well the last game for Kebab Strikers. So maybe they can use them even better now against these new opponents.
Definitely can agree, and that Octi should not be losing their flow state unless they've been tapped out to play for a while. And again, I'm an Oxy enjoyer. I might be a Cardbox fan if I ever was one, but we're gonna see how this game goes if you're not familiar with the NA lore. And again, a very quick start off by Sergios and Hades. We saw their earlier prowess, but it's now up to Miyoshi and Neodimus to put it in so far. They have been working that magic so far.
Yeah, this map is gonna be a lot about how do you choose to use these portals, and it can definitely mess you up if you end up shooting it when there's not a lot of teammates on the other side.
Both areas to go wide here. Unfortunately for Neodimus isn't actually getting a lot of value off of it, unfortunately. As I saw earlier that Mallory wasn't clearing to Neo, which he needed to if they ever wanted to get that flow state active, and that flow state could cost them a little bit. If they don't figure that out soon enough, now first point will be going over to the co-op strikers, but Miyoshi has been turning around a little bit. They have gotten, I think, both barriers in that process against Noda, who has probably the Dubu last game and this game are not very unfamiliar with them. But now Sergios almost had a chance to core flip there, could have taken that barrier, but elects not to, and now Maori also coming out with flip, doesn't also elect to use it as well as that barrier falls, and now Hades and Sergio have a chance to score now. They have one flip up and potentially have a second one up as the dash punch goes wide, hitting Maori, and also the flip coming out as well.
Yeah, just beautiful execution there from Sergio Zerhat. Stunning the Atlas, getting the flip off when the core got past them, and just knocking it in. Clean and simple.
Definitely can agree as Sergio doesn't have any energy for this set, and now almost being burned out with the flip as well. And Dim is looking to use the flip to maintain their flow state, and that flow state has to be kept active for the time being. That Castle is working so much prowess as they don't go through the portal. Actually, they could have elected to go through it, but now the offense has shifted in the wrong side now, as Dimis has a lot of speed, but it's blocked out by Miyoshi right now. Miyoshi having a lot of offensive pressure onto Noda, who did use the core flip. Unfortunately, didn't get the angle in time, but now it's Sergio's up for grabs, trying to find something done. But now it's Hades and Maori trying to force it through, as Noda has to commit to the roll, and it's just Miyoshi with the pendulum swing to put it into the net.
Yeah, Noda there covering the portal, afraid of a pass going through there, but Sergio was there as well, so they probably could have moved a bit further up and avoid that awkward situation they ended up in the corner there.
Definitely can agree, as Hades looking to push it up yet again against Maori. Maori hasn't used I don't think they've used their flip yet. I'm not too sure about that. I have to fact check me later, as Miyoshi actually used the flip too, and so does Hades too. Hades not catching anything with the flip, and now it's up to Maori to clear it out against Hades, who has just this great offense going for him, as Sargeroser isn't playing in the right spot. I think they were trying to play the midfield while Hades was playing forward, but that's not what you want to do, as both barriers do go out for Noda. Noda has to commit somewhere, but it's just Miyoshi who's there to clean it up. The mess that's been spilled over, Rasmus taking over.
Yeah, Miyoshi just being patient and finding an opportunity to go and getting the goal once again. Just calm and collected.
Definitely can agree. I mean, I've said agree so many times, but it is what's going on right now, as Miyoshi has been piling this Rasmus really well, actually. They've been chaining together a lot of things with Neo, and Neo not really getting enough value out of the flow state, really. They've been getting the clears up, but they haven't been maintaining the speed as much as they would like to. But a good pendulum swing by Miyoshi will secure that first barrier. Now they just have to find their way through it. A dash punch does come through. That ad rush proc could be massive right now. Maori not even being able to use flip. Now uses flip in this moment. What a great flip out. And now Sergioser, that power play will be coming for the time being. And Neo trying to just evade the process. Will get the core from the process to just burn it out. Will elect to use the flip. And now it's Miyoshi back on the cards now. 3v3 back now. And now Miyoshi has to just clear it in against Hades, who is very low. They could look to bring Hades out onto the stake and kill him potentially, as he's basically almost about to stagger level. But now it's Sergioser trying to force it through the Atlas, who's able to get it through. And now Dimis does find the KO now. 2v3 power play for Madame cosplayers, as Miyoshi has the great whiplash into the score now, and that gives us another set gone.
Yeah, Les cosplayers and Madame not really being able to use that flow state, but apparently they don't need it, as they do end up winning that point. As for draft, though, we see some good options for the Atlas here. That Twin Rev and Hotshot looking very good.
Yeah, that twin drive, very, very hard for Yaz to get through. Doesn't even take it. I mean, leaving it for the Octavia, who does manage to take the twin drive away. And now Neo Dimis just has a lot of speed and a lot of control over the game if they're able to keep the flow state. But now, on the other side, however, the dude with the hot shot and even the cast last too, I mean, this is very hard to come through if you're going to be playing against this Dubu.
Yeah, interesting to skip the cooldown awakenings and going for this timeless creator. Now you do have that Atlas special on the map for way longer, which could mitigate some of the threat from the Advent Rush Julie.
Yadima is not getting there quite fast enough and will pay for their life here, but Sergio also getting pretty low here. Hatches have to win a couple of strike force to get it, but instead they will find the double KO too. The KO proccing another ad rush and also has the flip online as well. Just get a lot of chance for it to go on as it would just go right through as another KO is found. What a morale splitter as Sergio finds just I think 3 KOs that point alone.
3 KOs, one of each of the enemy team, making so much value from that at Ren Rush, which shows like if Sergio Serhack can get those KOs, that's gonna be the key to victory in this game.
Sergio getting it done so far, even getting the orb to evade the base drop for the time being, but that flow state is so strong. The amount of core speed that Neodymus has is just completely out of control. If they could just get into the corner, which they have been so far, as mentioned with the pendulum swing, will get it through. And now Noda with no barriers, notably not really the greatest right now in terms of as he's getting mixed up by Miyoshi there. What a death touch that sends it into the bottom side.
Yeah, Miyoshi's just really using the Rasmus kit well here, positioning in the middle and shooting it in the corner to get that hook, get in a better position, put it in. Same with the Whiplash earlier. Just great piloting of the Rasmus here.
Definitely so, as Neodymus has the base drop, will elect to keep it going so far, even trying to keep that flow state alive. Unfortunately, it will let it fall short as Sergio in the corner now. The core does eventually leak out, which is unfortunate as a clear right back into death touch again. I don't think it's the right clear as Miyoshi finds a double barrier in the process too. He's been just cooking up Noda so hard, and now even with Flip, I don't know if it's possible to save this one, but still Flip is a very powerful resource to have as Melkrinos now has to deal with it. Has a Flip in advance, does use it for the hit stun, doesn't find the first barrier though, as that first barrier does fall on Maori. Having no energy, has to just rely on the Atlas cooldowns, which he has in the meantime, but that second barrier does fall. Hades almost with Flip as well. He could use it on the offensive pressure, looking for the portal play. Almost pushes through the portal. Portal play comes back again, and Neodymus has the flow state. Isn't getting active though. You need to get actively at the flow state in order to keep the pressure on. But now Miyoshi with Flip, a great flip out by Hades, but another flip coming out for Hades and Miyoshi too. Both flips are out now, and Noda with flip as well, but instead it's Sergio who just comes out and gets it through.
Yeah, as we saw in the last series, just some solid pass play between Hades and Sergio is sometimes all that's needed to get those goals.
And so for now, but it's Neodymus on the offensive now. We have the flow state active. Flow state is so strong when it comes to it. Flow state does right now, unfortunately, with the base drop timing. But the second flow state does come online and active, but that barrier falls as well. Now Sergio and Maori do have almost a flip online. Opts use it for Noda, and now Noda trying to look for a pass. The pass ping does come out, even I called it. And now Noda in the box against Miyoshi. It's looking very, very grim right now as Noda doesn't have a lot of cooldowns left, but Hades is there to back it up just in time as Sergio is looking for the setup too. Does get deflected by Maori Nose's Cosmic Expanse, and now the Cosmic Expanse could be the lifesaver right now as the strike shot goes wide. The flip's also burned too, unfortunate flip, and now Sergio has a lot of pressure coming into this. Neodymus having to flip it out himself, and that's a 1v1. Miyoshi versus Noda does find the second barrier, and now cosplayers Madame, I cannot pronounce that name for the life of me, is still going strong right now as the ad rush proc comes through. I think that was the pendulum swing that did it. And now Miyoshi just has a free shot.
Yeah, and we see a bit of a disconnect there between Sergio and Noda on this map. Definitely a challenging map to play, and you see Sergio's kind of covering that portal for Noda, but Noda's also trying to cover the portal, and you end up with too much stuff on one side of the goal.
To miss out on one goal, putting all your eggs in one basket might not be the right play on this map, as you need to balance out specifically what you need and what you don't need to do. In the portal plays have been coming out so far, very progressive, keeping everything alive. Amidst DP from Sergio will keep this play alive for now, as it doesn't find a KO in Neodymus. And now Noda with the Dubu wall being a little bit of an impediment right now, keeping the core alive for the time being as Neodymus pops the flow state, and the flow state getting really active so far, just getting strikes in over and over. This is looking like Nassel behavior with the flips, well not the flips, but the flow state being used actively, as the core does get cleared out by Maori. What a great use of sequence of events, and now Neodymus with core flip. Even with the flow state active too, he can get really active right now as the flip comes through, and now Hades with the backwards flip does get it through for the time being, but now you have to be very aware of another KO coming through. Fortunately, that does not proc the ad rush, but now Neodymus has a lot of speed coming into this 2v3 power play as Mioshi's just looking to cook it up right now. It's still a great chance for Hades to score though, as he has a lot of pressure, but again, with flip up for grabs, and now Sergio coming back online, evens the point, and even gets the goal, almost gets the goal too. And oh my god, I just realized, what the heck? Unfortunately, he died right there. But still, Miyoshi with a great death touch to turn the tables, and that's another set for the less cost players in Madame. And now Rasmus being the MVP of that set has a lot to work with actually. Demolition as Big Fish coming out as well as the peak performance as well. A lot of speed coming out for this draft. Not even out for the Big Fish, as Big Fish is pretty good. Instead opting for Demo for more cooldowns right there.
Yeah, we'll see. This Octavia probably looking at the Stagger Swagger. Yeah, just very useful for the Octavia to get being able to stay alive for longer, more speed as well. Might help in keeping that flow state up more, as they've not been super successful with yet, but could turn the tide even more in their favor here.
Arguably, I think that Stagger Swagger for Octi is going to be what sets this game into a free, not just a win for Octi. I mean, I feel like Stagger Swagger, I've seen it a lot in talks in NA where even some people have said that it might be Octi's second best awakening compared to Gas Class, which is obviously Biss. But even Fighter Flight seems to be unmatched for this, as basically you have a lot of speed, and you also have a lot of healing, for example, just being able to just run away from events at just a very important times, and being able to heal really quickly too, which means a lot right now. But instead it's Hades with the Giga Blast, catching Maui off guard, not even electing to use Flip. He hasn't been using Flip a lot, using Flip for the offensive pressure, but instead that just comes to bite him in the back as Hades with the barrage sends it right through.
Yeah, great offensive play there from Hades and Sergio together. Sergio just going for the stun while Hades secures it with the barrage.
Great barrage by Hades, and now with flip up too. I wonder how he got that flip. Yes, Catalyst online makes sense for now, but Neo Dimas finding so much value with the Stagger Swagger. Will have that full state run out though, unfortunately, as Hades is trying to keep control of the core though. Flip being burnt out. Will find a bear in the process too. Almost finds the KO too if they can actually get it, but the flip being burned for Sergio at the wrong time means that Neo Dimas is back to full HP. That's the power of the Stagger Swagger right there, keeping him alive for the time being as the flow state is active. And plunge got the hit step for Maori, and it just sends Sergio into a killing, well, not even a killing spree, but just a dribbling spree as he finds another goal.
Yeah, I think when we have Hades and Sergio here in front of the goal, they look really strong. So if they can keep the core up there against this Octavia, they'll be in a very good spot to make a comeback.
Definitely, and that flow state being active for the time being almost got a lot of value, but did run out unfortunately. Not even a strike coming out. It might have been a wrong move, and now as the core is put into the corner side. And I feel like this, we said earlier, there's a lot of miscommunication with Noda not really getting the core into the right spot. It's really evidently shown as they tried to put it through the portal and just no one was there. Instead, the entire enemy offense was right there. It's kind of unfortunate as the Flosa comes back online and active now. Moshi supporting the Octavia, but now the Octavia is dead and exploded. Now Sergio with the Ad Rush proc might be looking for something, but unfortunately misstrike. Average shift sitting clear right there as the Cosmic Stress doesn't catch anything. Will let the second barrier fall, and now Noda with flip up could potentially look for something, but again it's stalled for the time because Neo Dimas comes back on with 3v3 power play being over now. Miyoshi with no energy, but Hades, Noda, and Sergio almost having flip all together. One flip comes out with a pass! What a pass! Exchange for a life, but ends up getting the goal. And that's one set down. 2 more to go for the Kebab Strikers.
Yeah, once again, this pass play from this forward duo is just working out so well for them. It does seem that they're a bit uncomfortable on this map, but they're making it work, at least for this set. We'll see if they can take it further.
Definitely can agree. And even with the stats on stacks being picked up too, this is completely fine. And there we go, among Titans Kai yet again. Hades has been winning striker after striker. I don't think it will change anything. And now Octi, she still has a lot to choose though. She has 2 Dash Awakenings. It looks for the Explosive Intercept, the Super Surge actually. And now it could be a bit of a differentiator, but you still have to work through 2 sparks too, but she picked up her second spark, now the Spark of Focus.
Yeah, you do now have the Octavia with even more speed, but the opposition got a lot of speed as well, kind of neutralizing that factor just a bit. That speed might be key to keep the momentum up for the Kebab Strikers.
Bob Strikers on the back foot currently in terms of sets, but they've been working it back so far. But this Octavia speed is going to be even hard to deal with now, as Neodim's just flying around the map, keeping it active. This is peak behavior, peak Gates Obscura, peak Octavia gameplay if you really think about it. But electing not to go in early is Neodimus, but instead it pays out perfectly fine, as they just keep up the speed so far. He's looking speed count 860 speed out for grabs now. It does run out eventually, which is unfortunate, but now they have to still have to work through 2 barriers. Kebab Striker is not being able to find enough time to shove it right through, as Neodimus just has so much pressure, lacking a little bit there, but still getting the flip up, putting so much pressure, throwing a lot of cooldowns and abilities out in the air. But right now it's up to Neodimus to carry it right through, and he does! Unfortunate timing. I don't even know where Noda was. I think he was bottom of the map right there, but that portal play definitely did it.
Yeah, once again getting caught off guard by those portals. Was expecting that core to come through the bottom side, but Les cosplayers and Madame end up going through the portal, and Noda just getting caught off guard on the wrong spot.
I just realized now that Sergio is actually playing very far compared to when he was before, when he was playing with Hades. A little bit lagged back on my end, but still, the core has been going back and forth. Neodimus trying to find something good, trying to find a play, does get it through. That flip coming out, find the top barrier from Noda, but that bottom barrier does fall off. A great offensive play by Sergio. I just realized, I mean, you saw earlier, I said the Mong Titans was a correct play for Kai. He's been working it so well right now. The amount of size that's been going on and the amount of speed he's been getting still lets him to win the strike war. It doesn't even matter if he has no size, he's been playing this so well. But Miyoshi with flip up, gets the barrier too. And now Sergio with perfect timing, has a second flip up, is deflected by everyone. And now Miyoshi opting to flip to the bottom side, almost gets it through. But instead it's Neodimus who actually has a save up. Great save by Noda. And now the core is going over in overtime. Very, very quick core right now. Let's see if the Octavia is able to catch up. He isn't able to, actually doesn't get a single strike, and now Flow State's gone, being burnt out completely. And now Noda, not even Noda, but Sergiosa and Hades looking to score, and there we go. What a great strike.
Yeah, Hades is using that Among Titan speed so well here, as well as having that peak performance. He's so fast, just constantly keeping control over the core or contesting the core, allowing Sergio to get in position.
Definitely so, as a lot of barriers falling in the process. This Atlas isn't looking the best when it comes to defending barriers, but it is looking pretty good when you actually have to defend in the goal box. As 1 KO was found, Sergio firing another KO onto Neodimus. They're about to play life a little bit. Saga not being able to save him, but Miyoshi's holding it down so far, completely stalling out the power play. And now Maori with flip up against Sergio. Clearly has to look forward to it, as what a great clear by Noda does save it away from Neodimus for the time being, but another flip being expended almost is stuffed out. And again, it's looking very, very slow, this offense.
Oh, and now with the pass play from the other team here, just making it past Noda. It's a rough one against Miyoshi here, who's just playing the Rasmus very well, using the abilities for making it so that it's very hard for Noda to hold it down.
Definitely with the size as well. The size having so much precedent against this team. It feels very, very unfamiliar to Noda to play this dude, but I mean, this is the first time we've seen him. You've already said that they would like to play Aimia a lot, and this is sort of a back pocket pick in my opinion, as first barrier does fall, and Miyoshi with flip up still. Uses the death touch off the second barrier too, and now it's just all game over right now. On the back foot now, Miyoshi in the corner, does it himself. 1v3, Brawlers get it done, as less cosplayers and Madame secure that first game.
Yeah, Miyoshi there, definitely getting it done. Using those death touches to throw off Noda a lot. Barely not able to save that one. We'll see though. This looked like a map that Kebab Strikers was not very comfortable on. So maybe they can swing it around on another map that they might find a bit more favorable to them.
Yeah, might be sounding a little bit dead there, unfortunately, my bad, but Sergiosa had 5 KOs on the board, but with every other KO being spread out for the other team. A lot of redirects coming out as well. Neodimus having less than I thought he would, actually. I thought it would be around 200, but still only has 150. Just kind of shows how much core procuring he has been doing with no contention almost. If you have a lot of contention, that means a lot of redirects will be coming out on the board, but instead, Dim is gonna have like a light scaling for that matter. He didn't really have to do much as he found 2 KOs, and even the damage proportion of it, a lot of damage has been equally spread out for the cost players, but in turn, the cost strikers haven't been fighting as much as KOs as they really wanted to.
Yeah, I think a crucial factor here as well was we got 5 KOs on this Juliet, and those 5 KOs had a lot of impact. Unfortunately, it's just not enough of them. If they had been able to find more, they could have taken advantage of that adrenaline rush way better. But mostly when they were in the corners where you could get those sort of KOs, Sergio Serhat was more in an offensive position and couldn't really find those dash punches as often as they would have liked to.
Definitely can agree. And now we're on the night market actually. This is the Kebab Strikers turning point, pivotal moment for them. As Deadeye Hotshot is on the board right now. They do have first pick, I think, heading into this. I think they're blue side. I'm actually kind of unsure myself. I'm about to look back towards it. They do actually no, they don't have it. Kebab Strikers are red side this time. All cosplayers in Madame are the blue side, which is very interesting actually. I don't know if they're going to get the Ivy pick again, which means that Noda will be forced back onto the Dubu, potentially.
Yeah, we could also see that era come up again. It is a solid pick in certain team compositions on this map. But of course, I think Noda would prefer to have that Imi if they can get it. I also see this Hotshot is opening up potential for Rune again. I would probably expect that to be banned this time around as well, because it can be quite oppressive, especially with that Hotshot.
Indeed, they even called it. They did ban Rune in the process again. Another, and also the Kai ban too. Another Imi going away for cosplayers in Madame right now. Well, not even cosplayers in Madame actually. The Cloud Striker is actually getting could potentially have the Imi pick on board. But Neodim is actually, I think, might be taking the Imi for themselves, as we almost are loading in onto the map. Gotta give it a little bit of time, but if it does happen where the Imi is taken off, we're going to see the Dubu again. I don't think Era would be a good map, especially with the Awakenings on board. Hotshot doesn't really improve Era, as well as Deadeye not really being the greatest Awakening to take with Era, you know?
Yeah, Era also doesn't appreciate fast course, especially in the midfield, but I imagine in the net as well. It's rough if the core is going very fast. So that Imi first pick here could be really strong, as we might be looking at that going here to Neodymus. And I do think that would be a very smart pickup for them here, because it just limits Kebab Strikers' options so heavily. Also, Kai ban, great ban, like Hades has been playing so well on this character so far. It's a good one to just get out of the way.
You know it's good when the USL player is complimenting your Kai. Smile, smile. Surely this can happen in the process. But now Neodymus pick up the Imi too. I actually wonder what they might be taking in this process, but in turn just leaves Juno up for grabs if they do have it on board. I mean, Juno on this map is also very strong and very oppressive. I remember playing a game in comp in NA against with like Bells and I think a Tormi, while the other team was like some 3 people who I didn't recognize, and that definitely went to a very close game, partially because I was playing horrible, but also because of the hotshot that went on. I mean, hotshot's just a really strong awakening on Juno, regardless of what happens, but instead it's the Estelle and the Dubu coming out. Maori opting for the Finny, and now Miyoshi having to look for a midfield option, actually. I think this is a double midfield comp.
This looks to maybe be a double midfield comp, and Miyoshi has played a lot of this Drakkar. It's a character they've played a decent amount. They do opt for the Juliet instead, though. Maybe a more solid option. But the Drek could have worked here as well. You do have that Feeny in the net, which is, well, Rick knows most played character with that Deadeye start. So it's a pretty powerful pickup here. Also can get a lot of hits in with the nature of how Night Market is laid out. So we do see X as the brawler pick. Can he get it done? I would think so. This X is just really strong on this map. And Sergio Serhat played it really well last time, so we'll have to see how it goes this time.
X getting it done could potentially be the end for the Cloud Strikers' guaranteed run, as one barrier does fall. We'll talk a bit about the Awakenings right now. Deadeye almost for everyone except for Finny, who opts for the Deadeye actually. I mean, both are very, very strong for Finny, admittedly, but it's up to how the characters are piloted. An example as Hades is almost taken off the map, will be taken off the map actually as a 2v3 power play does occur for the first time of this game, and I just realized this is a this is actually really strong. I just realized the amount of the amount of car speed that's going on is going to be very heavy. I mean, I'll shot on everyone, especially the Julie in the eye. I mean, it's going to be a very tough game for Kebab Truckers to come back if it ever gets into a scaling position.
Yeah, and even the Feeny will have a decent amount of core speed, especially with those primaries, just because of the Deadeye, which is gonna be a tough thing for Dubu to deal with.
And now Hades on the Estelle actually. It's the first time I've seen it. And very much is getting completely out of control as one KO is found. Second KO found too. Might even go for the ace if possible. The ace comes out. And there we go. Another very, very quick start to show you how damaging the KO comp can be in this moment. Very much a morale dump earlier. But again, something where we can see a comeback right here. Maybe the feels of getting KO'd completely can lead to a mental boom for the most part, but we're gonna see whether or not this happens.
Yeah, this Feeny and Aimi together can dish out so much damage. They don't even need a full damage brawler like a Sentaro. Juliet is more than enough. And also is really good at finishing off KOs as well, which just synergizes well with these other two picks.
Funnily enough, this Hades Sergio comp is the miracle team right now, as they do find one kill on the board. They've been pretty good at setting things into a 0.5, as they almost do right there. 1 point going away to Sergio as he finds the glitch, but he finds the timing past the glitch pop. And again, this is what can turn the tides. I mean, if they can just play better, win more, then it could be a simple gap if possible.
Yeah, if they can manage to not get knocked out, like if they can stay alive for a bit, they can use that hotshot cooldown reduction and speed to play the core better than the opposition, which is very much their win condition here.
Ops coming through now. A little bit of a suspicious dash by Hades. Not really catching anything as I thought he would, but all good in the process now. X Maximus coming online, trying to dish out some damage. Not really getting a lot of value though. But again, it's Sergio and Hades pushing up very, very quickly now. Miyoshi with core flip coming up. We'll be trying to look for a kill on Hades, who is hanging around the edge a little bit too much, as Hades is taken off the stagger level, but instead Sergio doesn't even need Hades. Who cares? As Brawlers do get it done. Another 0.5 on the board right now.
Yeah, that X is so hard to deal with as Feeny once they're in your face. When you have that Deadeye, you ideally want to just deal a lot of damage to them so they can't really step up or risk getting knocked out, but unable to do it there, and Sergio just got it in.
Definitely gonna agree. Another 0.5 coming out right now for Sergio and Hades. Making sure everything goes right. He even clips the corner of the barrier now. Very, very good for Sergio, who currently is beating up the Finny. Finny not really doing much with an X in her face. But again, Sergio with up almost could have gotten the KO if possible, but unfortunately, Noda does lose that barrier in the process, but caught out by Sergio. Will use toe flips in the process. Neo Dimas and Hades still have a core flip left to go. The midfielders might have to get something done right now. Might have to have a change of ties as Neo Dimas used the flip too. Unfortunate sequence of events means that Sergio isn't able to score in that moment, but Hades trying to look for something, trying to get the offensive going right now, but she's still stuck behind the midfield line, it feels like. Not really getting much as they push up. Finally with the flip. Gets it right through. There we go. Sergio with the strike in. And that secures set 1 for the Night Market Demons.
Yeah, Kebab Strikers taking the lead on this map. They won it last time. Maybe they can win it again. So we do see that's perfect form and Stagger Swagger. Might both be tempting for the X as well as the Fight or Flight. All good options here. Opts for the Fight or Flight, giving more speed, being able to contest the core a lot more, and also whenever you hit someone with your special, you also get some speed to hit them even more.
I feel like perfect for Miami is very dangerous in this scenario. I mean, I would have personally taken perfect form, but that might be me. I would just like to have a lot of cooldowns to just bully out the Finny, who doesn't really have a lot of stacker up grabs. But again, Finny having Secret Machine too, she just has a lot of value into this as one barrier does go wide. I think a lot of the abilities of Imi will be coming back online actually, just a lot of them because of how much time people spent in that cyber sentry turret. But again, right now it's very notable right now because currently one barrier piece though, it doesn't seem that quick of a game. It feels very slow comparatively compared to the other two games the other games we saw with Kebab Truckers where they were snowballing out of control very quickly, but instead this is a turnaround, it feels like, because it doesn't feel that fast, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely a way slower game pace, which does benefit them a bit here, I think. It means essentially that they're able to weather some of this damage, which is what they need to do. They need to stay alive for long enough in order to get the core control going.
But still, another KO being found onto Hades, actually. Not really a great thing to see, but Sergey looking low himself too with the stagger. We'll have to flip it out in the meantime. We'll have another KO found for Miyoshi, and Miyoshi has a lot of potential coming into this. Flip coming out will be used, unfortunately, not really finding any value, but Miyoshi has so much value. The Shaolin kick coming in. Let's go, Juliet, as another bear, and another goal is found.
Yeah, and you can see there when Les Cosplayer and Madame get those KOs, it gets really rough for the Kebab Strikers. So that's what they need to avoid at all costs here.
Yeah, as another flip comes out, strike comes through, not even actually finding any value though, unfortunately. His flip is stalled out, but we'll find the barrier in the process. And now Nia Dimas and Miyoshi will have to set up for another chance to score here as the Flame Flurry comes through. What a great catch by Miyoshi, even setting a Shaolin kick just to make sure they couldn't do anything there. And now, less cosplayers and Madame cosplaying their true growth into this game, apparently with the scaling mechanism, and now they're up, currently in points.
Yeah, great defense there as well from Malriknos with that big finish. Not easy to use in the defense, but they managed to do it pretty well there.
Definitely so, as we try to look to keep kicks at the offense yet again here. Kebab Strikers trying to find something done. Hades trying to get through the Dubu wall. Unfortunately, it is solid for the time being. As Sergey's taking a lot of damage, actually. They might look for a KO on him if he's not careful enough. He almost gets the orb, though. He does secure the orb in the meantime. We'll have to be in the process to keep it alive as Miyoshi's hunting down for the kill. He will get back to full HP, but now it's back to the drawing board for the Kebab Strikers as they have to get this out of the corner, but so far they haven't been able to do it just yet. Suga has a lot of speed, but still the Imi and Finny just complete brawling comp is just so strong. Just keeping away the fact that X and Estelle can't get anywhere. If they don't have enough speed, they have to play life.
Yeah, if they can keep Sergius or Hat low on stagger on the X here, he's basically unable to contribute anything, which is gonna be their path to victory here, especially with that Finny dishing out so much damage to brawlers, especially, who are always close by.
And Dimas and Hades actually both trading flips here. Hades still has flip, well, not even Hades, but Moshi still have flipping online. All three flips burned for less cosplayers and Madame as the strike will be taken out by Miyoshi. Miyoshi winning another striker right there. And again, Noda not really defending quite well against this Julie putting on so much pressure, but I think that's just the charm of Miyoshi having a really cool name. And again, Juliet with a lot of potential coming into this point now. Just a 1v1, just have to win it once. And it's so far not won just yet. Miyoshi trying to find an opening position, and Hades keeping the core away for the time being will be able to pure the route to Sergio. And that's another 0.5 for you right here. Very lore accurate to this team.
Yes, Malriknos doing a good job of keeping the core away from X, but Hades was just there and responding and ended up winning the core war. Got the core to X, and then it's GG's.
Definitely so, as the Imi is starting to look this up yet again. They've been finding so much value, though. I haven't said it enough. That Imi perfect form being the kill bringer here, as another KO is found onto Hades. That's still not looking too great on the core, on the energy department and on the health department. As Noda has to burn the flip here against Miyoshi, who has the plumber speed too. Not really finding any value though, as the core is stalled for the time being, as Hades does come back online now. Miyoshi under 50% HP will be being a little bit of a nuisance as they've been keeping away for the time being, as both barriers do fall for Noda, and currently almost a second barrier falling for Sergio if they're able to find it. But now Neodym is a whiff flip. They can get it through as Maori also comes up with flip as well. Will put Sergio on Stacker. We'll look for the KO as well as the dash punch almost finds a way through, but instead it is Neo. He found the angle. That was a pretty good strike.
I do believe that maybe was Hades getting the final hit there for an own goal, unfortunately, with a piercing shot. Bit of an unlucky angle on that. But yeah, you can see this damage. If they can keep that going, it's gonna get them the win here. You do see missile prop up for grabs, potentially gonna be really strong for the Fini here to get even more damage on the board.
Fini missile prop going over, and I probably didn't see the own goal there. My fault. But again, I mean Superstars, this is just a complete KO comp. If they can't stay, if Kebab Truckers can't stay alive, you already pointed out, it might be wraps already. But so far, it's a very, very close game. Not even the IME DP coming out, unfortunately. Glitchpop, I think, not even coming out. Glitchpop, they're coming out right there, and again, it's up to Hades to come back from it, but not if he's dead, not if he's exploded off the map, as Sergio's putting so much damage into Moshi, but Moshi gets the core out, gets the orb as well, and now Sergio's out of position now. Noda has to play up and has to contest, but now Hades coming back online, might be looking for a KO again if he's not careful enough. And again, Maui actually, even though he doesn't have a barrier up, he has so many cooldowns up because X is playing right in front of their face. And now since Sergio is getting really low, he might not even be potentially getting enough value off of whatever brawling he's doing.
Yeah, this Fini is dealing so much punishment out to this X, making it so hard for Sergio Serhat to participate in the game. Just even the way you defend by using secondary to keep the core away, you also often hit that brawler and they get that debuff and take a lot of stagger damage.
Definitely so, as Sergio comes back online, stalled lot yet again, one barrier piece for both teams, as Sergio is looking to capitalize right now. Does get the flip out of Maori, another defensive mechanism used to keep it away for the time being, as Neodym is also coming up on flip if they get one striking, but a great strike from Sergio does find the barrier, and now opens up the go net, and unfortunately the piercing shot comes, not even the piercing shot, the Crystal Thorns actually coming through to secure that next point. Hotshot even adding value to that, as it could have been potentially caught by a strike, but hotshot value, you know?
Yeah, Maverick knows forgetting their job for a bit there. They forgot they need to keep the core away from the X, end up sending it to them, allowing for the setup there for the goal.
Definitely so. As another setup is coming through now, Neodym is having to burn out the flip. Unfortunately, it doesn't find any value in it, but it's that Supercharge finding a lot of value too, staying alive for the time being, and even the hit stun. Mario with a big finish to send it right through, I think.
And what a big finish that was. Excellent angle on it.
Definitely so. I mean, definitely caught Noda off guard as he was getting hits on. Don't think he could do anything much there as well. As the offensive pressure for the cosplayers have been so well brought. Like, they've been having good setups all around, and even walking to that, I mean, it feels like it's not even, I feel like it's not even misplaced, it just feels like great offensive pressure. Just the fact that I'm able to get up and over and over again, just put so much pressure onto the board is great. But now Maori has to deal with the next in his face yet again, with missing a couple strikes though, unfortunately. As Neodym has been getting it right through, and so as the flip come out from Yoshi. Gets the dribble too, I wonder how he got that. As the big finish comes through, unfortunately, we'll be finding some value in that. But an unfortunate missed strike from Maori. I keep saying unfortunate because a lot of unfortunate events just occurred there, but Sergio is securing it. Another set. Well, not another set, but another point for the Kebab Strikers, who look to be turning it around.
Yeah, once again, just good awareness from Hades, seeing his teammate open for a pass. And Sergio Serhat just always seeing those perfect angles to get the goal.
And Sergio doing a lot of work here, playing the midfield for the time being, as Hades had to back off for the orb. A lot of damage being dumped onto the Estelle, who might not, well, shouldn't be really getting hit a lot, but instead the Among Titans is adding onto that speed, which makes sure he couldn't really be hit, but instead he's got to take a lot of damage. And so is Sergio actually having to look back for the orb, having to back the Axe Maximus to keep the core for himself, as Bull Rush almost comes through, almost has to win another strike for it. Big finish comes through and eventually finds the angle too. I don't think Noda was ready for that.
I mean, I can't blame Noda for not being ready for that. I was not ready for that one either. But Mariknos just finding the perfect angle there once again.
Another set 5 worthy of another chance to turn the tide yet again. The set could be important as a lot of scaling could come on. More damage could potentially be brought onto the map as Hades will be taking a lot to very low stagger level actually. Even though he's regening right now, he was just a moment very staggered and very prone to dying. But Miyoshi almost coming up with flip up, might be hunting for the orb, but instead it's Sergio who has to play the offense. It's a great strike reset by him with the X Maximus, secures another set. Another great angle for the Kebab Strikers as they're taking Night Market to a new level right now.
Yeah, they're taking the lead once again here, Kebab Strikers. They looked comfortable last time, looking still comfortable on it now. When you get that X rolling in the front lines, it becomes very rough for less cosplayers to deal with. See if they can get some good pickups here. That big fish, partly a deny away from the Juliet, but also just really good for the X here.
Actually coming through on this, Noda not really having a lot to choose from. Actually opts for the Spark of Agility. He has 2 Sparks online right now. And again, this big fish, it adds to the stagger pool a little bit, but also makes you a more prone target to hit. But if you can win those strike words at advance, it might be great as Hades looking to ambitiously get a goal barrier, does win the interaction as Sergio is just bullying everyone there, winning both barriers to the bush, also connecting almost as a great strike, potentially could send it right in really quickly, but instead of KO is fouled by Miyoshi, 6 KO streak currently. They don't think they've died once this game, but now it's up to Miyoshi to handle it himself. 3v2 power play now for the Let's Cosplayers and Madame as Miyoshi and Dims are looking to capitalize off of it. He even might find a second KO too, as Sergio is brought to a really low stagger with Neo Dimas putting just everything in the process. A lot of stalling actually somehow. Noda being safe for the time being, a lot of layered strikes come online, and now Hades and Sergio have a chance to score here. Big finish, catching the core, and also getting the second goal barrier too. Maori has to flip up, but instead to cancel out with the X Maximus, and that's another point for the Kebab Strikers.
Yeah, and this damage is just not enough if you can't keep the X low on that stagger bar consistently. You get some respite, but once he's back up again with full stagger, he can just go to town.
X is definitely giving to them at that moment now, just being able to play the core really well. I feel like if he took Maxwell's here, he would have so much value, but it's good to know that he is still doing well about the Maxwell's too now. Sergio looking really low too, will be brought to very low stagger level, has to run away from Juliet, who's looking to find a KO here. We'll be actually looking for it right now as he does get the orb in time though, fortunately, keeping alive for the time being. And now setting up with the opposite corner is Sergio and Hades right now, looking to get it. Second barrier is found now. Very good pivotal moment for the Kebab Strikers if they're able to fight it, as almost a bull rush comes through the Crystal Thorns, the piercing shot, everything thrown in the kitchen sink right now, as Noda even burns the flip too to keep it alive. Big finish slowing up for the time being, but again, Sergio with just a great strike. It could have been Soren angled, but still, Sergio with a lot of pressure coming in, setting up match points in this dire to win game 2.
Yeah, Sergio has just been so consistent in front of the goal. It's been so rough to deal with, especially if you're on a character like this Fiend. There's not a lot you can do once that guy has the core there.
Very disturbing as both barriers do fall. Unfortunate strike for Hades. He's trying to finish it out, and he does. Unfortunately, that clear wasn't the right clear as Sergio puts it in yet again. Brawlers get it done in a convincing 3-1 win, actually. Very, very unclose on the night market. This might be their best map.
It might indeed be. They've had strong showings on it twice now. And even in such a, what looked like a rough game at the start here, they managed to convincingly win it in the end. Getting through all that damage and coming out the other side victorious.
Yeah, 10 KOs compared to 2. Sergio, 10 goals as well. Oh my goodness, he's just brawling out here. But Hades again showing the dominance of the midfield actually. Even though he didn't have a lot of redirects, it just means that he didn't have a lot to really push through. A lot of concussion by him actually compared to Neo, who had to fight his way through and unfortunately couldn't get it done. As we move on to another game 3, Kebab Strikers bring it back up. Oh, actually, I should look at what their third map is. Let me go look at that really quickly. It is, well, it's Atlas Lab actually. I am
Atlas
a cool
Lab.
person.
Another EU classic. It's interesting to note though, looking at the results of this game, you see so much damage and a lot of chaos coming out from less cosplayers and Madame. But if you can't make use of that damage and those KOs, they don't actually do that much for you. All that Kebab Strikers needed was one chance in a good position and execute that correctly, and they did that more than they got KO'd. And they ended up taking the win there because of that.
And it's all about the conversion into plays, even though they didn't have a lot of chances to convert. They indeed did do it. The co-op strikers actually being able to find their footing yet again. And even worse for them, 1-2 punch and build different being the last of the series. We're going to see another KO game potentially, as the co-op strikers are indeed first pick on this Atlas Lab.
Yeah, I wonder if this IMU is finally gonna get into Noda's hands. They would probably be very happy if it did. A 1-2 punch can do some damage as well, especially on kickoffs for the IMU, so it could be a powerful pickup. I'm also curious to see if we get to see another run back with the Fini, as I do find it to be a solid pick on this map in some situations. And that 1-2 punch, Fini also loves that awakening.
1-2 Fini will be scary if you're able to find a lot of value there. They've actually been finding a lot of value with the triple take into whatever ability they can throw out for damage. They've been finding damage really, really consistently too, as Claw Strikers will ban out the rune again, keeping, I think, Miyoshi away from the rune. Pretty sure. So that rune ban being very, very competent. Even on this map too, rune is just so strong.
Yeah, rune is just really obnoxious to deal with, especially if you don't quite have a clear plan in your head on how to approach playing against a rune. It's often just easier to ban it out, especially if you can't contest the pick yourself. So it makes a lot of sense here. Even though it's not the best starter awakenings for it, it can still just be very obnoxious and rough to deal with.
Spiraling out of control really quickly is both games right now. They actually opt to ban the X. We might see an Aimi on the board, but it might be picked out for whatchamacallit, for the Aimi actually, but it's only time can tell. I feel like, in my opinion, they should just skip the Aimi in general. Just let the Doobie go by, because the Doobie is so strong in the net, especially on the Atlas Lab. I mean, just being able to defend against one barrier with any ability simply is just peak behavior.
Yeah, the Dubu has been working out pretty alright, despite it not being the comfort pick. So they could just opt to give away the IME and get that. But they could also, since IME on Atlab can be pretty scary because of the additional damage that the black hole can provide, you can opt for a more KO-centric playstyle if you want to. So we'll see what they end up going for. As for the X ban, though, I do get it. Sergio Serhat's been a menace this entire time, especially on that X character. So it's definitely a respect ban to take that away from him.
And the ban goes really hard. I think that they had a really bad. I think the X just did so much. I mean, the scaling power of X in general is just so gigantic. Just a lot of. I mean, he also got 2 size awakenings to it. He got Big Fish and I think Filterfin, right? Oh no, he got one. Well, he definitely got 2 size. I just don't remember the other size awakening, but so the fact that he got 2 size and plus speed as well due to the Among Titans pick from Hades just kind of propelled the entire offense into motion and just made him set for life basically, and that's what got them the win.
Yeah, like the Kai is open here again. If Hades can get some speed, that could be just another huge win condition for them. Like Hades, whenever he's got some speed, has done a lot of good work in the core control department. So that's another threat that's on the board here.
Definitely so. I mean, I don't know what to say. I completely agree. The Strike War wins. Even the Among Titans take didn't even matter. You're just able to win Strike War after Strike War. And even if Neo Divis decides to go for the build different route actually instead of the 1-2 punch, it doesn't really matter. I think that Hades he just has the Strike War timings down, and if you have the Strike War timings down, then you can just win any interaction really if you're able to.
Yeah, and we do see that Aimee pick up for the comfort. maybe we get some sort of triple comfort situation here that Juliet is still available. Estelle now picked away with the Atlas being picked up. Solid defensive backbone to have. Estelle also providing a good amount of core control and solid damage. So pretty well-rounded comp so far.
Think the
Sergio
strategy.
Serhat looking at the Centauro though. Not the Juliet this time.
Whoa, I mean, they went Jakar. Jakar's entire army. Wait, this is interesting. This gets really quick, really fast. As Hades is currently flexing out the 3 options actually right now. This is also Sergioser's third option as well. This entire on the board right now. I think they're playing out a new comp right now instead with Noda being on the enemy now. I think Moshi up to choose Erasmus actually. No Juliet found on this map despite the 1-2 start. As we head on to our third game, the Atlas Lab in this winners final. A very chaotic one, I'd say. Smile.
Yeah, this could really go either way. I'm not sure what to expect here. We do see a wand for the Centauro though, so opting more for that damage with 2 1-2 punches. They definitely have the damage advantage, but the opposition does have that Atlas to mitigate some of that and has a stronger overall core control team. So we'll see how this plays out.
Definitely showing out really well. Looks like they did their homework. The Erasmus actually being one of the falling graces for Kebab Strikers. Curly as no berries fall in that interaction somehow, and Curly Hades putting on all the pressure in the world right now for Sergio as they're looking to find that second barrier against the Atlas. The Atlas being very obnoxious when dealing with a single barrier on this map in particular. After all, this is his lab, and on the Awakening side, well, not the Awakening side, but the gear side, only Hades took max souls here. I'm actually very surprised that none of the brawlers went max souls actually, except for the Centauro. I understand the Centauro wand pick, but I'm surprised that Neo Dimas also didn't go max souls despite being the pick for the midfielder.
Yeah, you gotta wonder why they felt that might be the better decision. Some people just find it to be more comfort.
Definitely can agree. As a good save by Noda actually being sent right back into her means that that play is solid for a time being. But in the end, how can you deal with Erasmus with no net? I mean, it's getting really hard to deal with. So Miyoshi does set it in for the first point, and back on the pick actually is Miyoshi. We saw this game 1 and they had a really good time with it. So maybe they're up for grabs again on this map.
Yeah, the Erasmus looked very scary on Gates of Obscura. Maybe they can have a repeat performance here. It's a different map, but it's definitely scary to see that character being here.
Debuff, well, the debuff Jakar looking to do a lot of work on Miyoshi, who gets gets the second. I guess it's the second one actually that they had this the Sad Boys angle, and again it gets cleared out. It gets fortunately cleared out by each team, and back to the goal box it is for Sergio versus Maori. Maori has been having a difficult time. The Atlas hasn't been finding any value, but instead the double barrier comes through for less cosplayers and Madame as they're looking to capitalize yet again right now. Currently, Yoshi and Neo trying to put it through the net with the help of Maori with the flip and the strike shot coming online. And now Sergio and Hades have to fight through this. This is not something we're accustomed to seeing them playing different characters. So we're going to see whether or not this turns out for the better as Hades is looking to find something to get a pass over to Sergio. We'll almost find it though. Quickly, and we'll get it too. The overtime kicking in right in time as the red core gets through.
Yeah, it was looking dire there for a bit for Kebab Strikers. They got a lot of damage on the board, got the Atlas special out, and then got more damage once again. But they weren't able to actually capitalize off it, which gave less cosplayers an opportunity to strike back, but Kebab Strikers found it in the end anyways.
Indeed, so as the Atlas comes out at bed, Neodim is looking really low. A couple of misstrikes mean that barrier will fall for the time being, but the Atlas Orb also coming up too. Could be dangerous. Hades walks into it with Miyoshi on board with a flip up, and so does Maori. Neodim is also trying to dribble it away. The Iron Turret does save it eventually, but Miyoshi with the flip also elects to use it too. Unfortunately, won't find any value, but Neodymus has a flip up. Will again use it, but in turn that leads to a perfect setup for Miyoshi to find the pendulum swing to get the kill, and now 2v3 power play for less possible than Dab even gets the strikeout. What a great clear by Noda to keep it alive for time being, as Hayes is looking for something to get it through. This Jakar, very dangerous actually, adding so much value into the offense, it seems.
Noda is playing this defense really well, being very aware of being able to stall out the death. Unfortunately, they do lose that barrier though, but very impressive performance for a lot of that play.
And it looks like in a very uncomfortable spot, actually. Oh my god, someone saved! Hades with a great shotgun blast. See that shot coming out as well as Miyoshi is looking to keep it under wraps for now, but very, very close this game is right now, as both teams haven't been able to find the correct angle to put it through the net, as overtime does kick in once more. Hades about to, but basically does have flip up for grabs, isn't able to use it though. Can't really find a great angle to use it, as Maori also burns the flip in the process of 3 missed flips so far, as Miyoshi are looking to do something with it. Noda with a great save again, looking very comfortable on that pick. We'll find the barrier in the process too as overtime kicks in, and now the fact that Miyoshi just has so much potential, just has so much space at the bottom side, means that core is going to go in.
Yeah, we do see this Atlas providing some value by just being able to hold so well in the defense, allowing for Miyoshi and Neodymus to get their play set up in order to get points on the board for them.
Altering side barriers going down for both teams, as Neodymus is looking to capitalize, not even capitalize, but try to defend against their life right now, as they're being really taken stagger level, as Sergio is looking to capitalize actually off of the missed strike opportunities as he has once before. But again, Noda having to push up with the core flip active, looking to find some offensive pressure into this point, as they desperately need to win the first set. But Miyoshi with a lot of speed and a lot of just control over the map in general, but instead it's Neo who exploded right now, currently in a power play, and Sergey just finishes it off actually. Very, very slow point. I mean, we already talked about this earlier with the night market game, but it seems that Combo Strikers have been taking a very slow approach to this game, and it's been almost working out as we see another 0.5.
Yeah, I do wonder if seeing Hades off of the Kai, if that has something to do with the slowing down of the game, because they've been really pushing the speed of the game with that character. But now we do have like Noda making up some of that with the IME, trying to help keep the core up, which was critical in the goal that they just managed to get.
A lot of notable strike force won for Hades, but instead that barrier will fall in the process. Now Noda, with nothing to work with, almost has to just defend, and it's just impossible with the Estelle in your face. The piercing shot connecting with the core, and that sets up another set for less cosplayers in Madame. And a very crucial one actually, the Atlas getting first pick right now.
Oh, and it's the twin drive on the board. Now we've seen some of these Atlases prefer the Creation Awakenings, but the twin drive here I would say is really tempting. It's a very solid pick. Makes it so hard to break through now. So that's gonna be a nightmare for Sergio Serhat to get through.
Yeah, but fortunately he does get the heavy impact actually. Could be looking to do more damage with that instead of having to deal with Twin Drive Atlas. And even Callus on the Drakkar Explosive Interest on the IME as well, looking to kickstart the offense, bring it new life as we're heading on to this next set here. Noda has been doing incredibly well with their dash timings, so I wouldn't be surprised if now is the correct time for them to actually start pushing, as both barriers do fall. What a great start, and that's what you want to see. 8-second point really quickly. Sergio Hat finishing it off. Not even Sergio the Hat, Hades actually finishing it off that point.
Yeah, as you said, Noda being good with these dashes immediately just uses it to get 2 barriers. And now you also do have that heavy impact 1-2 punch and wand for the Centauro. The damage here is going to stack up really fast.
Damage so far, as Maori, a little bit of a lag spike there, unfortunately. Will be sort of under the radar for the time being, as both barriers do fall. Now Sergio and Hades have a chance. There's no real stoppage of the core if you're lagging, which is unfortunate for them, as Hades basically almost has core flip up. Might even pop the central orb to get Hades a little bit low, as he's forced to use flip, sends it right through, deflected by Miyoshi, and the Centauro has so much speed and so much power into this. Does get the core deflected though, is also low in the process, so might see a KO come out, but instead Neodim is looking really low. Somehow the core floats through actually. I wasn't really paying attention to that, more paying attention to Neo getting knocked off the map if possible, but kind of a saving grace for him, because he still has core flip ready to go.
Yeah, Malriknos unfortunately seems to be having a bit of lag issues. maybe that's why they missed that strike there. Seems like they want to see if they can figure that out. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. But we'll see how it turns out here.
Yeah, I want to talk. I mean, I just realized IME does have the build different plus the explosive interest. So that's if I can count correctly, that's about 18% harder on impact abilities on just a regular person, not even including the core. I think it's 1% on the core for build different, and then 3.25 on core for explosive interest. So it's 4.25 for just the hits in general. Hopefully, we'll be seeing more of that damage you said earlier with Noda being able to provide that extra support, like how we've seen other people do it in USL, notably Ayuki with their picks and their Vice and their IME picks, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Like with this IME, with these awakenings, you have even more damage support. Like the damage here is gonna be a lot. And it's not favored in the meta currently, but the IME is still just a really strong pick. It can do a lot of work. And when it's classic pairing here with the Centauro as well, it could prove to be very powerful for them. As we do see our unfortunate Atlas disappearing off. Hopefully, we'll get them back sooner rather than later.
Very much so. Waiting on him to come back. Hopefully, it won't take a little bit too long. As I mean, he's back. There we go. Oh my goodness, what an appearance! He's back to normal. Hopefully, as the game will continue. Let's see if it does. And there we go. Right there. Even timed that right. Smile as kicks off in overtime really quickly so far. Core going really wide. Maori losing a barrier, but also lets a barrier through. Noda trying to look for something, trying to get something done as Neothos is being dumped off the map, unfortunately. We'll have to use the energy burst to evade. And now Miyoshi, with just the size in general, will be able to get that second barrier, keep it away from Noda. And Noda, with basically nothing to work with right now, has to deal with something, using their ability to try to keep it away, but it's not just coming their way. As Noda has a good clear out, and Sergio is just having so much time to just deal with it. As Noda has to burn the flip in the process, has to shoot it up to Sergio, who finds the strike. Oh my goodness. This guy, he might be the strike war. He might be the strike war demon.
Yeah, Sergio Zerhat always just finding the perfect angle. Arachnos reading it slightly wrong, assuming that core was going to go bottom, and reacting too late to that redirect. We do see now hotshot potential for the Estelle. Super Surge for Centauro is, of course, a really big pickup. Even more damage, more range. It's going to be very happy with that. The hotshot could claw back some of that advantage, though. It's a very strong pickup for Estelle.
But now Jakar with aerials actually, and this is very dangerous right now. Jakar, even Jakar with a dash ability too. Everyone getting what they want for the most part in this draft. In particular, Miyoshi having the Adrush proc. I think I've seen one kill on him so far. I might be mistaken, but they've been putting a lot of damage too. So even if they haven't found a kill yet, they might be looking for kills now. As one barrier does fall on the top side, that Zentaro and his blade does keep it out of does keep it in for the time being as they're looking to capitalize off of a second gold take. As Maori losing berries in the process, just great play by Sergio to just keep it in the corner. As again, open bear situation for plus players in Madame as they're looking to claw back from this deficit that they had when they were lagging a little bit, you know?
Yeah, as you say, they might be looking for this unfortunate secondary there from the Atlas. Just a little bit too late. Yeah, as you were saying, they might be going for a bit more damage and trying to get those KOs, but they're not able to get this damage to stick. So the adrenaline rush might not pay off as big as they might have wanted it to. We'll have to see how it goes, though.
Funny ping pong session from Hades and Neodimus getting that through. As one bird does fall a piece, currently looking for a kill, I think. Hades burning one flip down. The Atlas expands, coming through, saving that barrier too. What a great save from Maori. Still have not used the core flip though, and they could have been used earlier if they didn't use the cosmic expanse in time. But again, Sergio winning first interaction there, winning that one barrier chance. As Hayes and Miyoshi are looking to dabble in this brawler versus midfield interaction almost. It feels like they've been going at it for quite a long time, and Hades has been winning most of the interactions actually. He's been getting the core away from Yoshi as he goes for the flip 2, finds a second barrier, and it's about even so far for Sergey if he's able to get it through. Now Hades and Noda in a tough spot right now on the defense currently has to try to take it away from Yoshi as the flip does come out to try to keep the play alive. A floater flip coming out from Noda does send it to the top side yet again. And now Yoshi looking very, very unhealthy. We'll have to wait a little bit longer as Sergio will find another point top side with the help of the Jakar.
Yeah, Sergio Serhat is just being a demon in front of this goal. And as long as Hades and Noda can get that core to Sergio while they are in position, it looks like they might just be able to take this win and get into the grand finals.
KO chance right now. First, Sergio looking really low, but doesn't matter. Hades getting both bears in the process, looking to KO. And Maori lagging once again, I think, but just wasn't able to get it through. And Sergio was able to just sub it in as Noda picks up the 3rd point. And that's another set for the Co-op Strikers as Sergio, again, MVP, has so much to work with, the fighter fight specifically.
Yeah, fortunately, maybe for the side of less cost players, there's no perfect form here. This could have been worse than the fighter flight, I think, but the fighter flight is still a very good pickup for Sergio. And they also don't get that stagger swagger, adding insult to injury here.
Your car missile prop even. This is looking really dangerous as your car basically has the god build right now. 1-2 punch, aerials, missile prop, catalyst, magnetized souls even. Adding on to how much range you can have. One man can't possibly be more happier as a lizard man in this moment right now. As the point kicks off very quickly, Dim is looking really low, and so is Sargal actually. He's looking very low. Currently has to work back a lot of his stagger using Siphoning Wand to his ability, and currently it's a very, very quick set. That was one for the ages as the point did end up going really quickly in that moment compared to all the other sets we've seen.
Yeah, Miyoshi almost able to get the goal there, but Noda just finds the way to save it.
Quick turnaround pace right now for the team as they're holding on to 1 gold barrier apiece. Mission doing a lot more damage than before actually, looking to be a good thing as Hades comes up with the core flip, has to try to kill Dim's process, looking really low might even go for the kill, actually does get it. Currently 2v3 power play, good passing play from Hades to keep it alive. Barrier is found, but still is the core flip coming in, doesn't really find any value though as the call play is being solved for the time being. A Sergio just in the face of Maori, what can you do as that goal goes right in? It's just impossible.
Yeah, and even with that Spark of Resilience and the Timeless Creators, not enough to offset the damage coming out. And Sergio just gets 1 more KO on the board, leading to 1 more goal on the board as well.
Yeah, and Hades still with flip up for grabs right now. Didn't use it, which is a good thing, saving it for this next play right now. Even Noda with flip 2, getting really active, and that barrier falls unfortunately, meaning that they have still to 1 barrier to work with, and even with the amount of damage coming onto him, Yoshi has to look low for it. He's getting the final flip off the barrier, and now he has to play life. Playing life is very crucial right now as a KO is found yet. You get another KO found. Flip out, and now 2v3 power play for the Co-op Strikers. They've turned this game around so quickly. First game wasn't good enough, but now looking for a pass option. Even the ping comes out, needing the Dire need to get this point over with, as they've been trying over and over to get it done, but Yoshi does finally come back online.
Yeah, Sergio's also a knower. He knows that if he gets that core there, it's gonna be hard for Mauriknos to defend it. But yeah, the other team members doing a good job of trying to keep the core on the enemy side and avoid those situations.
Adding insult to injury, even Dim is looking again very low. Has to be for a time being. Even gets the KO found as a flip comes out, but unfortunate death touch and a glitch pop means that barrier is found. Can Miyoshi turn this around really quickly to send this into another point? As they're looking to stall it yet again, it's looking not that great as Dim does come back online now, and everything looks to be all good for Let's Cosplay and Madame. Because right now they've had all the time in the world to come back from this as overtime kicks in, and the demon angle too, almost getting it through as the flip comes out, and it's just sent right down to the bottom side. Miyoshi capitalizing off of the timing.
What a crazy exchange there in front of the goal for Kebab Strikers for a long time as well. There's just barely keeping that core out. Miyoshi doing a good job to try and get that goal and gets it at the end.
Very slow series coming out almost again, eventually getting it as Sergio completely stalls out Maori, and that's match point right now. This Centauro is doing so much damage, even spamming the pass button. Pass to me, pass to me. This brawler will get it done.
Maybe I've given this guy too much ego at this point. But the passes are, in fact, doing a lot of work. Hades, though, has been doing a good job of getting that core to Sergio.
And this might be their last chance right now. Hades having the core flip out, winning losing strike when the process is not good. It's not the greatest. Miyoshi has the capitalization right now, has everything in the world right now. It's not even 20 seconds in, finally hits 20 seconds. That's a great flick. Means that the core will be stalled out for a lot longer as Noda is trying to put a lot of damage onto Miyoshi right now. Sergio looking for a chance to score right now as Hades, and they just need to connect once. If they connect once, it might be game over currently as they've been mixing up really well, but they might be going for the kill on Miyoshi instead. Miyoshi looking really low, might be looking for the KO in the process, might be looking to the Atlas Orb, but instead it's Neo keeping the point alive for the time being. They just keep the point alive once, and they actually do somehow. Hades and Sergio not being able to help Noda, and that point is gone just how quickly as the barriers fell in that first point, in that first instance at least. And now another 0.5 has come up on the board. This could be what makes or breaks it.
Yeah, they have another chance to win this series, but it looks like it's still gonna be a fight for them to get to the end.
I don't know. I mean, I can agree that Timeless Creator doing wonders right there, stalling out the Atlas Expanse for so long. And KO's come out from both sides actually. Centauro and Estelle falling down as Mallory misses a strike. That barrier is crucial. Now Centauro coming back online with Hades coming up almost with Flip almost. Could be very, very crucial as he comes up with Flip now. This is a very, very dire situation right now for the Corp Strikers as they need to score in this moment. It could not go into vain and cannot be brought to a set 5. They need to finish up really quickly as Miyoshi still has Barry's possession, has the core flip too. Well, he sent it in, he has the dribble, the death touch coming in, the amount of strikes coming in. It's so important as they're trying to line up something, everything being thrown in the kitchen sink right now. The pendulum swing even, and Sergio's looking low, he falls off the map. 2v3 power play now. Miyoshi looking to close it out, he almost does. He gets the strike off. One strike is all is needed to take out Noda, and it's almost done. It's so close. The Yami glitch pop coming out even. Neo Dimas and Miyoshi trying to keep it through, but it's Hades who hangs on. Sergio coming back online now. They still have to fight through one barrier though. It's so crucial. The core is in overtime now. It's going really, really quickly. And now one thing is all it takes. One moment, one single power of greatness can send it right home. And now Hades has to force through it. The Atlas has everything online. It's only a matter of time before everything goes awry. Noted for great save though. It's unfortunately cancelled out by Miyoshi. And we're going to a set 5.
What a tense exchange there. That was very intense for both sides. Must have been pretty rough for Noda to keep calm in there. They did a good job trying to hold it, just not quite enough, unfortunately. Les cosplayers and Madame now happy to pick up a perfect form for the Estelle here and have one final chance to take the win here.
This game has been going on for a long time. Every single set with the Kebab Strikers has been going almost to set 5. Or not set 5, but 0.5. I think every game has actually gone to set 5 except for the Night Market game actually, which is very interesting. This game has been dragged out so long, and it's only the test of will that can eventually bring this game to a close. Now starting off really slowly as both teams currently looking for an opening. This is just a battle award to see who gets it first, who can find the opening clause, who can find the opening win for this moment, as both teams are desperately fighting to keep it alive. One barrier falling, and almost Hades falling too, looking really low, almost gets Death Shot off the map, and again, it's very close that both barriers fall. Maori having a flip open, he hasn't been using it. He hasn't been using the flips to clear it out. And so one barrier falls for Noda as well. The Ras is doing so much damage, doing so much work as Sergio is also looking really low too. He doesn't have a lot of stagger. He's getting bullied across the map, and that's what they need actually. If they can actually just keep killing Sergio over and over, not being able to let him score, this might be what they need to score. And eventually they will get it done. But now it's up to Maori to keep it out alive. They do get the KO. Now Ad Rush proc for Miyoshi, the first time we've seen it in a while. But Noda pushing up too. See if they can do it, but the eject button runs out in time. They might be finding the KO on Noda too to keep the power play alive. 2 flips now coming up for Miyoshi and Neo Dimas. One flip burns out for Hades, but instead it's the pendulum flip that ends it. They still have a flip up.
Yeah, this cosplayers and Madame doing a great job there to make Sergio not able to do what they want, and it pays off big time there.
Nerves are at an all-time high right now. Madame Lost Cosplay is about to complete a crazy comeback, but also Kebab Strikers, they've worked their way through it. They had to go through comfort picks. They had to bring it up to a set 5 almost every single time, and it feels like it's all crumbling apart now. Now Miyoshi, looking really alive right now, has the Atlas res up, and Sergio not really looking healthy himself. He might die in this exact moment if he doesn't get the orb. He does get the orb, fortunately, but again, it's Miyoshi having so much power, having so much size, both barriers falling. It looks so far from winning. And again, Sergio falling, not even Sergio, he's still alive, but now he falls 1v3 now for Hades. What can you do? It's impossible, and now it's match point. Madame, like, well, less cosplay is less Madame, could find the win here. And it could be match, and it could be game point.
Yeah, Kebab Strikers need to clutch it up here, see if they can find an angle to get back into the game, but it's looking dire right now.
We could see another point. We could see another 0.5 in this mode. We've seen this before. We've seen them come back from greatness. And now Miyoshi looking low. Might be looking for the KO. Fortunately saved. What a great time from Maori. Maori has keeping up the pressure. He's been helping out so much with just keeping people alive. And it's been working so well. One barrier falling. And it's not that great. A strike where it lost too. This could be the end. Currently Hades has a flip up. Will elect to use it. Unfortunately, doesn't get past the twin drive. Atlas is so strong right now. He has so much time in the world. He can just do whatever he wants. But again, Neo Dimas Miyoshi looking under 50% HP. Has to burn the flip too. A great struggle, but Sergio keeps it alive for the time being in the corner. Second barrier found too. And now Sergio, he just has to fight against Moshi. Moshi gets the clear out. It's a great clear too. And now the KO is found. And the strike almost gets it through. But instead it's found by Sergio. Oh my goodness. 0.3 go to Kebab Strikers, and they could find a comeback here.
Sergio does it again with the crazy angles. The angles I'm always least expecting, and it works once again. What a close game this is.
It's been going really quickly, really fast. If they can keep up the strikes and the ranges too. One flip burnt for Miyoshi. We'll get it out. One striker, one for Hades too. It's the man, legend of himself. Sad Boy's angle too. The flip comes out as well. It sends it right through. The Death Side begins to hang on. It's so close. The Atlas being put to the test right now. Let's see if he can hang on. But Sergio looking really low right now. He has something to do. But the end of the Jakar catches it. It's a 0.5 set 5. Holy crap. This is insane.
That missile prop aerial's doing some work there, just barely tapping that core in.
I don't even know why I'm here anymore. This is just peak cinema. This doesn't feel like low elo hangout. This is just pain and misery and suffering for high elo at this point. As Sergio's taking down to really low. Oh my god, the Sad Boys angle back and forth will secure the fact that he gets it out. And now an adrenaline rush proc. 3 flips online currently. 4 less possible. Damn, it's almost over. It could be game over right now, and it is. What a close match, and unfortunately Kebab Strikers will be relegated down to the losers final as Madame advances into this win as the grand finalist.
Yeah, what a great game. Well played by all players. Everyone managing to show some of what they've got. As Malriknos just holding it down really well in the back. Noda doing a lot to try and help keep the core up, get it to Sergio. Sergio with the solid, always great angles to score. Hades as well, just providing good support. And Yodimus doing the opposite for their team, managing to keep the core up to Miyoshi, who's also been looking really strong on this Rasmus in front of the net.
The Rasmus pick, the head of Clarion, indeed, just showing why he deserves to have a tournament named after his company. And it was a great game, every point going to the maximum, pushing the limits of what we call a game in itself, just undefined in general. A complete 28 minutes being burnt out for the most hyped game of today. And unfortunately for you guys, we might have to cool off on the adrenaline a little bit as we head into a short break. We'll be back with new casters and losers finals and grand finals right after this segment.
Alright, welcome back everyone into the losers final of the Clarion Corp Trial Season 0 with my co-caster here, SMG. Say hello.
Hi, I'm doing great. Happy to be here. Happy to watch
How,
some good
how,
games.
how do you feel the team that you're coaching are playing, starting on losing their first game, winning the losers game, and then coming up to the losers final game?
Listen, I'm always of the opinion that a losers bracket run is more hype. It's more cool. So
Oh, you're
I'm
definitely
believing
correct.
in them, but they definitely have a tough opponent, Kebab Strikers here. They did just lose their game, but
Unfortunately, and it was a
yeah.
cinema as well. That's a close one.
Yeah, very
And
close game. Not to be
And I
underestimated.
couldn't wait for the next game. Played on Gates, where Juno and Zentaro is banned. What do you think will be the game plan of the team on Gates?
I'm looking at this explosive entrance big fish start, and I'm thinking
Oh, yeah.
forward picks like X Asher really good here with that Zentaro gone. I also think something like the Mako, a very solid goalie with the speed boost of explosive entrance could be quite good here. We did see Nota pull out the Aimi goalie last game, and of course Aimi goalie does like that dash range, so just curious to see what they'll opt for here.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious as well, especially after looking at Sergio's X. Probably could cook something up. And here we are, going into the draft of game 1.
And as of right now, this Aimi being hovered and the X, perhaps not exactly what they're gonna pick, because I'm not sure about this X midfield.
Yeah. Couldn't tell. You cannot ever tell ever, because most of the picks are being picked. I mean, wait.
And the Aimi goalie is locked, so I'm excited to see how that's gonna play out. I think Aimi goalie maybe suffers a bit more on a map like this, but I'm sure. I think anything can work right now.
I'm very sure. And interesting. Oh, I thought they would run double brawlers on this map, which will be really interesting to see. But we saw that Hades are hovering the midfield picks, and as usual, Serhat on forward duty.
Yeah, and we're
Yep.
Yeah, the Julie Kai. But I'm looking at these comps right now, and I have to say, Team SMG have a very scary looking comp.
Oh yeah.
They've got the Mako, the Rune, and the Asher. Not a great awakening start for Rune, but Rune is Rune. And then really strong for the Mako and the Asher, who are already really good on this map. But the Kai also a really strong midfield pick. So
honestly, I vouch for the Mako pick here, especially this type of environment where speed could just really enable your team very much, especially with this Asher and Rune, which is placed on lots of not creation, but necessarily something that the enemy couldn't go through, right?
Yeah, and already a quick kill from Sergio, allowing him to break that first barrier. And looking for the second one. Right now, Tay holding it, but it does fall. Forg is back up now, though.
And now, unfortunately, losing one barrier and primary being used while being far away. So now, we saw Amy pushing in. Great pass, just that Hades didn't quite catch it with the barrage. And now, it looks like Team SMG is still trying to defend here. With no progress and flip being used just to make sure that core that came out of the portal didn't just go in, and not a great pass from Hades, but easily just deflected by Mako goal here. Another chance, but yep, Tejas has been winning those interactions to make sure that their goals are still intact. And
now in OT.
Yeah, now in OT.
The Rune really strong in overtime. Both barriers down. Aimi goalie will have the opportunity to apply some pressure, but they don't even need to. The combination of Hades and Sergio just unite to find that goal.
Honestly, I'm I'm quite amazed that Hades has been always finding Sergio on like on a very free open space and just, you know, create a very threatening situation for Team SMG. But yeah, but Mako can just hold it out as much as she can, as long as she has ability. But now we just see both teams are just trying to get the core into the corner. Fliss being used by Rune here, by Forge, and another banish. Didn't quite get anyone except for the core.
Yeah, I think the decider on this map can often be who's going to play their offense better on the correct side where the portal is far away and is hard to defend. So I want to see these teams really coordinating between their forward and midfield. And Nota almost finding that glitch pop, but now it's the offensive team SMG. Sergio almost finds the kill. Dishu pushing up really close there, but Nota does hold. Still on the offense, dribbles through 3 of them. Wow, very impressive play there from Dishu.
What I really like is about the shoe is okay. I like that Forge saw the vision there, passing through the portal, and then Shu just there is just winning all the strike war against all 3 players, slotting it in for Team SMG. And here we see the kill to Hades. Unfortunately, getting caught by Asher primary on the side while trying to get the core, and doesn't seem to be able to do anything much as they're just being prevented by Amy. And very good barrage to grab the barrier there, as now they're on the offensive in the middle. Can they do anything about it? But still couldn't really find a barrier. Nota has been holding it well against this Asher and Rune offensive, and very good dash attempt. And there we go.
Yeah, good dash and good evade by Nota, importantly, on that Rune banish. Making sure that they weren't caught in that, and Sergio, with the Julie ultimate, does find it through. I just want to point out, Sergio, utilizing the pummelers, not going for mags like everyone in the rest of the lobby, and it seems to be working out so far. They do find the kill. Dishu also staggered. These barriers are dropping.
Just make sure that whenever they get the kill, they got a power play. It's way easier to score the barrier, get the scoring done. And there we go. First set going into Kebab Striker.
Yeah,
it's so just a hot ticking MVP.
Yeah, and this Juliet, couple good options here. Might opt, you know, if they're finding KOs for the Adren, maybe Stacks. They want the Demolitionist here. Maybe more denying the threat of extra size on Asher. Tay on the Mako, opting for the Among Titans. Really scary for a Kai to have Among Titans, but they do get the stacks anyway. Stagger Swagger for Dishu, not going to be under too much threat other than that KO range of the Julie. Rune, maybe not so happy with their build right now, but you know, Sparks are never bad.
Yeah, it's never bad, and it's always been an option in the future. And there we go, barriers getting taken out on the top side, but couldn't really get anything going yet. And
one barrier falls for both teams, but Sergio finding another important kill. It's crucial for Dishu and Tay to not lose more here. Let's see what they can do.
And power play means that this Juliet having that 30% speed would very well means a barrier or a goal, but couldn't find it right now. And very good primary from Asher, but
wow! And
I thought it would be defended, but he just strikes it through the Amy turret, through 2 people as well.
Yeah, lots of resources found in exchange for that flip. They got the flip out of that Juliet and the Amy turret. But now the side of Kebab Strikers on the offense do break the first barrier. Can't find any more though. And Dishu and Forg on the other side break their first barrier with the Mako speed, goes backwards, and now it's Kebab Striker's turn once again.
And there we go, Sergio Sorhat getting another barrier, now in a 1v situation, didn't quite find it, missing the ability there, and the Shu keeping the offensive on the corner. And once again, Sergio Serhat being free, not really being marked by anyone, but still really easily deflected by Mako goalie, and there we go, Tishu scoring once again for SMG.
Yeah, very nice find. I think that Mako buff really crucial there, alongside the Among Titans buff. And this Ashe is really scary, especially into this Imi, right? But now, so much KO threat comes out of nowhere with that banish from Forg onto Hades. Power play, Mako speed, 2 flips, and Team SMG
And we're looking for
really
a
need to
barrier,
convert.
yeah. And there we go. And a flip as well being used. Sergio started using his flip on its own. Didn't really find anything, but at least to get the barrier out. I mean, the core out of their goals. Barrier. Oh, very daring attempt by Noda, but Force was there. Is just really ready to strike it back to the core. And a very quick set for SMG.
Yeah, 2 dominant sets back to back, but just completely flipped. Now I'm looking at, you know, this Asher with the size. Maybe you're gonna opt for something like the Fight or Flight, maybe the Might of the Colossus. We don't know. This
not
this
sure
rune
there's-
also has their sparks.
Oh, going for a 1-2 punch, denying the Juliet. But
Yeah.
Juliet getting one of a good awakening as well. It's Might of Colossus with double size. This might be a trouble though.
Yeah, it might
for
be. Hades not getting much here. First spark could turn into something later. 2 sparks have only shown up. But let's see what they can do at the start of this. And the initial offense does go to Team SMG. 1 barrier only so far. Both ults coming out from the goalies, and more of a neutral state now, fighting for this control.
And we saw the team Kebab striker is trying to keep the offensive on the top of the corner, but couldn't really get much as there's 3 people defending. But Sergio Serhat has been fighting everything, and unfortunate Rune Pillar not finding anything. Wouldn't able to defend, but
Yeah, I really liked how both teams were playing that offense then. You know, Kebab Strikers were playing on that top side where the portal was far from the enemy goalie, and the same to be said about Team SMG. So both teams showing some proficiency with the map right now. So much going on in the back half for Team SMG. Only 1 barrier lost though. Sergio goes for a dash punch kill. Dishu with the flip secures 1 barrier. Can he find more? Flip forced out from Nota. Flip from Tay as well. Everyone's getting in on the energy burst. Dishu looking for a kill, can't find it though.
And there we go, back to neutral states where both teams trying to get the core into a favorable position to set up for a goal, and very good portal play, but banish on Sergio Serhat, making sure that any offensive attempt are shut down.
Yeah, back on the half of Team SMG, this is really scary. They have the ult for it. Nota looking for something, can't find some passing plays with Hades just then. Sergio, very low, evades the dash from Dishu, but their barrier does fall. Now under pressure. Let's see what he can do. Looks for a dash punch, a bit of a Hail Mary, and now on this macro speed, it's going to be really scary for Team Kebab Strikers.
Double banish!
From Forg.
And striking it up with the speed, overtime core from Mako, slotting it in nicely.
Very well played, and energy on both of the midfielders, but Sergio, no energy here. Could be a deciding point. Forg goes for the early flip.
Used very early, trying to just get it out, and here we go. A wall. Oh, I didn't think the Shu would expect that to kill, but with Might of Colossus and double size, that might very well be a different story. And another flip being used on the top side, and with a nice double banish, making sure now the cores are going through forward. Now Forge and the Shu just have to keep it forward to, and they did get a barrier, and now the Shu on the offensive didn't quite get the goal, and every resource being used, and still the Shu just strikes it in.
Yeah, slightly misplaced turret from Nota gets punished. This Asher with the macro speed supported by the rune. So scary. This is why their comp is so good. Especially into this Aimi goalie. They need to keep the ball up permanently, but Dishu finding the kill onto Hades. Can they convert on the power play? They did lose one barrier for it. This rune pillar, but Nota really well played with his strikes. They don't find anything from the power play. In fact, losing a barrier. Find it after though. Now Tay, low on cooldowns probably, trying to defend. It goes back to Dishu though, and that's been the story. The ball goes into the corner with this Asher. Forg attempts to flip, but doesn't find anything with it.
Doesn't find anything with,
Wow.
but the speed just enabling this Asher way so much, and I don't think Amy could do anything much without cooldowns, and doesn't seem to. And the MVP goes to Forge Rune, and with a lot of good picks here, Timeless, extra special, or maybe even going for another spark, but we'll see what will they pick. Timeless Critter being picked for Rune and extra special for Amy. Looking
Peak
interesting.
performance. Really,
And peak even more speed for Asher, and some size just to deny this Juliet, but Juliet does get heavy impact. Looking like a very good draw for Team SMG. And what's your opinion on this draft for Kebab Striker?
I think it's quite clear what Kebab Strikers are looking for. This extra damage here might be what they need. You know, the heavy impact, the missile prop, and that extra offensive pressure from the extra special Aimi. But right now, Team SMG in the corner. Dishu tries to get the second barrier, doesn't quite find it. Barrier comes back for Kebab Strikers, and let's see what they can do on this next offense.
Unfortunate secondary deck. Core getting passed through and hitting the zone barrier. And oh,
Wow, well
it's very
played.
good. Giga, well played. Keeping the pressure on the corner, on the edge. Getting it through 2% and scoring it for Team Kebab.
Yeah, and on this kickoff, this Aimi can be really scary with the extra special turret. But right now they're kind of forced to use it on the defense, and Forg finds a banish, but they don't find any more from it. Now they're on the offense.
Anymore, and now we saw the offense coming for Team SMG on the corner. Same setup. This Asher is just being really dominant up front, and Amy could just do nothing but watch as Bearer falls down. And there we go, a very good flip. Strikes it in, pass through Noda. Very dominant display from Team SMG.
Yeah, Dishu finding so much value. Level 9 in this lobby right now. 2 levels above most. Teju's has his flip, so does Nota and Sergio. Sergio, somewhat forced to use it with this damage. Finds one barrier, not another though. What will Nota do with his? Forced to use it defensively, and now it's Kebab Strikers on the offense.
Not a great Giga, but... Oh, is that Sergio start finding a kill? And now power play for Team Kebab Striker. Can they convert? Mako has been holding out really well as Sergio is now staggered. Not looking to be able to do much as... Oh no, unfortunate. There, Tejas was trying to disrupt the Amy, the Julie, but Hades strikes it at the corner where Tejas really have to walk up there and abandon those primary, but already gets scored on.
Yeah, well struck in the face of danger there. But Sergio is down. Hades finds the second barrier, and now Team SMG really need to find both these barriers. Double banish, but nothing yet. That monumentalist extra special Aimi turret doing so much work on the defense against this Asher.
Oh
Sergio, massive
It
kill there.
was massive kill onto the shoe, shutting down the offensive, now the power play, and what? I'm not sure if that's intentional, but Amy just serves as a big distraction to Tadius there, and allowing the goal for Sergio, who struck it to the bottom corner. Goal.
And here we are back again in another step 5. This Juliet looking for this perfect form here. Lots of strong options here. I'm thinking, you know, this Kai, maybe with the missile prop, they're looking for the spec training, maybe they're looking for speed. They opt for the cast for last. This Asher going for Catalyst.
And another
Rune.
spark picked up for Rune. with strength. Could be seeing a lot more red core starting on.
Nothing, you know, that perfect form Julie really strong, but nothing too game breaking that these teams can't just play better and win this for their team.
Yeah.
So really good banish from Forg there. Let's see if they
Banish.
can find the second one.
Oh, Shu almost got taken out by Sergio Serhat. As the offensive, both teams are just trying to battling it out on the corner here. Very good ultimate from Tate used to stop them. And now it looks really scary as Sergio Serhat with the flip, looking out for a goal, but didn't quite find anything yet. Oh,
Double banish from Forg coming out.
is
Not
that?
sure.
Huh. Seems like we have to wait
It
up
seems
for
like there's a technical issue
Yeah.
here. Let's see how this plays out. Right now, one barrier still stands for Kebab Strikers. Oh, and looks like we're back. And instantly, Dishu is gone.
Instantly got killed, and oh,
Uh,
those gigas are nasty from Hades.
Yeah, really well played. Finding so much value out of the missile prop. Let's see if Team SMG can come back in this set on the macro speed at the kickoff. So
Macro
important
speed.
every time.
But Core unfortunately escapes out from the corner, and very good dash from Noda, stealing one barrier from Team SMG, and now we're looking to see another corner offensive and another great dash, another dash again.
Yeah, the twin drive explosive entrance really finding value, but Nota missing
Oh,
a flip,
no.
but Deidus missing that strike, and the ball just rolls in, and now Team SMG will need a reverse sweep in this set to find their way back in.
They have to
two-
make sure. Yep, they have to make sure that Core do not ever leave their side ever, as. Sorry,
Yeah, Forg with the flip, but the double dash punch kill. Tadus will have to pull out a miracle here to keep his team in this. Breaks one barrier in exchange for his own. Let's see what more he can find here. Does clear the ball out. No more cooldowns anymore though. And now that barrier's fallen. No dash punch for Sergio. Great dash from Nota trying to get the ball up. Now in this corner, really scary with this Asher and Rune, but it does find its way out.
And Tadeu still holding it out against the offensive of Noda and also Sergio Serhat. Very good interaction win there against Juliet. And Flip now being used to make sure that they get it out and try to get an offensive going. But Hades and Noda is making sure that the core never gets to their side ever.
Absolutely, but the second barrier does fall for Team Kebab Strikers. Now Team SMG with the explosive entrance macro speed. Hades is banished. They need to get the ball out of their half though, really scary. Hades gets the ball through the portal, and Dishu has his flip up now.
Unfortunately not able to find the core with the flip, but doesn't matter as the shoe is having all the speed, all the ability to just strike it through Nota, and might potentially see a reverse sweep coming from Team SMG.
Yeah, really well played with that primary. Now Sergio, the Julie with the KO range and the flip, doesn't find it though. Dishu finding the first barrier. Now the macro speed. Flip still for Sergio. Doesn't break this first barrier yet though, but does find the kill. Unfortunately, wasting the flip somewhat, and now they're on the offense.
Now on the offense, 3v1 with Amy turret. 3v2 in Amy turret. Can they defend this barrier? But now the issue is going back up. Oh, Noda has been making sure that the core doesn't really leave their corner as well. And a very good barrage, but Tejas was there just to catch it.
Now Dishu with the speed as Asher walking up to your barrier, so scary. 2 flips for the side of Team SMG. 1 flip for Sergio. Unfortunately, Dishu wasting the flip, but now overtime hits. Rune with the core speed,
Aw.
but it's actually the Mako finding its way through, and here we are again, set 5.5. Wow.
Set 5.5. We've been here before. No,
One
all it
flip.
takes is just one more goal for any team to take first game home. Oh, very good Amy turret on the corner, but it does manage to leave that side and
Oh,
Sledge is
no.
not getting the kill.
Yeah, these two
Now
are
they are
getting
on
killed
power
by
play.
the ultimate. And Sergio with the flip doesn't find it, but Tay and Fork so low, both of them. Fork finds a critical banish. Dishu, time to respawn, breaks that first barrier. Fork lives the Julie ultimate, breaks that
Oh,
barrier.
it's
He's doing everything on the offense. Now Hades
looking very
approaching.
scary right here. And
Abs, you go ahead.
yeah, my bad. And yeah, a
Wow.
very beautiful dash punch hitting both of people and getting game one for Kebab Striker. Well played for Sergio, Sahat, Nota, and Hades for always keeping the ball forward. And whenever they couldn't do that, will be a really hard time for them.
Yeah, really well played from Nota at the end there as well. Keeping the threat of him up there with the flip, allowed Sergio to just find that perfect dash punch. Sergio with 11 KOs there, but Hades also having so much goal participation, so much offensive pressure from those two.
I really want to point out that Nota, whenever Hades and Sergio Suhat got this core in the corner, right? Nota just jumps in, adding a strike, adding a turret, making sure that they win the barrier, and yeah, that's how they end up winning the game.
Yeah, the extra special Imi with the Monumentalist. Too much pressure in the corner. On the other side, Tadus with so many saves there, 107, and a very coordinated offense. You can see Fog getting an assist for every one of Dishu's goals. They were finding barriers, but just the Valve strikers were finding the offense more. They were finding those KOs, and the Pummelers Julie definitely worked out for them.
I would definitely say so. And we're going for the next game
On to Night Market.
on to Night Market.
One thing I know is that Team SMG did play against this team in the first qualifier on this map, and I believe they pulled out the Era Double Brawler, and Kebab Strikers got the win playing that. So on this Night Market, I'm curious how that will go. I know Hades proficient on the X, such a crucial pick if they want to play it in the midfield, if they want to play it in the roller position. Really, really strong character right now. Yeah, I think it's very impressive that a team of below challenger players are able to bring that out.
Yeah, the double brawler comes.
Yeah.
I'll be very interested to see how that turns out in a cap tournament.
Yeah. And so far we've got Team SMG on the blue side, and they have first banned the Imi, and Kebab Strikers have kept up with that Juno ban that they opted for last time. Interesting Imi ban here. They, clearly felt as though that Imi felt like a lot of pressure to them. And looks like the starting awakenings are super surge demolitionists, so it does make a lot of sense that dash range Imi goalie so threatening.
Well, you might probably see. I'll be interested to see a double brawler coming from any teams here, but we'll see all these picks in game.
Yeah, and Another, from what we can see so far on the side of Team SMG, this comp that they're hovering currently looks very solid for this map. You know, Atlas goalie, of course, maybe the king right now of melee goalies. Of course, the Ruin very strong, really good on night market as well, covering the whole lane uh, by himself basically, and of course X, maybe the strongest scaling character in the game, really good at brawling.
The game probably, and especially with the explosives, such starter could really prove like very deadly for the enemy team.
Yeah, and we do see the X first pick for Team SMG, and on the other side we've got Estelle and Juliet picked.
I mean, Juliet has been working out so far last game. Let's see if it could work out again in this game. With the Estelles and two defensive melee goalies on the pick here, might be looking into a very long game unless both teams rolls out the KO.
Yeah, and Sergio not opting for the pummelers again. Super Surge only on Hades, and what could be crucial and a difference maker here is how much Tedu's can find these Atlas ults to deny the Julie dash punches. But he doesn't have ultimate for that.
Doesn't have ultimate for that, and unfortunately, Forge is caught in a very bad situation and just got damage punch away. And now Dashu have to stay behind to help in defense, but now Forge is just back and finding the barrier instantly.
Yeah. The power play not finding too much value for kebab strikers. Gonna be interesting to see how these brawlers can find the barriers into the melee goalies, but Dishu does it right away with that Eximus Maximus, almost finds it in the bottom corner.
And now Sergio start looking really low. All eyes are on him, as getting a kill could mean a goal, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and Dishu finds that kill. Hades looking to control this midfield right now so that they don't get too much on the power play. Really important ultimate from Nota. Hades almost finds the barrier very close, but now Dishu on the offense with Flip. Very scary for Nota.
Flip being used as to prevent the barrier from being taken, but Flip in front of the goal and just strikes it both through through Sergio Serhat and Nota.
Yeah, very clean play. But now Nota, the only one with that burst in the game, the only one with any energy really. And now Dishu in a scary position against this Juliet with no evade. Gonna have to be careful on these edges, but the Juliet is out of the game for now. First barrier falls for Kebab Strikers. Nota opting to use his flip, and Sergio not finding too much value with that first dash punch.
And both teams are battling out in the top side, as we see the shoot using this ability. X Maximus rolled out, trying to find a barrier. Unfortunately, not quite finding the angle. Dashing through, Dubu wall being deployed, and still Forge getting dropped out by Sergio, and there we go. A piercing shot, striking just out of Atlas reach. Very good strike and very good follow-up afterward.
Yes, Sergio, very clinical there, finding the dash punch kill and then finding both barriers, and Hades there to confirm that. Dishu finds the first barrier though. Hades was banished, but he's back now. Damage onto Sergio, a bit scary for them. Goes for the dash punch, but really good secondary from Forg to just get out of the way of the damage. And Sergio still under damage pressure.
Now Juliet getting killed out by Tishu. Forge walking up for it, trying to set it up for Tishu, but the wall is just making sure that they're not able to do that. And Hades doing a very good job just blocking the pass from Forge to Tishu. And primary being used, unfortunately not finding a barrier, and here we're stuck again, but Hades has been really good in just making sure that to shut down all offensive play from Team SMG.
Yeah, Hades and Nota really locking down this last barrier. But the story of right now, oh wow, is that the unfortunate X Primary has broken their barrier. Now the advantage definitely on Kebab Striker's side. You know, this Atlas, known for holding down the barrier, less solid with the open net. Sergio was banished though, still under damage pressure. Let's see if he can play his life and look to find the goal here.
He does get out of this. Everyone is up high. Both flip being used, interestingly, but they still managed to get the core out, and here we see that. It seems. Oh no! Unfortunate strike into the infamous middle, night market middle there. But
Yeah.
from what I've seen, Team Kebab is really, really good on this core control meta. And most of the time, whenever they're threatened, Hades and Nota has been locking it down together. And
Yeah.
Sergio Serhat seems to be like in a position where they could potentially threaten KOs.
Absolutely, and so far no barriers falling. I spoke too soon. Hades looking for the second with the flip, doesn't find it. Nota still has his flip up. Lots of damage from Sergio onto Forg, but he will get the orb, and he's fine now. Dishu now with the flip, approaching the barrier, doesn't find anything for it, but now Hades under a lot of damage pressure.
Hades is really looking low, trying to help, but was still holding out for Kebab here. Both banish, both flip are being used. Hades really low and without any energy, have to go back and grab the an orb for herself. Not much,
Yeah.
but unfortunate strike takes SMG and a deja vu on that strike there by Forge, hitting the middle of the night market and just scores it in for Kebab.
Yeah, and now Nota, the MVP on those momentum boots, Dubu. You know, maybe looking for this extra special. What I'm looking at now is those speed awakenings, the fight or flight, the stagger strike are really important. Estelle, Atlas, Rune, all looking for the rapid fire, the hot shot. Going to be critical to see who's going to get the better of those. So the Estelle getting the hot shot and the Rune getting the rapid fire.
Oh, Rune up for stagger swagger.
Oh, whoa. I wasn't expecting that. Maybe opting for some more speed there.
Yeah,
but
definitely
now-
looking for more speed here.
yeah. Double speed though on the side of Team SMG. And Sergio goes for a dash punch, doesn't find anything quite yet. Barrier holds for Team SMG. An unfortunate special though for Team Nota. And Dishu breaks both barriers there.
But now the offensive goes to Team Kebab, where she was dribbling it, easily deflected by Hades, who staggered looking low. But now their forwards are low as well. Flip being used and fight the kill. And Hades is making sure he's in position to block every clear angle that Tadius have.
Absolutely, but now a banish coming out from Forg doesn't find the kill just yet. Dishu and Forg in a threatening situation. Eximus Maximus is popped, doesn't break this defense of the Dubu just yet, but they're still finding this consistent pressure. Sergio looking for that back orb, has been staggered, but he's back in the game now, and
Oh no.
the goal just. It comes out unfortunately for Team SMG, and these tiny mistakes are slowly whittling away at them. 1-0
Wait.
up for Team Kebab.
How many times did SMG score on themselves already?
Let's not talk about that. This Dubu war coming out. Borg almost dash punch, uses the flip there. Dishu scary on this offense. Nota uses his flip too, and offense. The pressure solidly with Team SMG so far.
And Nota very good clear into the bottom side, not playing it into the X again. Sergio's hot on the front with the flip. Can they find a barrier? Didn't even hit the flip against Tadius.
And
Now flip. Sorry.
Sergio uses the flip. So do Hades. They both don't find too much. Sergio threatening though right now. Dash punch into Forg, who might not have anything to deal with it, but
Oh.
he just finds it through to that bottom corner. And you know, what this is boiling down to is that Nota and Hades are just holding it down for longer than Hay and Forg are right now. Let's see what adjustments they might be able to make.
Yeah, let's see what are the game plans. As it seems like all of the Shu offensive attempts, it's really hard for the Shu to keep the offensive, as there's a lot of clear angle that Nota could choose from, but they do find a barrier this time.
Yeah,
As
and Forg and Dishu on the offense once again. Nota playing it really solidly, but Taters is the one with that barrier. Atlas notoriously hard to break through. Forg looks for a banish, but is it going to be dash punched off? Now, Team Kebab really want to convert on this power play. They break the barrier, and they're coming for the open net of Team SMG, and they find it.
what a beautiful positioning trope from Team Kebab here, making sure every clear angle is closed down and they get set to. Really, how would I say, a really uncharacteristic of this team, as they will usually draw the set into 2-2, but this time they've been really comfortable on this game.
Yeah, breaking the format so far, but here we've got a scary draft. Stacks on the X and Timeless Creator on the Rune. Both very scary. We've seen that Sergio opts to the same build as he had, last game. Double size with the Might of the Colossus. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Size, a very good statistic. Helps you just win your interactions a lot easier, and he seems to like it. The ultimate from Atlas has popped, and no barriers have fallen so far.
No barriers off so far, but every offensive that Team SMG has made is easily deflected by Nota, but Sigio so hard getting a barrier on top. Now another offensive on the top. Not managed to find anything yet, but Tadius unfortunately strike directly into the barrier.
And Dishu and Forg will have to find something fast. Tadius does have the flip, but Sergio lurking, but it's Hades who gets it done with that Estelle beam. And now he's got his flip still. Very scary.
Yeah,
This
very
X,
good prediction from Hades
yeah,
there.
absolutely. X didn't manage to find too many stacks at that point. Gonna need to ramp up those numbers to be able to find their way back into this game, right? Hades unfortunately wastes the flip though, and now it's Team SMG's opportunity.
It is, but Sergio Sohad has been covering every angle with the size, and he does take out Tadius, who might overextend a little bit. Very good kill from Sergio Sohad, but can they find the barrier on this power play? Sergio Sohad having the flip though. Forge, good pillar, and very good secondary from Atlas just to make sure it doesn't get in and hit the barrier.
Yeah, lots of damage pressure now onto Sergio, but Hades punishing that cross clear, and now their offense is coming back. Dishu finds the kill though. They really need to convert now, but it's Hades who converts with that crucial super surge dash range, just allowing him to barely squeeze it into that top corner. And now 1 point away from crushing Team SMG's hopes and dreams. Let's see if they can pull it back.
We'll see, as remember, X still has yet maxed out his stacks, but he's getting really close into it, so we might see a potential reverse sweep. And not mentioning that X is also one of the hardest scaler in this game, and they do manage to find two barrier. It was way too quick. Shoot, very well played there.
Beautiful play from DC there. Playing his speed perfectly, finding those barriers, finding the strike reset for the goal. And now, this is an X with Demolitionist, Fight or Flight, and full stacks. This is terrifying for the defense. But let's see if they can find the proper value from it.
We'll pretty much see as the Shu is just cruising through all of their forwards. at this moment. Dude, flip passes to Hades. Forge using his flip as his own, getting a barrier down. Now Sergio making sure the court doesn't leave the top corner. Still holding it down, but does get taken out by the Shu. And now Shu with the flip, with the X Maximus.
And
Not giving up right.
Sorry, all he needs is one offense every time. Finding so much value. He's dribbling all over the place. Now they need to combine for this final goal. Hades wastes the flip, unfortunately, but it does go out of their half. But now Hades under so much damage threat. Can Dishu find this KO?
Doesn't find a KO, but did find the goal though against through Noda, as we saw how scary the Shu can be all up the front. With all the speed, fight or flight, and also some size.
Absolutely. And Forg, when he, Dishu, when he procs his Mag Souls and the fight or flight, going up to 700 speed, so fast, so good at stuffing, and right now, this stacks on stacks is changing the game. Let's see if they can find these barriers though. Nothing yet. In fact, it's Kebab Strikers who find the first value.
Oh, searching shot almost taking out the barrier. Shu standing in position, making sure their forwards are never comfortable trying to take Teiju's barrier. Shu still cruising through Kebab Striker, but Sergio saw almost getting a kill on Rune there. And
Banish coming out onto Hades, doesn't find anything yet. Sergio has the flip. Dishu's looking for some damage to force it out, but Sergio just takes it like a champ and finds the KO. Doesn't break the barrier with the flip though. They cannot hold the barrier for Team SMG, and this is really scary. They need to find this defense, but Sergio finds it through, and that is Kebab Strikers taking the final game, taking this losers final.
And a rematch against Lex Cosplayer. Very well played and very dominant display from Team Kebab here, especially Sergio, and I think whole team played really well, locking down the site, locking down the defense as well, and special mention to Hades where he denies every passes to the Shu. And
yeah, and we're going to break now, but don't go too far. We'll be back soon with the grand finals of Clarion Corp Trials. See you soon. Welcome back to the grand finals of Clarion Corp Trials. We've got a run back here of the winners finals with the cosplayers on Madame versus Kebab Strikers. Had a really close series. I'm not confident either way how this one's gonna turn out.
Definitely, and I, after seeing the last game, I feel like Kebab Striker has really geared up their fundamentals, just making sure the court doesn't leave the side of the enemy, cutting down passes. But from the last game between last cosplayers against Kebab Striker, this feels like this will be an absolute cinema once again.
Yeah, definitely. And we're back on Gates of Obscura with a Spark of Resilience and Demolitionist start. And we know for sure that Sergio loves to pick that size. So if he's on that Juliet, uh, I don't have any doubts that he would be picking it. We do know that the bans so far are a Rune ban coming up from Kebab Strikers and an Aimi
And
ban on the other side.
cosplayer really respecting Nota's Amy pick here, not wanting to deal with it, and here we see Sergio picking out the Rasmus onto Spark of Resilience and Demolition start.
Yeah, the size really useful for this Rasmus. It'll be interesting to see how they'll play around the Rasmus. You know, looking less for those cheese kills, looking for more for the core control. On the other side, solid backline of the Atlas and the Estelle, and the Dubu for Nota and Hades picking up the Kai.
Hades picking up Kai, we've seen it again. Him just pressuring the corner or the edge, and also giving very good passes to Sergio. And we see Nota on the Dubu goalie will definitely add up into the defense. And here we go. Grand
Yeah,
final.
on the side of Madame, you know, a TMCT-esque comp with this Atlas goalie, Estelle midfield, Dracola forward. Interesting to see how they'll pilot it. Lots of speed on the other side for Kebab Strikers. But let's see how they can break through this iron wall of the Atlas.
Both teams using the portal play, interestingly. Hades tried to pass it, get the core through on the non-barrier side. Very good coverage from Hades. Giga's being used, thrown back, and Madame losing both barrier as well.
Yeah, both barriers falling on both sides. Nota using that Dubu wall, trying to hold it down, but the players consistently on the defense for Kebab Strikers. Neodemus and Miyoshi connecting through the portals, and the Jakar shotgun finds it in through Nota.
Ooh, Neodymus is swearing on the portal play, which works out well for them as we run into kickoff. Lock hitting it forward. Neodymus using the Crystal Thorn to get it through, but Hades was there to just catch it with a follow-up.
Yeah, first barrier falling on the side of Madame. Flip comes out from this Estelle here. Hades picks it up instantly and picks up the second barrier. Portal play back and forth here. One barrier falls for Kebab Strikers. Nota has the flip. Hades trying to find it through the portals to Sergio, but the offensive pressure now on the side of Madame. Looking to find something, but Nota saves it with the flip, not for long though.
Not for long, as Sergio trying to look something from the bottom side as Miyoshi walks up with the flip with the invincibly. Very good barrage used by Hades to deny the opportunity to score.
Yeah, and now open nets on both sides. Nota using that ultimate. Mauriknaz has the flip up, giving them the advantage in this. But right now, it's Kebab Strikers mounting an offensive presence. Hades trying to find it with the barrage. A great hook from Sergio, forcing out the flip. The flip does go to the other end, but not in yet. Core going back and forth all the way across the map on repeat. Nobody finding anything just yet. Great shotgun, top side to allow Miyoshi to find it in the bottom corner.
The self dribble into hitting in the corner. And Dubo couldn't do much with all of the after using all the abilities. Strike shot. I mean, okay, Dubo didn't run strike shot. My bad. But yeah, not able to reach there just in time to save the goal.
Yeah, but it's Atlas holding down both their barriers. Now pressure for the side of Madame. Nota and Hades so coordinated with their strikes though, but 2 flips on the side of Kebab Strikers. What can they find on this other end?
Unfortunate Dubo walls there, rebounding it back to their side, but Hades is popping off with those Kai plays, Gigas into the barrier, and now Neodymus hitting it through the barrier, through the portal I mean. And wow, it worked out for them as Miyoshi finding the first barrier for Team Madame. And passing plays, another good shotgun just to get another barrier, and now both barriers are up. And we see Hades with a flip. Can they score a very good secondary as...
Yeah, very tight here. This Estelle closing in on a flip. Gonna want to score for Kebab Strikers soon, but no, unfortunately this flip counted so perfectly by Miyoshi. And that's a 3-0 lead in this first set for the side of Madame and the Strakar on the first pick. Let's see what they're gonna find here.
Oh.
Right now, looking at this rapid fire, very good. My opt for the aerials they go for.
Also pretty decent.
Yeah, and now there's still so many strong awakenings here. One of the midfielders getting fight or flight, so scary, allowing them to dominate with speed. But Hades opts for the Deadeye, maybe looking for some Giga Blast kills, which leaves us Estelle to get the fight or flight. And Sergio maybe not too happy, but not too sad with this castle last pickup. Yeah.
Yeah, and there we go. Almost a very quick 2 barrier, but just easily deflected. Oh no, a very unfortunate misstrike. Astless expanse being used, and Sergio running around to make himself clear to pass.
Yeah, and now the offense on the side of Madame, but Nota, with that Dubu wall, nothing they can do to get past it. Now Kebab Strikers, and Sergio just finds it himself, dribbling down the bottom side. Hades covering the top side with that barrage. Mauriknos, nothing to do there without his secondary, and things seem to have changed for Kebab Strikers, finding their first goal in this series.
Yeah, off to a good start for Kebab Striker. And both of teams still exchanging around the portal side, and it feels like Team Madame is utilizing the portal much better compared to Kebab Striker, as we see the very good coverage from Neodymus and also and also from the Atlas. Good hook there just to deny a follow-up from Jakar as power play for Team Kebab now. Can they find a barrier?
Yeah, Hades finding value from that Deadeye, but not finding value from the power play until that first barrier. But that second one still stands, which is so important. And this Atlas still with the flip. Now Madame looking to mount some pressure on the other side. Damage ticking onto Hades. Gonna need Sergio to step up and help them on the defense, as he's still under so much threat, and the core is going through the portals, and there's not much he can do about it other than find another Deadeye kill. On the other side though, the core, Miyoshi, not able to do anything with it, and it's moving back and forth so fast. Don't know which team is going to find value just yet.
And unfortunately Hades got taken out by the Atlas primary, as a very scary situation here for Kebab Striker, but Hades has respawned back. Miyoshi waiting out, and very good coordinated play from Madame cosplayer. Madame.
Yeah. these Estelle picks being so solid. In the last game we saw as well, Hades piloting it, you know, finding the punishes on those cross clears so well. And now neutral state, Core is on the half of Kebab Strikers, going through the portals. Don't find anything just yet, and Kebab Strikers now on the offense. But this Atlas, with surrounded by their team and the flip, going to be very hard to break through. No secondary though, and the barrier just holds. They're playing the defense so perfectly well, and now on the other side, flip is forced.
Flip is false, but still, they're trying the offense once more time. As Hades walking around the portal, probably unintentionally, but both teams are still on the exchange. But first barrack do get taken out from on the side of Kebab, and 2 barriers, almost a very great primary there from Neodamus. Couldn't find any goal yet. Flip being used by Sergio, going to the corner. Easily cleared by, and now the offensive's going to the hand of the cosplayer.
Yeah, and now a beautiful Estelle kill there. And Nota rolls out of position, but Hades there with the barrage. Miyoshi though, up the field with the flip. And Nota uses the double wall. Doesn't have much to defend if this core gets to Miyoshi with the flip now. And that is their win condition right now. On the Jakar speed, winds it through with the hit stun combined with the core flip and gets it through that Dubu. And now Kebab Striker is going to need to turn it up to make their way back into this set.
Very scary display by Miyoshi on the Jakar, piloting Jakar, but here we go, another corner offensive, but they do manage to get it out as Miyoshi going invisible, jump scaring Hades around, and still losing a barrier in a 3v1 situation against Miyoshi.
Yeah, Miyoshi very deadly with this Jakar, but Hades now approaching with this flip. They haven't broken this first barrier yet. Looking for it in the corner. Goes to the bottom side. A bit of a misclear. Finds its way to the Estelle, but it's back to Sergio. They break that first barrier. Now with the flip, can they find the second? It does go back. And now it's on the half of Kebab Strikers with their flip gone.
Yeah, always a very solid defense from the side of the cosplayer, and very good coverage as well, as Miyoshi is just waiting, making sure they couldn't clear up, and always playing to Neodamus, which with a simple setup could set up for a very good piercing shot. And there we go, Miyoshi winning all the interactions, strike it down, finding a goal and the set for the cosplayer.
Yeah, I mean, Cookies, take some notes about Miyoshi. He's putting on a show right now, but this Atlas first pick, so many threatening options here. The Timeless Creator, the Twin Drive, whatever they want basically. Oh, they opt to the Spark though.
The Spark, I mean...
Looking for some more scaling. Interesting choice. The Among Titans still up. Such a crucial pick. If maybe Hades wants to take it, both of his teammates, you know, gonna get so much value from the size, and he does, and that could be the game changer that they need if he can use that speed properly, and if his teammates can use the size correctly.
Very excited, as most people would want to agree that Among Titan is such a broken gear for a midfielder. And very good Giga there to the corner, catching Atlas off guard. But the offensive is still going on for the cosplayer, but does easily turn it back, change dynamics, and now it seems like teams Kebab has been more on the offensive after they picked up the Mount Titans, but unfortunately they got taken out, and oh, the barrage just barely misses the barrier, and now power play for team cosplayer.
Yeah, on this offense, Hades kind of doing everything in that corner, and they're playing so well in this corner where they can't rely on the portal to clear. But a flip just finds that barrier so instantly, and all that pressure they had kind of for nothing, but they do break the barrier. Now it goes to Miyoshi, and he just
Oh.
converts right away. So efficient, and that's kind of been the difference maker, right? They seem to be getting less chances on the offense, but when they get them, they matter.
They converted really
Yeah,
well.
absolutely. Now in this corner, Nota putting the Duba wall down, trying to help out, goes through the portal. Miyoshi now looking for something on the other side, doesn't quite find it, and Kebab Strike is in this position once again. Can they break the barrier this time though? This Atlas pops the secondary, and their player is back on the other half instantly though, with the flip still. Hopefully not going to lose their barrier with it, but they do, and Nota now has both his barriers and his flip, and let's see who can convert now.
Well, very scary situation for the cosplayer at the moment with their barriers open, but Neodymus utilizing the portal pretty well. Oh, a very questionable backward primary, but Sergio Serrat still managed to find a strike through the top corner.
Yeah, well played there. And they're going to need more of those to make their way back into this. Miyoshi has that flip, but so does Nota. Now, Madame in the corner, so scary. The Strakar strike shotgun, a very scary combo right in the face, especially with the arrows range. But Miyoshi is low now. Core in the position where Kebab Strikers wanted to be, and they are finding value. Break the first barrier. Miyoshi looking for more on the other side. He's still low, but has the Atlas ultimate to save him for now.
That's right, flips now being used from Neodymus. Unfortunately hit the log as Sergio Serrat trying to keep the offensive going. Defending the barrier, but finding himself really low, and now flip being used trying to kill Sergio Serrat, but now with Sergio Serrat being low, taken out of the game, the tempo now goes into the cosplayer. Very good Dubu wall just to just to buy themselves more times as Sergio is respawning right here, and now portal play. Neodymus dashes forward. Didn't find anything yet though, but things are looking much better for Team Kebab right now.
Yeah, their first barrier does fall, and the flip on the other side from the Atlas though, and Nota finding a very crucial strike to clear it away from the Strakar. He's applying very good pressure on the offense, and it's working out it seems, because they flip and Hades finds the barrier with it. Now Nota with his flip, but Miyoshi does break the barrier, and this is crucial here. Whoever wins this point may well just win the set. Nota, unfortunately, the ball gets around his Duba wall. The Estelle with a nice primary to get the ball up. Nota forced to flip. Doesn't find its way quite to Sergio. And Madame in such a threatening position right now.
Absolutely, as we see them still having the core control, utilizing the portal really well on the south pass. Oh, Hook barely misses it, but Nota does catch it, but Neodymus with the deadly dash again, catching Nota off guard. And it will be a game point for Team Cosplayer.
Yeah, and now he opts to use the flip straight away. Doesn't find too much value from it. Goes for the portal play. Now Kebab Strikers on the offense. Sergio finds both, and Nota trying to get the ball back to his forwards. Miyoshi in a threatening position once again, and once again he converts. Trying to go straight through. Now he has the flip. So scary, and he strikes it in, and Miyoshi converts once again.
Miyoshi keeping Nota on his toes with those invincibility, with this invisibility, and with those core flip, making it really scary for Nota having to guess where he is, and unfortunately gets into his mind and gets the goal and wins the game for the cosplayer.
Yeah, absolutely. Miyoshi converted so well there, finding 7 goals. 7 plus 1 on 71 shots. Very well played.
Yeah,
And-
absolutely well played to Miyoshi.
Yeah. And
Also, oh yeah, go ahead.
yeah, just curious to see if Kebab Strikers will make the change to, go back to what was kind of working, looking for a character that can find more cheese kill value, like a Juliet, like an Asher, like an X. on the upcoming game.
Definitely. And one thing to comment is we've seen how the cosplayer is utilizing the portal play really well last game, especially Neodymus, walking into catching people off guard and passing it to Miyoshi, a good pass as well through the portal, which Kebab Striker might not be ready for.
Yeah, definitely. And next up, we're going to Oni Village. And you know, from the experience of these teams before, this may be quite the long game.
Oh, it will
Madame
be.
on the blue side with a Might of the Colossus and an extra special start. Interested to see what these picks and bans will be. Madame opting to ban the Dubu on this extra special start. Definitely solid. Noto showing his proficiency on it. What do you think are going to be some crucial picks here, Yankee?
Oni Village. Considering if Dubu is banned out of Nota, might see that Nota will go back into Amy Gole. And for the rest of the team, like Hades and Sergio Serhat, could be looking into Estelle, especially on Hades. And Sergio, not sure what he will pick, but I would think that a key striker will be Estelle in this map.
Yeah, I agree. Both Hades and Neodymus have shown their proficiency on it. And we've got the second ban from Kebab Strikers coming out, a rune ban. Not wanting to play into it, you know, that extra special ban is very, very annoying to play into. I'm curious, you know, who's this Estelle going to? Who's this Kai going to? Hades shown that he very much enjoys playing the Kai, and this is certainly a very strong map for the Kai midfield. As you said, Nota, you know, we've seen him on the Imi goalie, we've seen him on the Dubu. Extra special start, very good for Imi goalie, but you know, not the best map for Imi eject button. So we'll have to see what they decide to do.
Who knows? He might run the momentum boots, Amy.
Yeah, he could. If he's been studying the Alex mod, maybe he'll work it out.
Yeah.
Another side start for Sergio. We've seen how much he enjoys it. Maybe opting for the Rasmus again. Although it didn't work out for them, definitely a solid pick.
Still a solid pick to have size, and seems like Sergio Saad is more comfortable playing with more size.
Yeah, seems like it. Right now, it's looking like Malriknos hovering the Atlas. Definitely held it down in the last game, and this is the map where you need to hold down the barrier. So wouldn't be surprised if he opts for it. Looks like Neodymus picking up that Imi first pick with the extra special start, and I'm curious what Nota's gonna play.
Curious.
Yeah. Yoshi is actually the Atlas is on the other side. Atlas and Zentaro picked up, both definitely solid picks, and Malriknos picking that Finny, which is his main pick, right? We've seen him on the Atlas, the defensive goalie, but his main comfort pick is this Finny. So let's see how he can pilot on this map while Hades rounds out Kebab Striker's comp with the Estelle.
Oh yeah, with the Estelle, really excited to see what Kebab Striker can do to pull up from the last match. And here we go, start of game 2.
Yeah, interestingly, two people on that size will be the Atlas and this Rasmus here, and already some offensive pressure from Madame, looking for this top barrier. Don't find it just yet though. No barriers falling just yet, kind of uncharacteristic for Oni, where the first barrier usually falls fast. Pressure now once again, and Kebab Strikers do find that first top barrier where it's returned right away. Yoshi looking for the second one, but doesn't quite find it.
Not quite. Nota has just been really good at denying all these attempts with this Atlas primary and secondary. Can they do it again? Yes, he can. And Neodymus with Malriknos working together to get the core out into Miyoshi. As now the offensive almost getting a barrier, but unfortunately to strike it a little bit to left.
Yeah, and the flip coming out from the Imi instantly. Doesn't find anything from it just yet. Sergio now with flip of his own, forces out Malriknos's. Sergio is low, probably going to want to use his flip soon enough. Atlas ult coming out, but the barrier does fall. They do have this flip still, so probably won't be getting scored on soon. But now Sergio will have to find this barrier soon. He does have the tools for it. Doesn't actually quite use it properly, and his flip is gone. And very scary offense coming out from Madame right now.
Especially when Neodymus couldn't help on defense because he have to stay alive. But defending as Finigally really scary. Wouldn't be able to Sergio slot his home to the bottom corner of the goal.
Yeah, very clean, mixing up Malriknos on the strike shot. And now Miyoshi coming up to a core flip. Nota already has his. Let's see what value they can find. Neodymus popping that turret, doesn't find anything from it. And the first barrier does fall on the side of Madame. And the second one being approached now, very threatening, this Estelle Zentaro offense. But the core does find its way to the other side. Miyoshi looking for an opportunity to use this flip, pops it. Nota pops his, and the barrier is holding strong. But Hades dies to that turret, and now Sergio also taking big damage. Does find the orb though, and now Nota will have to hold down this barrier.
Oh, very good structure from Mariknos, drilling one barrier, and now barriers open for Team Madame, but Kebab do find a kill, and now the barriers are open. Really scary for Finigoli against Zentaro, who has lots of core control, keeping the core forward, but core does manage to escape this time, and with Sergio's HUD being low, might potentially be a very serious situation for Kebab. Not exactly what Al will be in.
Yeah, Sergio still a bit low, does evade that Imi dash well, but this scoring pressure coming out for the side of Kebab Strikers, and that Estelle covering that cross clear as they have in these games so far, finding the second goal for Kebab Strikers, you know, a reversal of the start from last game where they lost the first set 3-0.
Yeah, and there we see again Estelle grabbing another kill, covering most of the clears of Malriknos, but still we're going into a power play with easily deflected by strike shot, and Hades walking down, trying to cover all the angle, does get a barrier, has a flip, uses it. Didn't really manage to find anything, as now he finds himself really low.
Yeah, and that barrier falls on the side of Kebab Strikers. Sergio so close to finding it, but Malriknos finds the clear. Miyoshi almost with that primary finds it. Now Nota has his flip. Hopefully won't be getting scored on with that anytime soon, unless Miyoshi can find value with this flip. Doesn't quite find it. Neodymus turrets down the middle, and now Kebab Strikers looking to get the ball out of their half. If they can find it, they have a really, really good chance of scoring here and trying to close out the set. Hades and Sergio looking for a passing play, looking for something. Sergio gets his flip up, gets a kill with the flip onto Miyoshi, and now Hades so close with that primary to finding it, forces the flip out of the Finny, and Kebab Strikers need to find this goal right now.
And yep, they do find it with a beautiful slice and dice coming out from Sergio Serhat. Very strong opening into game 2, rebounding back from the game 1, and Nota grabbing the MVP for Kebab Striker. Interesting draft. Is looking at the dead eye right there.
Yeah,
Will Nota deny it.
absolutely. The Deadeye are really scary, but you know, there's also the heavy impact for the Zentaro and the critical picks. I think you know the peak performance in stacks and stacks. One of them going undrafted, which I think is probably incorrect on a map like this where you know the focus is controlling the core. That speed, so important. But right now, lots of core control for both teams. You know the dash range on the Estelle and the stacks and stacks on the Imi. Let's see who can play it better. First barrier does break on the side of Kebab Strikers. Can't find the second one just yet. Riknos holding down these barriers. Not for long though, and Hades doesn't quite find that second barrier though.
Doesn't quite fight the barrier, but now the offensive ramping up on the side of Kebab. But of course, they still get it out as Hades trying to pass it through Sergio Serhat. Very deadly Amy turret flip being used though. Dashes, but didn't manage to find it.
Yeah, and now Kebab Strikers on the defense. All of them quite low, but Sergio with the flip now. Hopefully looking to get this last barrier with that flip and convert this offense into a goal. But right now this flip somewhat in a bad spot for him, and he does get killed. Now the offensive pressure all on the side of Madame. Hades gonna have to control this course so well, which he has. Held it down. Now Nota still has his flip up, opts to use it, and Miyoshi going to look for a scoring opportunity before he's killed because he is very low.
Just a few pointer. Neodymus has already hit a full stacks on 0-0, which will be really huge for team of Madame.
Absolutely. But Miyoshi's still low. If they can focus some damage onto him, I very easily see him dying in the near future. He plays his life well so far, but Kebab Strikers now have the opportunity to find the goal. Neodymus looking for it with the turret, doesn't quite find it. Now Miyoshi's come back and approaching, but he's taken off the map. Neodymus gonna have to pair with Malriknos to defend against this, in this 2v3. Flip is forced, calls back on their half though, and Sergio finds it off the misplay with the dash.
It was unfortunate dash without the follow up of the with no follow up after the dash, and that just passes it straight to Sergio, who finds a very big opening in Malriknos' goal and just slots it in.
Yeah, and that first barrier falling on the side of Kebab Strikers. Don't get one back. Nice Finny ultimate there. They're really holding these barriers down. The first one does fall, and Neodymus really doesn't want to lose his stacks here. Could change the tide of this game, right? But he's playing his life well now.
Absolutely.
Sergio maybe looking for the kill. Hades looks for it, but the Estelle beam is evaded, and now Kebab Strikers back on the offense.
Well, we see here it's really hard for Miyoshi to get the core now with the Estelle being picked, who can just easily stop passes using his secondary, primary, and all of his tool is like just cutting passes, getting core control, making sure you could never clear where you think is clear. And yeah, I really like how Kebab is playing out their comm right now.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. And Kebab finding the KO. Sergio with the flip. Will he convert on it now? And no, he won't. The strike found from Malriknos. Pixel perfect. Yoshi needs to find something now. Neodymus back up. Uses the Imi turret. Doesn't find much with it. Yoshi winning that strike wall though. Primary is to try and get himself the core. Doesn't quite find it. Now it's Kebab Strikers on the enemy half. Malriknos has the flip. Doesn't need to use it just yet. Core is still there though. And now it's the time of Madame to look for the goal.
looking for the goal, and props to Mariknos for holding that so well on Finny goalie against Zentaro and Stel, and also finding a goal of his own. Really good display of goalieing there.
Yeah, perfect primary there, finding it, but first barrier dropped for both teams. Second barrier also drops on the side of Kebab Strikers. Marikno still has this flip. Yoshi, half health right now, being harassed a bit. Kebab Strikers gonna need to find some offense quick before they get overwhelmed.
Oh my. Very good clear and a follow-up from Nargnos, passing it to Miyoshi, who uses Death Touch, slotting it past Nota, who was not ready for it.
Ah, absolutely. Finding the barrier. Top barrier falls for both teams, in fact. Mariknos feels like he's had this flip for ages, but you know, his barrier hasn't fallen, so he's got no reason to use it so far. Now Neodemus approaching his flip of his own. Doesn't find the angle, and Sergio and Miyoshi both low, but lots of damage pressure onto Miyoshi right now. Looks for a hook, but Nota clears it away with that Atlas secondary, and the flip is forced from Sergio.
Flip is forced and no bears are found yet, as Neo Diamond's looking really low, looking again to like preserve his stacks on stacks. Very good astral projection to deny the goal, the barrier score that. And Neo Diamond is sitting up there trying to make a play for Team Madame, as Miyoshi also waiting it out, making sure they couldn't clear bottom side, as you see Sergio getting taken out. Team Madame closing in on the offense, and Hades trying his best to deny all of this play.
Yeah, but he can't deny it anymore because he is down. Nota does have the flip up. Saves the barrier so pixel perfect, holding it down really well. The side of Madame can't convert anything so far. Neodemus low, but so is Sergio. Atlas Ult maybe coming in a few seconds, so he's not in too much danger. But they really want to find this kill on Neodemus, but their barrier does fall. Gonna need the side of Madame to find something here soon before Neodemus loses those stacks once again. Could definitely be very scary for them going into the rest of the set.
Absolutely, as we see Marignos with a good strike shot, saving the strike, and also very good patience from Marignos, not directly striking it into a stealth primary, as Miyoshi and Neodymus walking up, trying to score on Noda. Flip being used, every ability just to deny the flip. And we see Sergio once again being really low, not being able to contribute much right now. And also Hades really not looking good for Kebab, as the goals goes through, as Noda was just by a hair, misses just by a hair.
Yeah, and I definitely think, you know, what was crucial there was that the side of Kebab Strikers had opportunities with staggered players, but couldn't find the KOs that was so critical. And in the end, Madame had more speed and were able to find the goals. Speaking of speed, this glass cannon on the Finny, you know, a favorite pickup. She likes having the speed. She likes being able to do some more damage. But really strong awakenings all picked so far. You know, twin drive on the Atlas, hot shot Aimee, perfect from Zentaro.
Oh,
All very scary stuff.
perfect form, heavy impact Centauro. We'll be looking at a very deadly Centauro at this set, or at least we'll expect to see it.
Yeah, perfect form. So much synergy with the extra special as well. So much cooldown refunding. But so far hasn't worked out for them. Both barriers fall. Looking to get both barriers on the other side. Got the first so far. Nothing just yet. Still pressure. Find that second barrier. Sergio gonna need to look for something here. And Hades with a really beautiful pass down, and Sergio sends it to the bottom corner.
Very good positioning there for Sergio, trying to disrupt the goalie play as much as possible, making sure Marignos is never comfortable when the core is up forward. As he does lose barrier instantly, but it's only village, so it doesn't really matter, and Madame finds one back, as both teams are battling to find the second barrier at the moment.
Yeah, Sergio has his flip. Getting low though, we can't forget that this is a Finny with Deadeye doing so much damage pressure, but the Atlas just heals them through it. And now it's Neodymus, the one with the stacks, who's low, about 26 away from them, does heal up, and the Army turret assists in breaking that second barrier. Kebab Strike is now under pressure. Miyoshi walking up, a bit of a misplay with the dribble, and the barrier falls on the other side. Full stacks proc now for Neodymus, and Sergio and Hades gonna need to mount some offense here, because right now the ball pressure is all on the side of Madame.
What's been the culprit for Neodymus getting all those stacks are those extra special turret, right? With every turret shot giving like you 6 stacks, and also like those dashes giving you extra 6 stacks if you every time.
Yeah,
which is why we've seen him on, which is why we've seen Neodymus building up those stacks relatively really quickly early into the round, which will be very beneficial for Team Madame cosplayer.
Absolutely, but on the side of Kebab Strike is 2 flips, and Sergio not too far behind another one. Turret is forced, and so is the flip from Neodymus. He's very low, but so is Sergio, trying to use that ultimate to live. Atlas ult is popped, so he's not under danger just yet. But now they have only their flip on Nota left, looking to break the barrier. But Miyoshi's the one who finds it, and Sergio still so low, so staggered. But Hades finds the barrier on his own. Now, if he can get the ball forward, maybe Sergio can do something with it. But Madame have so much pressure here on the offense. Miyoshi and Neodymus looking for something here on the other side. 3 enemies in the half now though, and they do.
Oh,
Wow, a crazy bounce coming out. Nota almost saving it. Miyoshi finding the strike while win against Hades.
so unfortunate for Atlas. Secondary, bit too late for the court to just get past him, and very good on Miyoshi to just capitalize on it and walk up, get the goal in.
Yeah, and barriers for both sides. Miyoshi almost finding the barrier once again. They have so much speed to play these passing plays, but Nota and Hades holding it down, and in fact find it on the other side. And now it's their time. They need to win this one because Madame are 1 point away from getting this set. Neodymus has the flip, but on the other side, Miyoshi no energy and really low health. But Sergio, no health as he's killed. Hades coming up to a flip. Gonna maybe need it to do something in this power play.
And now we see not the best primary, but flip being used, very beautiful. Strike it just out of Maragno's reach without strike shot, and 2-2. We're back in program.
Yeah, and this 1 point could decide the fate of this this set, right?
I absolutely
So
agree.
crucial. And it's Kebab Strikers with the first offense,
Oh
with the first barrier,
my.
and with the first goal. Find it so fast in 10 seconds. Taking no prisoners there.
They know they've been here before. It's their comfort zone. 2-2. And they score that relatively quickly, under 10 seconds. And looking into the pick, rapid fire could be good. On Estelle, or...
Rapid fire, very strong for the Estelle. Also
Wow,
missed
but the
the block.
deny.
Yeah, don't want any more damage to be coming out. We still got this timeless creator up for the Atlas, right? That timeless creator, print drive, siege machine. So annoying to score through. On the other hand, though, look at this Zentara build right now. Might be the weakest one I've seen in a bit. Yoshi,
Weakest one for now, as Sergio was AFKing for a few seconds. Oh no! Maragnos unfortunately losing both barriers at once. It's now very huge pressure, as very good coordinated play from Team Kebab, as Hades always making sure that he gets the second strike. As the
yeah, they've taken 25 seconds in the last 2 goals to score. Absolutely blazing pace. Sergio low now though. They do have the Atlas on their team. They've got evade, and the ult is popped. First barrier is down for Team Madame. Eudemus about halfway, a bit less, to his stacks. Not finding this top barrier just yet, and now Kebab Striker is looking for an offense here. Sergio finding those strike wars and finding the beautiful dash to break that last barrier, but Miyoshi breaks the last barrier on the other side. If the ball can go up here, Sergio has some tools to do something about it. Neodymus lurking for the kill, doesn't quite find it. Now it's flip for the offense.
Yeah, it's not only Sergio who can find the goal, it's also Hades who could easily confirm it if Sergio hit it across the Finny. But here we see that Team Kebab Striker is really low. Sergio Sad fighting for his life. And as we see Neodamas and Miyoshi trying to score against Nota and Hades up the front, but Sergio finding the kill, getting killed himself, but 2v2 now with a goalie on the side of Kebab, and there we go, Hades with a perfect ultimate to score it through Neodamas.
Yeah, that missile prop maybe not helping Sergio live, but definitely helping them to convert that goal. Such a long range ultimate. But now this Aimee has the full stacks, and their comp is somewhat online. Hades low, but once again has the Atlas, so not in too much danger. First barrier does fall in favor of Kebab Strikers, looking for a passing play to try and break the second one, but their first one is the one that will fall.
Oh yeah, so both teams are playing those corner offenses really well, and the defense, I would say, it's pretty commendable as well. As passes are being cut, Hades trying to advance the core forward, got stolen by Miyoshi with the death touch, and now barriers are open for Kebab. I don't think they're worrying too much at the moment.
But maybe they should be, as the flip from this Aimee finding the goal. But on the other hand, I'm not sure that they're too sad about that. They've got the two flips and maybe looking to just blitz this point with those two flips. Sergio and Hades once again on the offense does make its way back to this Rasmus. Now Hades has the flip, but Sergio finds the kill, resetting those stacks. Hades, can he convert with this flip? Forces the flip out of this Finny. Now once again on the top side, Mariknos finds the clears, finds it once again, and now it's time for Madame to look for their offense.
Oh, Sergio is not really in any dangers at the moment, as Atlas has popped the ultimate that lasts really, really long, and good job finding the clear on the top side where there, and Hades with the missile prop keeping the core forward, as Sergio is again found really low. It's being ability dumped by all of the members of Madame right now. As we see, Sergio Sarhat will be taken off the play just for a little bit.
Yeah, but he's back now with that orb, and now the Zentaro, probably with a lot of abilities here, going to be really scary for this Finny. Once again, keeping him staggered. That's what they maybe have been missing. That's what they've needed, because he's permanently staggered right now and is killed. And now two flips for the side of Madame. Can they find something in the power play? Seems like Hades is the one controlling the core here, and this Twin Drive Atlas holding down this barrier so well. Yoshi looking for a hook, doesn't quite find it, and this power play has ended, and Madame haven't found much from it.
Haven't much thought from it, and it seems like Madame is really struggling to get through this Atlas with Twin Drive and Siege Machine with Thomas Creator, and there we go, Sergio Sad just slots it in, killing Malriknos, and just take game 2 for Team Kebab.
Yeah, very clinical there in the later half for them, finding those fast goals, converting so well. And looking at the statistics, you know, Sergio with so much damage left, 44k, leagues above anyone else in the lobby, and very well played from them. And you know, gotta say as well, both of the goalies holding down really impressively, keeping their teams alive throughout, many power plays and much damage in the game.
Yep, and as we said, the key picks Estelle here we see shining in this game with 249 redirects, making sure the core never leaves their side, and punishing if they manage to clear into this Estelle ability.
Definitely. And now in this game 3, that is either going to send us into a reset or into the first champion of Clarion Trials will be on Atlas Lab, a pick we've seen many times. Let's see how this one goes. I'm curious, are they going to pick this Imi again? Is it going to get the Nota? We've seen him, so much proficiency on the eject goalie and the defensive goalie is very impressive. So I'm curious if we'll get to him.
We'll definitely see that after in the next pick. It definitely keeps us wondering what will he pick next.
Yeah. On this map in the first game they played, or in the last game of the winners finals rather, a run back of this Atlas Laboratory, right? So will it be a repeat, or will Kebabstakers be back for vengeance?
We'll have
Very
to find
curious.
out. With how both teams are playing, I feel like the deciding factor is the draft. The character drafts and the Awakening draft. But we're very excited to see it.
I think on a map like this, that Finny pick could be, a lot scarier. The pocket Finny, a map where maybe their damage pressure could go further than on Oni Village. But on the other hand, Nota also has the damage pressure of the Imi goalie. So I think this game could be decided by who's able to play that better.
Yep, it's drafting the character and seeing which team executes their game plans much better than the other team.
Yeah.
Now we're just waiting for the draft. Oh, okay. We'll be told that we'll be taken into a really short break. So we'll see you guys later. And we're back again, a very short break as we are entering to game 3 of this grand final of Clarion Corp Trial Season 0. We could potentially see a new champion or a potential grand final reset. Whichever our audience wants to see after a very long day today.
Yeah, and we're on lab with Glass Cannon and Hotshot Start, and we're seeing the rune ban from Kebab Strikers and a Kai ban on the other side. This rune very solid and strong on Hotshot. Has been banned a lot by Kebab Strikers, and this is definitely the start to do it on. I'm also, looking at this Glass Cannon start, the Finny definitely solid on it, but also something like the Atlas that can exert some more offensive pressure with speed could also be good. But right now we're seeing Nota hover the Imi, which I'm excited
Ooh.
for.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I think the Estelle would be definitely be picked here by which team, but we'll see if it will be a very important pick in Atlap, because
Yeah.
it feels like most of the team is like a bit scared to go against Estelle's with her range, with the massive range and reach of Estelle's.
Yeah, the Estelle's been consistently, punishing those cross clears. I think so far as we've been casting, Estelle has not gotten a loss, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So far, right now, it's on the side of Madame. They've also got the Atlas, the same backline comp that Kebab Strikers just played in the game before. On the other side, we've got the Imi, Zentar, and Drakar, which I believe is the comp that they played into the same team on the same map in the same game 3 and winners finals, right? So let's see if they can do something different this time. Malriknos, the only one opting for the glass cannon, not caring too much about the cooldown refund on the Atlas, wanting to apply some offensive pressure. So let's see how that works out.
Let's see how that works. If we start into a game, Black Hole being popped, Neodamus taking lots of damage, and Neodamus is not really in a very comfortable position right now as he's just being battered, but they do find a barrier, and there we see Amy just able to clear it out way before Neodamus could get it.
Yeah, and now pressure on Malriknos' barrier. Do find it. Zentara ultimate forcing some evades. Neodamus still very low. Kebab Strikers looking to apply some pressure. Hopefully when Nota gets his dash back up. But for right now, they need to get the barrier out of the corner. Forced to use the Imi turret for it. And now the dash from Zentara a bit too fast for this Atlas secondary to defend. And the first point goes over to Kebab Strikers.
Was a bit unfortunate. Most of the thing we see is like Atlas is being a little bit too late on deploying the secondary and eventually costing them the goal. But now here we see Sergio being battered, does have to flip, but still heals up to full health really quickly. Flip being used though, and finding nothing out of it.
Yeah, Nota in a sticky situation. Unfortunately, the Zen ultimate does break their barrier, and now Madame trying to get revenge for that first point. Yoshi dribbling with the Atlas with the Rasmus secondary, and finds it through the Imi turret and Nota
Full
himself.
aura, just sending it through the Amy turret, which I feel Nota will start having trust issue with this firewall turret.
Yeah, maybe. But for right now, Yoshi, the only one in this game with flip right now, maybe gonna look to use it to convert on this second barrier as they find the first one quickly. Uses it instantly, doesn't find too much, and now it's on the other corner. Nota has his flip, maybe gonna try and use it on the offense, but can't have too much offense when the Zentara is down. And now Madame trying to find some offensive pressure.
Oh, here we see the Amy goalie pick paying off as most of the offensive play from Madame has been shot down quite earlier, giving Team Kebab the early offensive pressure while not being too worried on defense itself.
Yeah, now Rignos just holding it down with this Atlas. Solid with the secondaries so far. Miyoshi up the top side, a bit low, but has the Atlas healing. And they're playing through this top side very consistently. Nota pops that turret to save it. Maybe gonna try and look for something if they can get the ball out of this bottom side, and they do. Sergio with a nice angle onto the barrier. The Atlas is the first one that falls, but he does have the flip up. Centaur and Jakar and Estelle, in fact, all very close to the flip of their own though, and the use of the flip may decide this point. Sergio very low now, maybe gonna try and look for a flip very soon, and does use it to score on the bottom side. And the flip is gone from this Atlas.
Very good positioning shift from Sergio, he knows the core is not coming down, goes up, and now the enemy is like completely choked out of a clear option. Clears into Sergio with the flip and flips it home.
Yeah, Neodymus very low now. Does have this Atlas ult and the orb, so already back to full HP. Hades, the Shakar with the flip, scary. Breaks the first barrier. Second forces Zentaro. Core is going back the other way, but nothing to be found so far. Very scary situation right now though, but they do find it out. Hades low though, probably gonna try and find this orb, yeah. Nota looking for some offensive pressure, doesn't quite find it. Miyoshi with a hook, trying to get the ball to break that barrier. Hades uses the flip, and Sergio with the
Beautiful
redirect. And first,
catching Nota off guard. And yeah, first set goes to Team Kebab with Sergio Serhat getting the MVP and getting rewarded 1-2 punch.
yeah, and 1-2 punch, and also possibly, Deadeye for the Aimi up here, and with the 1-2, they alter the build different, not wanting to go fully into damage. The Rasmus does pick up some more size, gonna help with the scoring. No one opting for peak performance, not big fans of speed. Hades opting for spark, and let's see how this drafting plays out.
Yeah, most definitely, and we see first barrier already getting taken down on the side of Kebab, and Miyoshi very good with the corner plate on the top side, as Neodymus taking a lot of damage, getting hit by the slice and dice and also the black hole, as Sergio Serhat finding a barrier of his own now and getting a kill as well. Now power play, will they find a barrier? Of course they will. Malrenos will not be able to defend 2v1 as consistently as an Atlas goalie, but he do manage to find a kill though. And
yeah, very nice passing plays came out from Hades and Sergio, but the defense of Maroccan is too solid, and the miss up of Glass Cannon, finding the kill on the Zentaro, and Miyoshi won't miss his opportunity to convert on the goal.
Alright, I forgot to mention the deadliness of Atlas with missile prop.
Yeah, absolutely. So much added offensive value as well. But
Yep.
the barriers do both fall very quickly. Series of unfortunate events for them. One barrier on the other side though. Miyoshi coming up the top, looking for a passing play, get through this barrier. They do find it, and now it's the turn of Kebab Strikers to line an offense on this goalie who does have flip. Neodymus and Hades both low, both somewhat out of the play, but one team has the Atlas. Nota forced to flip. Sojo kind of assuming this midfield position right now. Hades out of the play for so long, whereas Neodymus back instantly because of the Atlas ult.
And now we see Hades still surviving, as Miyoshi with the flip, one pass and it could mean a goal for Team Madame here, and it's a flip being used. Nota unfortunately not finding the save with the primary, but there we go. A goal and almost a set point for Team Cosplayer.
Yeah, no energy on that side though. looking for an offensive angle on the top barrier. Don't quite find it. Barrier drops on the other side. Yoshi just saves that top barrier though. And now on the other
Oh
end,
my.
the bottom barrier does fall. Black hole is popped. Looking to go up the top side. Don't find it just yet though.
All these near misses are giving me a heart attack for with how close both teams are almost getting double barriered, but the barrier on the side of Kebab does fall though with Sergio shot having the flip. Might be looking to using it here to score a barrier for themselves. As Miyoshi, good try there, but Noda able to defend that. And now we see Miyoshi ring low, Neil Dam is dribbling it. With
And damage now onto Hades. And they do convert with it. Sergio also low, looking for maybe a kill on Miyoshi now. But the kill comes out on Nota. And now this is their chance for Madame. They need to find it now. And
they did find it.
they do find it. And this is the first set they've gotten. 3-0, very dominant. The miss-up of Atlas, so much value. The Deadeye damage, and of course the size helping Yoshi to score so much. And he's kind of got his pick of the litter here, right? He can opt for the size, he can opt for the speed, he could opt even for more damage. Opts to deny the extra special Aimi turrets. Solid pickup. I would be surprised if this heavy impact doesn't get taken by the Estelle there. But 2 sparks for Hades, also very solid.
Oh my. And there we see it. Monumentalist picked up by Atlas, so it will be really hard time for Sergio Serhat and Hades to score against this Atlas with a very long reach as well.
Yeah, and already some damage onto Sergio. He's healing up right now, but their first barrier can't heal. On the other side, the offense, Miyoshi, forcing it into the corner. Big damage with that heavy impact Deadeye Estelle beam. Looking for a hook, doesn't quite find it, but does find the barrier. Everyone low on the side of Kebab Strikers. Nota trying to do it all himself right now. Hades looking to go up that bottom side to try and find the barrier. Almost a kill from Miyoshi. Core, Sad Boy's angle. Doesn't happen again though. And now the black hole respawns. Miyoshi unfortunately walks into it. He's low now. Hades is low too. They have the Atlas though. And that Atlas does have flip. Sergio still getting damage. Does find the orb. And now pressure for Madame on Kebab Striker's half.
Looking at the team comp, you would expect that Kebab Striker would have a lot of KO pressure, but in this game we've seen that they've been stuffed through and all abilities are dumb on them, and when we saw that Hades and Sergio are constantly being low, it's really interesting.
Yeah, they do. But the barriers both fall. Estelle with the flip now, and can they convert it? Great strike through that Estelle primary with core flip. Black hole is popped. Now this monumentalist Atlas secondary, not quite enough. Everyone low in this game right now. Who can convert better? Yoshi looking down the bottom side. And this Atlas ultimate definitely been the difference maker. Both teams getting staggered, but one of them has a way of living, right? And now it's a power play for cosplayers. Hades not allowing them to convert just yet. Nota missed flip, but does find the primary to get the ball out. Now Hades once again low, getting chased down by Miyoshi. Doesn't matter though, because the ball from the Estelle primary finds its way into their net.
Hot shot, making sure that Amy is never comfortable to do some offensive play, or else, I mean, he could, but he risked a very fast core coming way into his net. And barely getting the barrier, but they do get 2 barrier at once, and Noda unfortunately missing a strike and resulting in a very quick goal for Madame as they're looking to take set 3 away from Kebab.
Things falling apart very quickly there. Very scary now. Estelle close to a flip, and Raz already has one. And however, Kebab Strikers looking for an offense in this corner. Nota helping out, but they don't break the barrier. So solid with the defense. They break the top one instead, but pressure mounting the other way. Hades winning the crucial strike wars, but can't break the bottom barrier. Yoshi looking for a hook, doesn't matter. And we've been here too many times. The barrier breaks, and this Estelle beam with the hot shot, the Deadeye, and the heavy impact so fast, and the barrier's just falling too quickly for them to get a chance to do anything here.
Kebab Striker has really been unfortunate with Neodymus finding both barrier quite consistently, I would say, on Estelle with the hot shot, heavy impact, and also Deadeye, which contribute to the speed of his piercing shot, right?
Yeah, opting for the couple of denies here. I feel this Estelle maybe wanting to deny the Aimi or the Zentaro, and this Jakar not wanting that twin drive to fall to Atlas, right?
Wait.
Crucially, that I think that the timeless creator and the fight or flight going to the side of Madame, very strong awakenings. If they can be played right, this Razzus with speed and size, really solid, and this indestructible, huge Atlas secondary can be so solid on the defense.
Neodymus primary just took 1/3 of Hades' health. Imagine that on... Ouch!
Yeah.
With all of this impact awakening that he's been racking up.
Yeah, absolutely. And this damage comp, like, both teams are getting low, but Malriknos on the Atlas, so consistent with healing his team, so that their damage is not a factor, and then this Estelle Rasmus have such great kill confirm that it ends up being that the other team is damaged. But while I was speaking, Nota and Hades and Sergio just combined for a very solid attack, and the Jakar shotgun gets it in the net.
Yeah, definitely, and we see into the kickoff. Here we go, piercing shot again, very quick one. As teams are, another barrier drop, and this will be looking really scary for Team Kebab with this piercing shot once again, finding the barrier, finding the goal there. Estelle being a very, very big menace in this tournament.
Yeah, and as it's looking right now, Estelle not hoping to get her first loss in the time that we've been casting. Sergio low right now, and so much damage that could be put onto him. He is avoiding those Estelle abilities really well though. Does manage to heal up. Now has pressure. Great pass to the top side to Hades. Allows him to find this top barrier. Malriknos with the flip though. It's gonna go back to the other side. That explosive entrance dash range really helping out the Estelle with the coverage. And now Hades under so much damage threat from Yoshi.
But Hades does get an orb and instantly get back to his feet as Sergio Serhat trying to find the offensive, but Malriknos with all the abilities is easily defending that out as we see Hades once again being low. Trying to strike it through, but almost got taken out by the astral projection, but luckily hit the corner there. And here we see very scary situation again as Sergio Serhat get taken out. Nota having to defend against a very speedy chorus Amy, but eventually that's just too much, and game point, or say series point for Team Madame.
That missile prop glass cannon value for the kill, so critical. Arguably helping out their offense more than this Aimi is with that long range primary doing so much work. First barrier does fall on the side of Kebab Strikers. Hades nearly dying there. Neodymus is the one who's low though. They do have the Atlas on their team, but probably doesn't have the ultimate. Does find the kill, very critical. Malriknos does have the flip, opts to use it. Doesn't manage to save a barrier or the second one. Now, a burst of life coming on the side of Kebab Strikers. They are not out of this game yet. 0.5 in the set.
Taking out Neodymus would probably be the key for Kebab to potentially take this back.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still doing so much work. And Miyoshi with the Rasmus finding it, the fight or flight speed, and Neodymus with a kill. absolutely hunting down Hades there, and now they have the power play. On the other side, though, is the core. Sergio, with the ult, stalls the play out. They don't find anything just yet. Nota does have the flip. They have angles in this game, and Hades finds
Oh.
one. Sergio, with the flip, doesn't manage to use it. Malrignos gets the clear out.
Yes.
Yoshi finds the kill onto Hades. Neodymus healed up by the Atlas
Oh
ultimate.
no, Noda! Thinking he
And-
cleared the core away, but Miyoshi just strikes it through, and congratulations to Team Less Cosplayer Madams taking your very first champion of the Clarion Corp trials.
Yeah, just playing their game better there. If we look at the damage numbers, you know, this
Estelle
damage
is a
count-
damage menace.
not doing more, and the damage conversion as well.
Oh,
Way
yeah.
more kills on the side of Madame. So well played to them.
Very well played, and congratulations. And yeah, I mean, it's also a very solid display from Team Kebab, I would say. Bring on to well, the last set was into 2-2, but unfortunately they lost because there was too much damage and also scary core control from Estelle.
Yeah, definitely a very solid team. Hopefully we'll see them, you know, in another trials event.
Yep.
Very
Be
very
very
impressive
excited.
performance. Keeping it close in both the winners finals and the grand finals. Definitely not too
And
far
yeah,
behind.
for the next Clarion Corp trials, I think we'd recommend to watch out for Estelle characters. Because she's
Yeah.
been cruising through the tournament, seems like.
Yeah, and anyone who, you know, maybe either was unaware or was aware and didn't quite find the chance, there will be another Clarion Trials event. We're not done yet, so look out in the ETOS Discord. Try and find a team, and yeah, it's been a great event.
It's been a great event, and it will also be a very good environment if you're not you're below Charlie and are looking for a more even competitive play, I would say.
Yeah, and I think with that, this concludes Clarion Corp Trials Season 0. Congratulations to our winners, Madame.
Malignos, Neodymus, and Miyoshi on with the team name of the Cosplayers Madame.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll see you guys in the next series, hopefully.
Yeah.